Awesome. Okay, there we go.
It tastes good.
Hey, Nick, how's it going? All right, as you all can see, dreaming deep, good ending, I guess, that's the goal. Apparently we didn't do the thing. My head. What does that mean? I don't know what that symbol is. Okay, so like I said, I think we're good. I think we're good now. What we doing today in this stream? Dreaming deep, but apparently the good ending, because last time we did dreaming deep, we did the bad ending. So I have to do dreaming deep again.
A divine breeze.
This is gonna be a little bit of a quicker stream. We're just gonna really focus on dreaming deep, and then that'll be it for the most part. Because like I said, after this, I need to work on some videos. Hopefully I can have one ready by like Monday or Tuesday. That'll be the goal. So perfect. All right, so we're just gonna start things off with dailies. Let's see. All right, there we go, and yeah, that should be good. Boom. All right. How's your all day? How has you all's day been thus far? Hopefully good. Yeah, I ended up having a the meeting ended up being quite a bit last night, so we weren't able to kind of keep going. I'm gonna be honest, this is probably my favorite event. Like, genuinely, this and Peaks of Prestige were my favorite events in this entire, like, I think they're probably my favorite events in all of Gacha. Like, I don't think I've had an event I've enjoyed. Okay, my favorite events, obviously plural, the only one I would say I enjoy, like, equally is, like, the music events that they would do in Genshin. Where, you know, like, it's kind of like Guitar Hero-esque, because those were fun. But yeah, other than that, I think that has to be it. Eevee, got you. Hey, Sean Liu, what do you think Christopher will do post-read to see, given what Phrolova said about his goals? Could he be sniffing out COS stuff potentially? You know, I think that's the question. Like, will Christopher be a thing post-read to see? Because I think that's a big question in my head, right? How are they gonna handle these bad guys? Like, is Christopher going to meet his end in Renacita? Because, like, obviously Phrolova's still here, so she's gonna be a part of everything. Like, we know that much, right? So the question then becomes, well, is there going to be any part of the Praxidus, any group member who just officially doesn't show back up? What does hers not move like others? Shoot, I didn't even know that.
Prelude to arrival.
Where's her Tassin mark? Oh yeah. It is moving. What do you mean? Her Tassin mark is moving. Interestingly enough, it's moving on its own. Normally, oh wait. You can't even see her Tassin mark. You can like barely see it. But yeah, like normally Tassin marks only move when their ultimate is up. And then it doesn't move when it's not up. Hers, on the other hand, is moving. Is it because I can technically use my ultimate?
Life or death, no alternative.
Okay, maybe that's why. Oh, shoot. Her tacit mark oh wait, never mind. I'm tripping. I thought it disappeared. Okay, it's still moving. Let's see.
The soul never entombed.
Yeah, maybe they update the game. Possibly. Now let's see. Wow, that's actually interesting. Hers is moving this entire time. I think that might be a glitch though, because it's only moving on the inside of the ribbon. The outside isn't moving. So I think that might be a textural glitch. Wait, is the other part moving too? Kinda, but not all the way. Yeah, because normally the way it works, right? The way it works is when your ultimate is up, that's why it moves. It's kind of big. Oh yeah, I mean, it is big. It's a big tattoo mark for sure. But normally it only moves when your ultimate is ready. I think that might be a little bit of a glitch though, because not all of it was moving just now. Versus if I try to pull her ultimate up now. Hey, what's up, Ion? That's actually probably way to the vibration side of Ion.
We were the erased.
Alright, there we go.
I feel nothing.
That I feel nothing hit. Something serious. Alright, there we go. Okay. Now her ultimate is ready. And yeah, her whole task mark is moving. So yeah, I think that might have been like a little bit of a visual glitch. But yeah, normally speaking, it moves when your ultimate is ready. Expectation for the next update. Well, just to keep it general, because like I said, this stream, like I said, we're gonna get whatchamacallit done pretty efficiently. The Dreaming Deep thing. I actually need to head there now. Let me do my dailies though. And because like I said, I'm gonna literally make a whole video about like what I think is gonna happen. Not even just next update. I am gonna make a speculation video about the rest of Renacita. I think I have an idea of what the rest of Renacita is gonna look like. So yeah, I'll be making that. But just generally speaking, I mean, yeah, we're gonna go to the hunting grounds, you know. We're gonna go there. We're going to figure out what is gonna happen with like I guess the key issues, right? Without going into specifics. We are going to figure out what's going on in the hunting grounds. We're gonna figure out what it is that Imperador left for Rover. We're going to figure out honestly, like what's going on with Rover as a character. And I guess we'll learn some more stuff about the Tidal Blight. I guess those will be like some of the big key issues. Obviously, I think we'll have more information when Augusta's thing comes out, right? Because we're supposed to be getting, if you all remember, we still have to get that news story thing based around Augusta's past. Maybe we'll probably get some information surrounding why they want to kill her, why the nobility want Augusta dead, basically. So yeah, it was up Blackstorm. Hey, Jilmy, how you doing? Probably related to the reverberation. Okay. There's an interesting lore about Sun Noir and Septimont after completing the Dragon Contagion quest. What are you referring to, Daco? You talking about like the whole thing with like the dragons basically being like the heralds, or not so much the heralds, because that was actually the opposite. The warning for the dark tide. Probably on the stream. Hey, Peeva's love, how you doing? 2025, in fact. How you doing?
This changes nothing.
When actually the first time that happened is 1,000 years ago. We don't have an exact date. I think it's probably closer to like, gosh, like we have information about the first dark tide. I don't know if it's thousands though. I don't think it's thousands, no. I'd say it's more likely hundreds. More likely hundreds of years ago. But we don't have an exact date. It could even be close to 1,000, but I don't know if it's like multiple thousands of years ago.
To arrival.
The challenge is not the Dragon Dream Contagion. Som Noir challenge in Septimont. Oh, you talking about Dream Patrol, Nightmare, and all that stuff? She seems to be a commoner who rose to power as opposed to the nobility's power. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably has something to do with that. I mean, likely has something to do with the whole fact of her, you know, stopping the bloody Aegon. They don't seem too jazzed about that fact. Let's see. Hey, good afternoon. How's it going? Okay, got you, Daco. I'm about to say we could probably do that today then. So we'll do Dreaming Deep, and we'll do. I guess we do the Nightmare thing in Septimont. And then, like I said, I gotta go dark for the next couple days. I might not stream on Monday. We'll see. If I do, maybe it'll be like a quick stream. So like I said, I can focus on getting, because I actually have a couple videos that I'm planning to make.
Oh,
almost done with the scripts for them. Boom. All right, hello. And then there's another one up here.
Oh, a little treasure, perhaps?
This place is kind of cool. Let's see. Where are we at? All right, here we go.
What we want has a way of
yeah.
appearing when least expected.
So, guidebook, complete daily. Okay. Honestly, shout out to I've got to remember her name. Layla, I think her name is. Shout out to Layla. Like, she's honestly had like the glow up of the century. Have y'all been like paying attention to this world quest? Wait, no, why is she here again? Lelia. Oh shoot, that's a big bird. And a pizza. Yes, I'm playing on, oh actually no, right now I'm playing on my laptop. Yeah, like I'm streaming off the PC, playing on the laptop, but I'm using a controller. So the night in training as well. Yeah, true. Good to see you. I tried out a family recipe today. Oh, what do you have in store for me today? Poppy used to make this for me when I was little, and I wanted to recreate these flavors. It's called sweet and tangy risotto. Let me know what you think. You take a bite of the risotto, feeling like you swallowed a ball of flame. A searing intense heat ignites your mouth. Sheesh. Your face is turning red. Are you all right? Why is it so spicy? That's strange. Let me try. Oh no, I mixed up the Jimberry jam with chili sauce. Be careful about mixing up your sugar and salt next time, all right? I'll fix it. Wait, water first. Okay, so yeah, on my other account though, I guess on this account, I haven't gotten that far yet. But on my other account, she's back here now. Like, she's not in the front, she's actually back here with Margarita. And she used to go from like feeding you food that would literally take the HP of your entire team. I ate something from her and my entire team's HP went to 1. And I was like, yo, she almost killed us. And now, on my other account at least, her food heals you now. So yeah, she came along with laptop. That's actually crazy that it isn't tweaking right now. The game performance downgraded so bad after Septimont. Really? Well, I have a really good laptop, to be fair. I have a really good laptop. Yeah, the Night in Septimont as well. Yeah, it's like these. I see the progression. Fully Leviathans, in my opinion, it feels more like Leviathan co-opting a pre-existing waveform phenomenon and modifying it for Paradise. It's actually a really good question. I could see the Dark Tide being fully Leviathans, but I think the idea here is that Leviathan is using a pre-existing, just the etheric sea. It's kind of like an energy source for it, you know? Or like it's like it has the power to manipulate the etheric sea more so. Looking forward to see that shit. Hey, what's up, Dan? I think we will have official live stream for patch 2.6 faster than normal because we are in 2 of August and the entire new stuff is like, we will have 2 main stories. Okay, that's crazy. Sheesh. Yeah, like that. I mean, so Daniel, I don't know if you were aware of this, maybe you are, but they said that we were getting, this patch wasn't gonna be as long, you know? Dajin is such a satisfying character to play as, man. Like, legitimately, her attacks are just...
Oblivion.
Oh gosh, she's so satisfying. All right, let's see. Where is it? It's somewhere around here, I think, isn't it? Oh yeah, here it is, right there. My PC one's WUWA better than Expedition. Oh, well, I mean, Wuthering Waves is a lot easier to run. Yeah, I'd say so. It's optimized for like mobile and stuff, so I'm not surprised. Not to mention, Expedition 33, as good of a game as it is not the easy. What I don't know if it's the best optimized game. Because like even with my computer, I had some screen tearing at first, but then I had to like let it I just waited a little bit. Like basically when I changed the configurations for it, there was screen tearing, and then I waited for a little bit, and then it just kind of went away on its own. So I don't know. It's kind of weird. Aren't Therodians born from the waveborn phenomenon? Question mark. No. Hey, what's up, Ren? Yeah, no, they are not. They're not born from the waveborn. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. It was really funny on Twitter. I made a statement, right? And I was like, yeah, you know, a lot of people keep running with all these false narratives, right? Like, oh, Rover's OP, or oh, Phrolova is the way she is because of Rover. It's all Rover's fault. Or, whatchamacallit? You know, Rover created the Sentinels, or like stuff like that. And then it was so funny because somebody came to my chat, I mean, into that comment, and they were like, wait, Rover didn't create the Sentinels? I was like, oh my gosh, that is hilarious. Because they were being genuine. They were just like, wait, Rover didn't do it? I was like, no. And there's somebody who's followed me for a while, and they did not know that Rover didn't create the Sentinels. So I think the thing is, well, this is why I said I have a lot of videos I have to work on, because essentially what I need to do is I need to make videos that essentially explain a lot of the like beginning game core concepts. So yeah, I'm probably gonna have to do that. So how are the Therodians born, or why? Because they seem to have not existed before the first lament. Yeah. So I only knew Therodians are born from lament, IDK. They're not really born from the lament. They're a result of the lament, but they're not born from the lament. Don't Sentinels come from Therodians? No. All right, y'all. Okay, you know what we're gonna do, everybody? Do me a favor, all right? You know what? I'm going to have to do a class. I'm gonna have to do a class stream. Heralds of the Lament. Yeah, like I'm just gonna have to do a class stream where I explain. So look, hey, what's up, boys? I'm gonna make an announcement in Discord, and I'm gonna just be like, you know what, I would just ask me as many questions as you can think of, and then I'll just go through them one by one and answer them, and that'll just be a video. Because yeah. So the thing about it is, just to answer those quick questions, right? And I guess sometimes, you know, you don't even know what you don't know, right? Like, it's like, well, hey, look, I didn't know that I didn't know where Sentinels came from, or I didn't know that I didn't know where Therodians came from. Now, where Sentinels come from, that's not something that we actually 100% know, but it's something that we can have a pretty solid estimation on. But Therodians, we 100% know where they came from. And at the end of 2.4 Part 2, it was confirmed, or it was essentially further elaborated on, when the Leviathan said that it was born from the, essentially like the collective subconscious, specifically the negative collective subconscious of civilization. Whatchamacallit explains, Imperator explains it as well at the end of 2.2. That's where Therodians come from. They come from people. They come from people. They're not counterparts to Therodians, no. They're more like an answer than a counterpart. They didn't just show up because Therodians showed up. They showed up seemingly because they were sent here. Question is, who sent them, right? I believe, you know, will help Rover remember his past with Phrolova. Interesting. Hey, Arena-chi. You can tell me if I'm saying that right or not. I always thought that Rover was just someone with an administrator rights on the Sentinels. Yes, you are correct. That is what Rover is. Basically, I explained Rover kind of like Naruto, where it's just like the Sage of Six Paths didn't create the Cubies, or the whatever they're, you know, QB is one of them, but didn't create the tail beast, but they are like they have charge over the tail beast. Hey, what's up, Andreas? Hey, Marcin, how you doing? Wait, theory. What if Sentinels are the reutilized echoes of the Nodens? I mean, that's an idea, but it seems I think they're a little bit more intentionally created than that. Personally, of the moon itself can absorb all memories from the earth. Yes, agreed. That is true. Is it what Rover said? Make Phrolova obsessed? Is it what Rover said? Didn't it make Phrolova obsessed with reviving the town and the people because she learned the way to promise from him? So the thing about it is, right? The best movie is the next movie. Interesting. The thing about it is, Rover put Phrolova on like a path, you could say, right? You could say that Rover put Phrolova on a path. Or gave her like an idea, right? But first of all, she's the one who kind of misconstrued what Rover said, first of all. And like I said, Arena, you can let me, Renachi, I think it is, you can let me know if I'm saying that right or not. But she's the one who put Phrolova on the path that, like, Rover is the one that put Phrolova on that path. But at the end of the day, you have to think about this. One, she wasn't actually doing bad stuff as soon as Rover said that. You know, like Rover didn't say, hey, start over. And then she immediately was like, all right, I'm going to go do all this stuff. Right. She was just researching and she talked about all those failures. Right. The thing that it wasn't until, at least in my perspective, until she joined the Fraxidus, that's when things got rough. Right. That's when things got rough. Not before, after. So I don't, hold on. Give me a quick second. All right. So much cool things about Rover's the first. Oh yeah, true. Hey, what's up, T-Money? Maybe throwers didn't come from negative subconsciousness. I think they came from the most primal and monomaniacal parts of our subconscious parts, like conflict and unity. Well, I mean, no, it is negative. The game literally says it. Like it's the game literally says negative. Let me see. Okay. All right, let's go. Let's get in here. All right. Yeah, it's fine. Or just say airy. Oh, okay, that works. Really enjoy vids as I thought I was going crazy, as people seem to just neglect understanding Rover the past few weeks and just blindly follow Phrolova. Yeah. The thing is, people just want to react a lot. Like I made a tweet about it, and I was basically saying, I can read it to y'all real quick. Let's see. I made a tweet, and in the tweet, I said words, like a lot of words, I promise. There were a lot of big fancy words too. It was crazy. I was popping off. I was like, all right, so, so I said, the Dunning-Kruger effect is, you know what? I'll just show y'all the tweet. Before we get started, I'll just show y'all the tweet. Let's see, Chrome. Am I connected to X on here? I think I am. Yep, I am. Oh, that's delicious. Doop-a-doop-doo, commercial break. Okay. So this is what I said. I said the Dunning-Kruger effect is pervasive in this community regarding the story and the lore. It's like they just want to be emotional or grandstand about something that they don't understand, rather than seeking clarity first because they think they know more than they do. Probably a society issue. Good night, good luck on your work life. Okay, got you, Nix. Thank you so much. And that's what I'm seeing a lot, honestly. Like, I'm seeing this a lot. And so then, and I'll read it one more time, just for, so it gets everybody in everybody's head. The Dunning-Kruger effect is pervasive in this community regarding the story and the lore. It's like they just want to be emotional, emotional or grandstand about something that they don't understand, rather than seeking clarity first because they think they know more than they do. Probably a society issue, and I legitimately feel that way. It's a society problem, really. Because that happens in a lot of things where people just want to immediately say something about something before they actually take the time to really think. Did I finish finding all the torn pages? Where specifically are you referring to? And so then I posted this, which is basically explaining the Dunning-Kruger effect. So this is what I meant. This is the Dunning-Kruger effect. Hey, what's up, Julia? So you start here with confidence, right? We have confidence. You know what, fine, I'll just bring the laptop up here. Here we go. Ooh. So we have confidence. The higher, like really high confidence, really high knowledge in a field, right? And then this is the bottom, low confidence, low knowledge in a field. So at the point at which somebody has low confidence and low knowledge in a field, like right here, they're like, huh? Like, I don't understand what's going on. Then a couple seconds later, you know, you start doing a little bit of research, just a little bit, right? And then you think you know everything. You have super high confidence, but your actual knowledge in the field is still like right here. But they just think they know everything. Like, oh, I did like a little bit more research than the average person, and now I think I just know everything, basically. Then, right? When you get a little bit more, you start to realize, you know what? I think there's more to this than I thought. And your confidence starts to go down a little bit. The more you learn, you start to realize, oh wait, there's actually more to this than I thought. Then the more you learn, you're like, oh my gosh, there's actually so much, I'm never going to understand this. Then as you start getting further, all right, it's starting to make sense, you know, it's getting a little bit better. And then as you're reaching like some of the highest levels of knowledge, this is when you just get to that point of like, I promise you, trust me, it's complicated. And that's where your confidence, you're not like at the top anymore. You're like, look, I'm probably one of the most knowledgeable people and I don't even fully get all of it. And that's why the confidence, but like I said, a lot of people are stuck at this level right here. A lot of people where they have not that much knowledge of a thing, but they have sky high confidence like they know everything. And then they'll be like, oh, you know, and this is why I said, somebody asked like, when I did this, somebody was like, life lessons job as a teacher at school, trust me. And I was like, I actually come from a family of teachers, so close. Somebody was like, where was it? Is this in regards to specific subjects in the lore, or is this just a general assessment? And I was basically like, it's a general assessment. Because there's people who be like, oh, the lore isn't that good. The people who say the lore isn't that good, right here. Now you can say it's not your preference, that's totally fine. But if somebody's just like, oh yeah, the lore is really not that good, right? It's just bad, it's shallow, it's not that deep or whatever. Then that's when this is them right there. Or when people say things like, Rover is OP, same thing, right? You're taking me back to right here because Rover is definitely not overpowered. Rover created the Sentinels. No, we've never heard that ever. All we heard was that Rover is in charge of the Sentinels, which is a totally different thing. That's like saying that your manager at work is God. Like, oh yeah, you know, my manager, yeah, I was birthed and created by my manager or something like that. And it's like, no, they're just in charge. That's it. They're just in charge of the Sentinels. And I was like, Phrolova is like this because of Rover. And so then it was so funny because I was like, wait, Rover didn't create the Sentinels? Then how did they come to be? I've always heard the word Rover created Sentinels. Exactly. Because that's something that people say, but it's not necessarily true. Hey, what's up, Twitch viewer 55? Was the scene in the concert hall the first time Rover and Phrolova met? I felt like I was missing some context. I didn't play the Black Shores quest. You should. First of all, you should play the Black Shores quest. It's really good. Especially if you're somebody who cares about like the story, because Black Shores is huge. I'm gonna be making, like I said, I'm gonna be working on some videos for that in time. But yeah. But is that the first time we met? I mean, it's the first time we know that they met. It seems like it's the first time they met. You know, she just kind of just like comes up talking to like, it would not make sense if it was not the first time they met. That's what I would say. Because otherwise, why would she react the way that she did to Rover? With like, oh wow, like, you know, you didn't clap, and you know, she was surprised that somebody understood her to that degree. Matter of fact, I think in her notebook, she literally said, I met someone today. In her notebook, she literally says, I met someone today. So yeah, that was the first time that they met. But yeah, so I just thought that was a little bit funny because that person was like, wait, and that person's somebody who follows me. That's not somebody who's just like randomly trying to like, you know, grandstand or act like they know everything. They were genuinely like surprised because they thought that that was the case. And it's like, no, Rover didn't create the Sentinels. So yeah. I found an amazing show with a great critique of the story, but the guy struggles to get 100 views on videos. Yeah, do we know if the Midnight Podcasts are canon? Question mark. You talking about? I'm pretty sure they are. Yeah. Yeah, Marston. I mean, look at my channel. Like, look at my channel compared to like. And I'm just gonna be honest. Like, compared to, whatchamacallit, compared to like drama content. Like, yeah, it's not easy. It's kind of rough, honestly. I am hoping that things get better. Like, I've seen content creators who have done like, I've seen like Genshin content creators who like, let's be honest, they were sponsored by Koro to do content, and those same content creators, like, even their videos weren't getting that many views. Like, that tells you a lot. And these are like some of the big ones, like the multiple hundreds of thousand subscriber channels. So it's definitely, I feel like I know the reason why though. And the reason why is, it's kind of sad, but I think people don't realize the negative effects that happen when you have it's about perception. That's the thing. Perception equals reality for a lot of people. Perception is not reality, but it equals reality for a lot of people. And so when people perceive a space to be a certain way, and I'm like, so basically the thing is, a lot of people perceive the Western content creator space as just drama. Like, that's what it, like, there are genuinely people who are interested in, like, I can give you a perfect example, Marco Meatball, right? Like, whenever he streams Wuthering Waves, like the story, he's not, like, he might talk about the music here and there, but he's really just, you know, talking about the story and analyzing the story or whatever, right? And he gets like a lot of views for that. But the reason why is because he's such a big creator that he's able to break through the noise. Whereas for somebody like myself or other smaller content creators, it's a lot harder for us to break through the noise. That's kind of what it comes down to. It's like, because it's hard for us to break through the noise, even though there is an audience for it, they just don't know we exist. And that's kind of where the problem comes in. Like, a lot of people think Marco is the only content creator in the entirety of the Western Hemisphere that covers Wuthering Waves in a mature fashion. It's not true, but that's just what people think, because to them, the only other people that actually exist is whatchamacallit, just drama stuff. And so because of that perception, a lot of people stop watching content from the West, and they just all only watch content from like Chinese creators or something like that, or they just stop watching this type of like Wuthering Waves content on YouTube in general. You know, I used to have a situation like that when I first joined like the Genshin community. If there's one thing you gotta subscribe out of me, I'm getting old, and this 2.5 patch quite literally just made me unsubscribe to several channels who prioritize overreacting. Oh wow. Well, thank you very much. I am very grateful, and I mean, that's just not the type of person that I am. I'm gonna think through things before speaking. Let me bring that down a little bit. But yeah, like when I first joined Genshin for the very first time, I almost stopped playing the game. And I'm a very confident human being, right? I don't let other people's opinions sway me. I can listen to good arguments, and if somebody has a good argument, then yeah, I'll be willing to change my opinion. But I'm not just gonna go along with something unless it can actually convince me. And what happened when I started being a part of the Genshin space is I saw nothing but drama when I first started watching YouTube content for Genshin. I can literally tell you what I saw. I saw people complaining about lesbian ships, saying, "Oh, you can't ship this person with this person, or you can't ship Ningguang with this person, or you can't ship Beta with this person because they're lesbians." And I was just like, "What?" I'm just playing the game. That never occurred to me ever, right? And then I see other people arguing about free to play should die and whales should die and stuff like that, and I'm just like, huh? I'm like, what the heck? This is so weird. Like, this is like genuinely baffling me why people are arguing about these things. I'm like, it's a game, bro. Play your game the way you want to play your game, sure. But like, why are you arguing with people about this? It didn't make sense to me. And then you had other people, specifically like in the content creator space, like pandering. It was like, I saw a lot of pandering to like, just like certain groups and things of that nature. And I was just like, this doesn't feel like it's genuine. It feels like you're just doing this to get people on your side or whatever. And I was just really kind of disgusted. Like, just genuinely, I was disgusted when I saw it. And I was like, I almost just stopped looking at content creation stuff entirely on YouTube for Genshin, right? And then after that, what ended up happening was this. When I started playing the game, whenever I would look at, whenever I look at Ningguang or Beto, I would think about those arguments that people were having, right? Whenever I would, think about spending money or something like that, I would think about those arguments that people were having. And I just kind of got to the point where I was like, yo, this is putting a sour taste in my mouth, even to want to enjoy the game. It took me a little bit of time to like get over that and be like, all right, screw that. I'm not going to let other people ruin my enjoyment of the game. But it was just like, that was legitimately a thing. And so I was basically almost to the point where I was like, you know what? I'm just not going to watch content on YouTube anymore. I'm just not going to watch content creators for this game, because clearly there's nothing here that would actually interest me. Until I saw Ashikai. I saw Ashikai on YouTube, and I saw her lore content for Genshin. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is beautiful. This is so good. And I just started watching her videos. And then I saw Chillin' with Astrid, and I saw Silicone 1-4, Teyvat Historia, Island and XD. I just started watching all the lore content that I could find. I found this guy, his name's Roffler. He's actually, I think he's made a Wuthering Waves video before, but he makes like .exe videos, right? And he has like, he's been doing that. He's been, they were really good. I enjoyed them. So I say all of that to say that it was when I found those content creators who are making that type of content, that's when I started actually getting more interested in the game and enjoy, or like in the content creation space and just the community as a whole. Like, that's when I was like, okay, you know what? There's more to it than just this. And in a lot of ways, that's what I try to be for the community. Like, it's a lot harder, obviously, because those guys are getting like hundreds of thousands of views and can actually pay their bills. And you know, hopefully one day with Wuthering Waves, we can get to that point. Even if it's not that high, because like obviously Genshin has a way bigger fan base, but it doesn't even need to be that high. Like, I would take 50,000 views. Like, I don't need 100,000 views or 300,000 views. I'd take 50 to 60, 70, whatever. Like, you know what I mean? But yeah, like I said, that was the content that really kind of made me not leave the space. And so, no, we just started BitX. And so, the thing about it is, the reason why I said all that is because right now, a lot of people in the Wuthering Waves community are at the point like me, how I was when I first was interested in Genshin stuff, where they come to the space and all they see is drama, and they basically just say, you know what? I think I'm just gonna leave. Because like I said, it's a lot, like for somebody like me, it's a lot harder for my videos, like especially because like, let's just say on a good day, I might get like to 1,000 views in a day, right? Like on my lore videos. I had one lore video that got to like 3,000 views in one day, which was really great. But usually it takes a little bit of time for them to grow, right? And so the problem is, it's like if somebody makes a drama video and that video gets like 6,000 views after a day or so, like obviously YouTube is going to recommend that video over my lore video. You see where that's where the issue kind of comes into play. And so, well, yes, it is possible, but like I said, this is why Marco's videos do so well, because he has the numbers to basically boost his video in the algorithm so that enough people can actually see it. Whereas for my videos, currently at least, and a lot of other small content creators, YouTube doesn't really recommend videos based on like what's in the video. YouTube recommends videos based on what, like just, it basically just says, oh, you cover Wuthering Waves, and it just puts everything in the same category. So it's a lot harder because people don't normally fix their algorithm. They just start ignoring the space altogether. And so as a result, all they see is one type of video, and then they just say, all right, arrivederci, I'm out, I'm gonna go somewhere else. So yeah, it makes it harder. And essentially what the drama stuff is doing is it's filtering out people. Like the drama stuff is literally filtering out viewers from the platform. Like I said, just like it almost did to me when I was looking at Genshin stuff, people will join the community, they'll see all the drama, and then they'll leave. It's kind of unhealthy. Because what ends up happening is it's really great for the person doing the drama, because that means that they're able to, you know, essentially dominate the space. But then for people who aren't as interested in drama, they just leave. And so then it kind of brings a net negative to the community as a whole. And then the question becomes, well, when the next shiny game comes out and the drama people go to that next shiny game, well, what's left in terms of like the community for Wuthering Waves? At that point, the damage has been done. So that's why, at least for me, I'm trying to do my best, at least, to grow and show people that they're, like I said, in the same way that, like I said, Ashikai and those other creators in Genshin, the lore creators, were a shining light for me. I'm just trying to be that shining light for other people so that they don't, you know, just leave the community altogether, basically, thinking that there's nothing here. So yeah, that's, you know, rant over, but that's kind of the situation right now. I mean, like I said, we are growing, which is great. Don't get me wrong. We're growing. But yeah, I'm just hoping that, you know, we can do so in a timely manner. So like I said, so people don't just abandon altogether. Because the reality is when one person grows, who's doing positive content, it actually affects everybody. Like when it's like, it's essentially this kind of concept of like rising tides lift all ships, right? If you have a bunch of different ships in the ocean, when the tides rise, like when one ship goes up, everybody else kind of goes up. So it's a community effort sort of thing. So, because right now it feels like the community is relatively fragmented, in my opinion. It feels relatively fragmented right now. And so, yeah. I have faith Spanish community is doing great with the drama. Maybe Ian will too one day, hopefully. Doing great with the drama. Oh, you mean like it's not as bad? Is that what you mean, Doro? I just really follow the CC, so I don't know about that on YouTube. Yeah, I don't have an idea about that kind of drama on Genshin back then. The only thing that made me upset about Genshin community was when I still played Honkai Impact and started calling Honkai Impact copying Genshin. Yo, yeah, I mean, that probably was part of it too, Ran. Like I said, there was a lot of different things that affected different people. Like I know a guy who made MMDs, if you guys know what MMDs are. He used to make them for Genshin, but the shipping community basically ran him out. Like he used to make MMDs and he was actually pretty big, and the shipping community over there basically like, they didn't cancel him, but they just made his life so hard that he just stopped doing the content altogether. And now he actually does it for Wuthering Waves, interestingly enough. Oh, okay, got you, Doro. Yeah, Marcin, they were getting sponsored and stuff. Yeah, I know. I feel like that was the beginning of the game's life when they were doing that, because they were just trying to get numbers. But but I think they're trying to improve that now. But yeah. Hey, what's up, Max? This reminded me of the signal to noise ratio lecture I had in my uni yesterday. But I am glad that at least you have found your niche. Yeah, exactly. The thing about it is, it's not like drama is not going to go away. Like drama content are like Thrononians in a way. Like it's not going to go away. But the issue isn't so much that it's not about whether drama goes away or not. It's about whether or not the positive stuff is able to reach the same level. Because the thing about it is, Genshin has drama still. Even to this day, they still have drama content. But people don't see it as much because there's so much more of the positive stuff. Excuse me. You see what I'm saying? Like there's drama content for sure in Genshin, but there's so much more of the positive stuff that people don't see it as much. Because the thing is, there's a lot more large channels that do positive content versus just the drama stuff. You see what I'm saying? Because like drama channels, for the most part, have like a cap with how big they grow. Whereas the more positive stuff oftentimes has a way higher ceiling. And so the difference here is that in Wuthering Waves, the community, we don't have as many bigger content creators who are creating positive stuff. And so that's where the disparity comes. Because the reality is, it's not so much that the drama stuff is going to go away, because it's not. It's kind of a human nature thing. But what has to happen is that the content creators who are making the positive stuff need to grow. That's what makes the difference. It's more so just having that alternative versus one thing being, because the thing is, even if, think about it like an addiction, right? It's like you can get rid of the addiction, you can get rid of the drugs, you can throw the drugs away, but if there's nothing there to replace it, those drugs just get replaced with different drugs. So what you have to do is, what we as a community, we have to uplift people who are creating positive stuff. So that way it replaces, like it's an alternative, it's providing an alternative to the bad stuff. That's essentially what has to happen. But it came a big thing about him. He was an upcoming low creator. Oh. I only see Dota 2.4, only covering the first part 2.4, and there's a plan for continuing, but I don't see anything. Anyone know about it? Yeah, I mean, yeah, and like I said, those are the problem. And I'm not trying to be rude, but the issue is people are expecting Wuthering Genshin creators to be WUWA creators. It's not the same. That, like, I think that's the problem. Like, they'll probably play the game here and there, but their main audience is Genshin. And so, yeah, it's like, not trying to be like, you know, rude, but it's not, they're not going to save the Wuthering Wave space. What has to happen is like people have to start supporting the people who are actually making Wuthering Waves content. That's what has to happen. But like I said, I do think that the community is going in a better direction. I will say that, but it's going to take a little bit of time. Like Wuthering Waves started doing the Kuro Fest, right? The Kuro Fest stuff with like the animations and all that. And I do think that they're trying to focus more on community building stuff now. And hopefully once they do that, then we'll start getting that rise in that sort of stuff. So yeah, Ran, I think that's the case too. Well, I hope so anyway. I hope so. But all right, let's get to this. Yeah, like I said, it's alternatives at the end of the day. I'm sure we'll be at late game lore when most people finally understand 1.3 Camellia Quest. Yeah, likely. The light flickers on. They're back in theater. Again, Theater 5 didn't deliver the dreamlike world you imagined. Looks like you just nodded off in your seat. What's going on, Abby? You there? No response. All right, we're gonna go through this a bit quick because we read it already. You slid back into the same hallway. Okay, you made it, to be honest. Okay. Cinema Solaris is facing some unexpected issues. We lost our connection to the other layers of the Somme Noir. I'm afraid we're all trapped here. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Did someone deliberately cut the connection? Where are all the posters? Hey, what's that on the wall? The submerged slumber stirs, ready to rise. Slumberer. Oh, shoot. The submerged slumberer. So that's an entity. Something that is submerged, slumbering, is stirring, and it's ready to rise. Oh, ghosts, offer your creations. Only one shall survive after the curtain falls. I thought it said the submerged slumber. It's submerged slumberer. Interesting. Okay. Is this some macabre joke? When did that writing get there? Who'd be bored enough to do something like that? We should split up to check the cinema corridors and equipment for any clues. Hold on. Do we really have to do that? I'm not loving the vibe right now. What if there's someone else who wrote it? A 10th person. This is classic whodunit straight out of the suspense films. Self-proclaimed detective's words cast a strange tension over the room. Come now, everyone. Let's all gather here in 15 minutes. After a brief discussion, the group splits into pairs to search for clues, as the director suggested. Better safe than sorry. Interesting. Okay. Looks like you're my trusty sidekick in this, Yor. No worries. I'll try my best. Too eager. Real sidekicks need to have the guts to question everything. Bet you're thinking, why is this girl acting like we're old pals? We just met. Good. That's exactly the mindset I need from you. All right, partner. Oh, and just so you know, I'm not exactly the fighting type. I mean, look at me. If things get dicey, it's all up to you. All right. All right. Cool. Oh, I'm level 20. So I can go through this faster now. It started me at level 20. Okay, that's dope. That's actually great. Oh man, we take those. We take those. Oh man, you'll love to see it. All right, let's see. Hey, like, do you know the answer to get the good ending? There were only 2 options, so I'm going to just I did the wrong option last time. So I guess I just have to do the other one to get the good ending. In the shadowy corridor of the cinema, a movie poster snags your gaze. Ooh, I'm level 20, should be your meme. What? Beneath the looming silhouette of the colossal iron tower, two young girls stand, their gaze fixed on a pier point beyond the horizon. Engrossed in idle chatter, they discuss some trivial matter. I heard your project finally made progress on deciphering that light, so what exactly is it? A movie poster snags your gaze. Okay, so this is a movie poster. Beneath the looming silhouette of a colossal iron tower, two young girls stand and their gaze fixed on a point far beyond the horizon. Engrossed in idle chatter, they discuss some trivial matter. So it's two girls. Okay. I heard your project finally made progress on deciphering that light, so what exactly is it? Progress? Not a chance. That light only existed for less than a second this year. The fact that our receivers managed to detect it 5 times in a row is already a miracle. Oh, come on. Didn't you say before that the light came from the deepest reaches of the universe? Who in their right mind would be so bored as to shine a laser point at our distant little planet once every year? Yeah, who would be that bored? Wait, you're not even trying to argue with me? Because I can't. In truth, we ran tests on that light last year. Almost every result indicates that those 1-second pulses contained an immense amount of information. Based on the frequency distribution analysis, the entropy level of the language embedded within those pulses is approximately 30. Wait, what's with that face? Do you even know what language entropy is? Of course I do. I mean, it's, it's just language entropy. If I remember correctly, it refers to the complexity of a language. The higher the entropy level, the more intricate its structure and the greater its information capacity. The most complex language known to exist in the world today has an entropy level of only 9. That's actually crazy. Does the brave girl look like the goddess from the first part? The one who gives light bulb thingy? Nah, not really. I just realized the girl that we set in the black with black hair is the same girl that sits next to us in the theater. Yes, Prodigal, it is the same girl, correct. Interesting. Scared? Reduce, okay, how about we learn this language? Reduce max films by 30%, restore all film rolls. The moment the thought crystallizes, oh wait, I was just thinking, if we ever get into an argument with someone who speaks a level 30 language, how the heck would we win? The moment the thought crystallizes, I want to understand the language. Your mind is flooded, a deluge of information crashes into you. Your consciousness latches onto something colossal, something bound together into a matrix in a distant time and space. Wait a second. The echoes of every song you've ever heard reverberate through your synapses. Through their consciousness, you gain new sight. What is that? A black-haired figure, weapon in hand. Is that you? How far ahead does this future lie? What? Hold the phone. If I'm understanding that right, they're saying that there's something distant in the far distance, a civilization that isn't human uses level 30 language. I mean, we don't know if they're not human or not. We just know that they're really far away. We don't know whether the language is human. New language, possible Tether system language. It's just saying that there's some civilization extremely far away that uses entropy level 30 language, and an individual or a group of individuals. Didn't they say human language was only 9 levels? I think it said their language. I don't know if it was just saying human. I think they just said the only human language that we know to exist, I think is what it said. I can go back and check, but I think it said that we know to exist is level 9. That doesn't mean that there can't be another one. But yeah, and they're sending one light. So it's almost like they're sending it to a person who can essentially sending a check-in or whatever, hey, this is not the civilization, right? It's something else. I don't know, because we don't know enough about their civilization, to be fair. All we know is that they're saying, but the thing is too, it said, I need to go back and look at that, because it said something about Rover. Someone that looks like Rover from the future? You now stand in the outdoor plaza in the center of the memorial park where wooden embankments surround a stage. Wait, did you ever finish this event well this stage all the way. I did one time, but it wasn't the good ending apparently. You now stand at the outdoor plaza in the center of Memorial Park, where wooden embankments surround a stage and a lake. They say this spot is usually used for performances, but it's been abandoned ever since the last attack. You notice a familiar figure pacing back and forth nearby, her eyes scanning the area as she jots something down in her notebook. Okay. Usually used for performances, but it's okay. Her eyes scanning the area as she jots down something in her notebook. From the timing and patterns, these weren't premeditated attacks. The life forms were already lurking in the city, waiting to act once provoked. We can't eliminate the possibility that we're being controlled. That they're being controlled. The scorch marks and bullet holes suggest that the Flame Ranger took a heavy hit from the north. That means the life forms came from behind the stage. Were they targeting someone specific? No, wait, the timing doesn't add up. So instead of targeting a specific person, it's more likely they were drawn to certain signatures in the crowd and were acting on instinct when the attack started. Are you investigating the unidentified life forms? Yes, I'm collecting evidence and you must be... Ah, I see. I'm a temporary investigator with the public security. You seem to know a thing or two about these life forms. Mind sharing what you got? You share with the investigators your findings. So you're saying these things can mimic human traits but without full awareness. If that's the case, they don't sound like planned experiments. That also matches the combat traces we found. Abby, so do you think those Fraxidus goons are involved in this, Yinlin? Oh, so it's Yinlin, okay. Yinlin, Fraxidus, I'm unfamiliar with these names, but I did suspect some kind of criminal activity. Recently, there have been multiple reports of illegal trafficking in untraceable pharmaceuticals. These drugs claim to be capable of creating those monsters, curing diseases, or even granting superpowers like Flame Rangers. No matter how ridiculous the rumors may sound, as long as someone is profiting from these attacks, we can't rule out the possibility. Criminally motivated? Man, why does all this crazy stuff always happen in big cities? Hey, easy, Abby. Still, after some on-site investigations and profiling, I have to admit that these life forms are beyond my current understanding. It's most likely that these criminals are just petty thieves crashing in on the situation. I appreciate your help. Once we can narrow down the list of possible suspects, we'll be closer to solving this case. If everything goes as planned, we should have answers for the public within a few days. We appreciate the hard work, officer. Abby raises a paw and a playful salute, mimicking a public security officer. By the way, if you ever need help with those monsters, don't hesitate to ask. Yinlin joined your team. Alright. May our attack deals a large amount of additional damage to enemies with punishment. Sounds like a plan. A Doomslayer rover, the only thing they fear is you. Oh my gosh. I can't imagine if this content gets bigger. How can life handle the chat? I do my best. I do my best. Usually, I think what happens when things get bigger, usually I thought about this before, like if and when I get bigger and chat starts moving faster, it's a combination of things. One, if like somebody wants to say something directly to me, then it'll be like they'll at me, right? Two, I will probably, like I said, the best way to like, if somebody wants to talk to me specifically about something, I would just say, be here at the beginning of the stream. Because usually what I try to do in the beginning parts of the stream is, you know, I'll try to do my best to communicate and, you know, discuss things. Dang it. I should have chose Zani and Phoebe, but it's okay. We're here now. Where is, oh girl, where's she at? I mean, I guess I could use Lumi. Lumi's an option. I guess it doesn't matter though at that point. And why not? I don't know why I'm even thinking that hard about it, considering the way this game mode works. All right. But yeah, usually the beginning part of the stream is when I'll have like the most leeway to discuss things before we get into it. If it all gets bigger and bigger, we may need to erase our memories to let new information come to us. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I know that. I know about that concept. Yeah. I went back and read it again. I think Rover just saw themselves in the future. Maybe that level 30 language information contained past the future of all of Solaris 30. Yeah, exactly. Hey, what's up, Moon? I'll be lurking in the background. Enjoy. Thank you. Good to see you. After some wondering, you find yourselves back at Theater 1, the place where you watched your first film together. Once I played a story about heroes, Keisha joins. Cool. We did this one yesterday, yeah. Theater's too quiet. Stay back. Leave it to me. This is your readiness, okay? We like to look at that. Guess we're not in the suspense film anymore. That's, yep, I didn't see them here the first time. All right. Never met an audience this rude. They're coming right at us. It's up to you. Okay. And we'll just do this. There we go. Honestly, for what it's worth, we'll do this. Cool. Sometimes I don't like to go into public CC live streams because they're unable to read my comments because of too many people. Yeah, I understand that aspect as well. It's, you know, and like that for me, the biggest thing is like I try to do my best to respond to all the comments I can. Usually if I make a video and that's like I'll go through comments, and so if somebody's saying something to me in like my videos, and I can always just like answer them directly that way. Nightmares have found their way to the cinema now. How did this happen? They must have breached this place from the depths of the Sam Noir, this so-called cinema. Because I mean, that's how it works. It's just like, you know, if I want to be, if I want to be sustainable, you know, I have to grow. This is so-called Cinema Solaris. It's really just a special sonorosphere inside the Sam Noir. Once the connection is broken, the protection fades, the things hiding in the dark start crawling out. Like jackals fighting over the carcass of their prey. So she lets out a self-mocking chuckle. Somehow you get the feeling she knew this day would come. So it's a special sonoro inside the Sam Noir. Once the connection is broken and the protection fades, the things hiding in the dark start crawling out. Yeah, so we read that. If that's the case, the others still searching might be in danger. All right. Hey, if we hurry, we might catch a glimpse of the crime scene. We should get moving. Oh, I just wanted to lighten the moon. Okay. Even Sam Noir has sonorospheres inside it. Yeah, I mean, that's why I was saying I believe that Phrolova's Lost Beyond is in the Sam Noir. It exists within the Sam Noir. Let's see. Yeah, we can do that.
Quickly and swiftly.
I've been thinking for some time. I wish the best for you. If you ever get bigger, it seems to yourself like you smile and you're handsome. I'm so doted. Well, I'm very grateful. And yeah, trust me, I think one of the things about it is like, because I know who I am, you know? I think one of the things that happens a lot of times is people are kind of, you know what's funny? A lot of content creators are very similar to gacha companies. And what do I mean by that? So when gacha companies release a game, I don't know if you all have noticed this trend, but there's this thing that happens where companies are like trying to find themselves, you know? Like they release the game, but the game is still kind of like in a weird unknown state, right?
Still recognize me. Vow from the soul.
In the sense that it's still trying to find its identity. And a lot of times the community ends up shaping that identity, right? Yeah, the community ends up shaping the identity of a game. And it's like, oh, you know, maybe you thought it was going to be one way, but based on the community's sentiments, that game ends up changing because, oh, we want more waifus, or, oh, we want more, you know, so I think a perfect game to describe this is Zenless Zone Zero. Zenless Zone Zero as a game ended up changing a lot because of the community. And so, for example, maybe there were people who liked the TV mode originally, but because the community did not like TV mode as much, they ended up changing it. You see what I'm saying? And the question you have to ask yourself is, was that a good idea, right? Well, regardless of whether you ask that or not, the reality is still that they changed it because of the community. And I feel like a lot of content creators are that way. where they end up changing based, and this is what I was talking about when I said pandering. I saw a lot of content creators pandering to the community versus just being who they were to begin with.
Recognize me?
It's like, and maybe that's because they're just, you know, trying to get the bag, or maybe that's because they were still finding their identity as people. I fortunately know who I am. I don't need other people's validation. I've never been that way in my entire life. Like as a child, you know, growing up, school, and this is one of the reasons why I didn't have as many friends. I had friends, just not like a bunch of them, but it's because I didn't want to just be cool with people. You know what I'm saying? Just for the sake of like I'm okay with being by myself if there's nobody who's you know, resonates with me, I guess you could say, right? Like it's okay. It's like I'll manage. Whereas some people aren't able to do that. Some people are like not able to just be by themselves if the situation requires it. Because I wasn't gonna change for people. I knew the difference between right and wrong, and I was like, you know what? I see what these people are doing. This is not the road that I want to go down. So I'll just be alone until I find people that I can resonate and rock with. And eventually I did. But yeah. Snowbig route from normal game to incel penance. Yeah, Snowbreak was disappointing, man, because I play shooting games and I was actually excited about Snowbreak. Like I was legitimately excited about Snowbreak. And then, yeah, it just ended up going down that route. Have you gone over the information learned from the Midnight Podcast? With Phrolova specifically, we did talk about it. I probably could afford to go back through it again. I remember some of the information that we got from it. Instinct hums of a nursery rhyme drift into your ears. Mine's okay. Seeing the glory of the coming of the divine. All right. They stole the fruit of wrath. What? These sound like Bible verses, actually. Instinct hums of a nursery rhyme drift into your ears. The distorted sounds seem to have come from a far off place. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. Yeah, divine. They're trampling out injustices. They stole the fruit of wrath. You trace down the humming to its source, where you find a familiar gate. Through it, you find the mysterious singer, a girl surrounded by vibrant blooms. Hello, welcome to Dorothy's secret base. Don't worry, no monsters can come here. You're all spent, time for a rest. What's the rest of the song you were singing? If you're curious about it, make yourself at home, but please promise me you will never tell them about this place. Okay, if you're curious about it, I can sing it to you whenever you ask. They have loosed the fateful lightning, their terrible swift sword. Their truth is marching on. Glory, glory, Imperador. I learned this song from an elder sister from Renacida. Do you like it? Okay. I feel like those are like Bible verses changed up. Let me see. You could even say not on the same frequency. Yeah, exactly. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. But yeah, Ran. Probably just because the direction looks darker from the Phrolova part. I myself think the 2.5 is a happy ending, so I don't think it's gonna get darker just yet. Oh no, I think it's gonna get really bad. I think things are gonna get really bad from here on out. Like, so I'll explain it in the video, but I think things are going to get really bad from here on out. I think these are just gonna get worse and worse, actually. In the shadowy corridor of the cinema, a movie poster snags your gaze. Sun blazes overhead in the scene, casting a woman glow on everything below. Scattered around an artificial swimming pool are signs. Also, what's gonna get bad? Oh, just things in the story. Also, well, actually, you know what? Before I get into that, I'll wait. 2.6 is gonna get darker, 2.7 even darker, 2.8 not so dark. All right, Prodigal, you seem a little too confident. A little too confident. The sun blazes overhead in the scene, casting a warm glow on everything below. Scattered around an artificial swimming pool are signs in a jumble of toys sitting side by side. A young man and an elegantly dressed elder stares off in the distance. You're just a kid. You don't have the faintest idea of what you're researching. You've never been out of the city. I don't see how that has anything to do with my project. You know a lot, I'll give you that, but you haven't lived enough to really get it. Look at you, always holding on to your work. You guard it like it's some precious... Oh, okay, yeah, I remember this. Relic. Okay, so let me read this one more time. Stone bases overhead, the scene casting scattered around an artificial swimming pool. Signs in a jumble of toys sitting side by side. A young man, an elegantly dressed elder stare off in the distance. Okay, got it. Yeah, this was like the whole thing, like theoretical knowledge versus practical. All right. That's good about catching the measurable quantities, physics. Got it. We read this yesterday, so. You stand there frozen as something you've never known. They will come. All right, so you regret it and they will fear you. Okay, got it. Cool. Oh, going off what we got last time? Got you. All right, next book. You find no signs of nightmares in Theater 2, but the cold air still gnaws at you. Yep, looks like we're too late. Figure something seed, cause of death, arterial rupture, the wounds only a few centimeters, just long enough to slice the artery, no other injuries. No signs of those stats of discourse we saw earlier. A clean murder, time of death is about 10 minutes ago. Victim was attacked from the front. It's clear we saw she was killed by a single blow while facing her attacker from the switch in her tone. It's clear she really is a detective. All right, I remember this. The makeup kit she always carried with her is on the floor, its contents scattered everywhere. Look at the left carotid artery, a clean cut, same as the stunt double, and the angle suggests that she held the razor in the dominant hand to end her own life. Do you really think she killed herself? Someone else must have killed her. Bravo, glad we're not fooled by surface level theatrics. The murderer is someone else. Did she join your team? Chingli and Sanhua join your team? Okay. Cool. Back to Hong Long, there might be get dark, I guess. Yeah, I think we're gonna go back to Hong Long for sure. When Cho Yuan, a sudden unexpected chill grips you in Theater 2. From the moment you're back in the snowy mountain, facing some kind of problem, just like the girl in the story, motives are often buried beneath layers of words. Okay. No loose ends. Causes suicide is to chalk it up to a murder-suicide driven by guilt or emotional turmoil. But if we makeup designers' goal was to kill the stunt double, that why suggest searching in pairs in the hall? Okay, yep. What motive would she have to do this? It doesn't add up. Exactly. Before detective, this alone isn't enough. We exist for the full truth and all of the clues of the world. Only the 3 pillars of deduction: who, how, and why never lie. A real detective never ignores motive. All right. It's still, I'm about to meet up with the others. Let's head back and fill them in on what we found. All right. Now, 2 bodies lie cold in the cinema. Despite the cinema growing more and more unstable, by the minute since losing its connection to the sang noir, the evidence doesn't point to a nightmare tacit discord, but a human. All right, yes, it's a human. All right, we got that information. There's the book. Let's go. This one should be easy. Lovely. We'll take that. Okuro makes more quests or events in the previous areas. I really feel like Redecita wasn't used enough. Yeah, I do think there's some spots that I'd like to see as well. Possibly that we go back into those areas. Persia among the mountains of the Am was built around hot springs. It appears once every 17 years. Donjin's over there. Oh, okay. Oh, where can I find those linguist-shaped pastries I had last time and relaxing in these hot springs for so long? It'd be nice to bring some milk back for Mama and the others. Okay. Was built around hot springs that appear once every 16 years. Steam rises in a warm amber glow, contrasting with the snowy landscape. A comforting sight below. Okay. Excuse me, do you know if there's a place that sells pastries and milk nearby? The inn at the town entrance might have something similar, but you probably don't want to go there now. Why? What happened? 2 groups of thugs were just fighting there. It's dangerous. Even tables and chairs were wrecked. I see. I heard about the unrest in the frontier. Never imagined the sacred mountain would be caught up in it too. Are you also here on a visit? Yes, I'm actually here on a vacation with my family. We don't get to be together too much, so I wanted to show them around this mountain. We'll have to wait another 16 years if we miss this chance. You can feel the joy when she says the world we're together. Okay. If you're looking for something tasty, I remember passing some food stalls while we were running earlier. Oh, really? Do they have loom whisker-shaped pastries? I've been wanting to get some of them for my siblings. The stall you want should be that way. Just follow the path for about 130 steps, turn left, circle around the old tree, and you can't miss it. For someone who knows sense of direction, you sure know exactly where the food stalls are. You got a problem with that? Food is everything, and I'm starving. We've been running around everywhere. Well then, lead the way, Abby. Woohoo, let's go. Donjin, join the team. All right, cool. If only Donjin would join the game. All right, let's see. Yeah, I'm good. We're good. We're just gonna keep it moving. Looks like we're heading over here. All right. Hopefully this is a quick one. All the event quotes were used for Dreaming Deep, lol, but people don't like it. Eternally, Dreaming Deep is probably the most important event for the game, lol. Yeah, I think, God, the Dreaming Deep, I don't know the best way to do an event like this. Because they have a lot that they want to say. I don't know. I'm not sure the best way to do an event like this. The path to the mountain peak stretches ahead in pristine white. The closer you get, the harder it is to navigate through the snow. But at least you're not alone. You have a guide, someone who knows these treacherous paths all too well. The weight of the snow bends brittle branches and the wind howls. It sends flurries and snow swirling around you. Careful. You sense a threat in the vastness of white, and instinctively you leap aside, narrowly dodging the attack. A howl cuts through the air, and from the fallen snowdrift, wolf-like creatures slowly emerge. The leader of the pack bears a deep, jagged gash running from its forehead to its snout. From the pulsing wound, a faint, labored voice struggles to break free. Sheesh. At last, we have found you. Please, you must save. Alright, snow beats are brittle. Okay. It says a threat, vastness is white. Alright. Our savior is a frequency of someone caught beneath life and death, not yet fully consumed. I see. You too have been. Get ready for battle. Alright. Let's do it. Metaphors and what ifs. The problem is extracting those from present day tomorrow. Someone could be clear or even foreshadowing. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where we have to wait. In my opinion, some of this stuff is just going to require future knowledge to make sense of. Like back in 2.0, when we got the like stained glass window thing, it was just like, oh, okay, that's cool. You know, like, oh, I guess it's a open and shut case, you know? In reality, it was actually something that we wouldn't fully understand until a later patch. And so I feel like that's what the Somnoir is right now, or the Dreaming Deep is. It's information that will be further explained at a later time. Hey, what's up, Ryan? Donjin? Never heard of her, exactly. Separate gameplay from lore, definitely not like this. Yeah. 2.7 is weird because one of those patches have to be two characters and every possible combination is weird story-wise. Yeah, it's hard to say. I really wish for more male resonators so I can say my ass right? I have a lot of different cities like Yojo, Chongzhou. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then Ming Ting at the end, I guess. Separate gameplay from lore, yet Donjin, never heard of her. Well, the devs got doxxed after Sheng Liao got teased, which unpacks a deeper issue than men don't sell. These concept arts for male versions of Carlotta and Cantarella. Oh, there's concept arts? Oh, wow. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. That would have been cool if Cantarella was like a guy character, and then like, I'm not like Cantarella's cool, but I'm just like, imagine if she was a guy character and then we saw like Carlotta and that guy beefing. That would actually be pretty cool. I still think it's horrible to mix what ifs with foreshadowing and actual real lore. Generally can't see how that's good in any case. Yeah, I don't know. The only thing I can say is whenever they give us red text, it seems like that's probably the most important stuff. Your report about the murders in Theater 2 hits like a slap. The atmosphere in the hall freezes, the dam breaks, shouting, crying, body conditions. Like I said, I'm the type of person who's not going to immediately say something about something. I'm going to wait a little bit and see what happens. I want to kind of let it play out first before I make any assessments. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what's up, Captain? Do we know who the Lord is in Contra Quest? Just finished it. Notice it has the same VA as Grand Architect. Probably a coincidence. Got me thinking if we know more about who he is / was. Interesting. I need to redo her quest. It's been a while. I don't know. I see this stuff as for people that want more lore. If they want this to eventually be important, they will rechase it in the main story quest. Yeah, that's oftentimes what happens. I actually got some clarification on stuff. So I was talking to somebody yesterday and I learned what not cry is, and it's actually kind of weird. Like, I kind of feel like we might have to have the same situation happen in Genshin. That happened in Genshin happened in Wuthering Waves. Because the amount of people who don't do the world quest is kind of baffling. Like, it actually shocks me that the amount of people who don't do the world quest. Concept art of Lupa had her being a part of Brand's crew. Oh, interesting. Yeah, if they share the same voice actor in different languages, then it might mean something. But yeah, like, so basically, let me read this first, and then I'm gonna explain to you what I mean about not cry and how it might end up being a similar thing with Wuthering Waves. I think they could definitely avoid it, but we'll see. So your report about the murders in Theater 2 hits like a slap. The atmosphere in the hall freezes. Then the dam breaks, shouting and crying, wild accusations. Some of it's aimed at you and the detective. Murderers often like to play the witness. You get the lighting technician's accusation. With no trace of the elusive 10th person, fear talks first. The producer manages to pull everyone back from the edge, barely, but then, to everyone's surprise, the director insists on staying behind in Theater 2 instead, during the rest of the group. Okay, cause of death for the two ladies is clear. You doubting my judgment here, Mr. Director? Are you looking for more clues or hiding something? Yep, savvy, four-eyed, famous director. Yep, they had a little squabble. I remember. The longer we're cut off from the sun and water, the more this place gets warped by whatever's crawling from the deeper layers. We're skipping some of this stuff because we literally did it yesterday. I'm just trying to get to the true ending. For the sake of our departed colleagues, we must stop the paranoia and finger pointing. The murderer is still in the cinema. We don't know how they did it or what they used. But if anyone doesn't want to join the search, the Central Hall is the safest place. What's your plan? Continue searching. All right. If anyone was late, we'll immediately reach out for aid. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have accused you. Cool. You go ahead. I'll catch up soon. My condolences. The detective throws you a wink. You get it loud and clear. The two of you leave the theater without looking back. One by one. The rest of the crew follows suit. Somewhere in this winding maze, something foul begins to close in on you. Start battle. Okay, so hear me out. Listen up. Right? There we go. Confirm. So, apparently, well, I was kind of hinting at this guy being a bit sus. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not excited about Not Cry. I just hope my friends won't be disappointed, even though I already know the answer. So this is the thing. Not Cry is apparently the developer's answer to people not playing the world quests. I just recently learned something that actually had me visibly, like, I was visibly I don't want to say disgusted. It kind of annoyed me. It legitimately annoyed me. One of the largest content creators in Genshin, right? One of the largest content creators in Genshin. And some of y'all might know who I'm talking about, based on what I'm about to say. One of the largest content creators in Genshin just played in Kanamiya for the first time recently. And I'm just like, how are you one of the biggest content creators for this game And you don't even play the game like that. That's crazy to me. After the Aranara quest taking 12 hours, I don't blame people for not doing world quests. Like, sure, but not all the world quests are that one. But even before the Aranara quest, in Kanamiya, like, it's a whole area. Like, screw, like, exploration at first, you know, like, huh? That threw me off. Are we implying WUWA CCs are better? No, I'm just saying, like, Enkanamiya is crazy. To say you never played it, I'm just like, do you play the game, bro? Like, that was wild to me. And so apparently Not Cry, the purpose of it is to catch people up on all the, so in Natlan, right? In Natlan, there's this little side quest thing that people do where when you get to Natlan, you get your little Tapetlosaur, little dinosaur creature companion. And there's like this quest you do with the dinosaur companion. It's basically, if you explore, you're gonna hit all these little things where you do a little side quest here, you do a little side quest there with the companion. And then at the end, you go to the volcano. And the volcano is like the grand finale of that regional side quest. Personally, I thought it was fun. Companion quests, I understand a little bit more, personally. I understand companion quests a little bit more. Most of the time, companion quests are viewed as like these like slice of life, sort of just getting to know the character. Like, especially the way that Genshin has done it, where some of them just felt like you were going on a date with the character. I understand that one. Now, the way that Wuthering Waves does companion quests are a bit different. They're not like that, but I understand companion quests. But world quests is crazy to me, especially, and like I said, Enkanamiya is even like, that's like a whole new area. That's like saying somebody didn't do Riccioli Islands, or they didn't do Black Shores or something. I don't know. I don't think you can choose not to do Black Shores, but like, that's just crazy to me. Like, that's just crazy to say that you didn't do Enkanamiya. So anyway, that's the Tapetlosaur quest, right? Well, the new character, Inepa, her quest, like Inepa's companion quest, is basically one big summary of the Tapetlosaur quest. There's like some new information added, but generally speaking, her whole quest, her whole, like, you know, it's basically an interlude. It's not even a companion quest. It's like an interlude before they go to Not Cry. And her whole interlude quest is essentially summarizing all the stuff that you would have done if you did the world quest, which basically means they have, because obviously they have the data, they know how many players have actually finished it or not. They basically realized early on in Natlan that people weren't doing the quest. Probably like 2-3 patches after, they're like, yeah, people aren't doing the world quest. So they basically had to they had to summarize it in her interlude quest, or, you know, I think that's the right word to use, before people got to Natlan, which is like, and Not Cry is a similar situation where it's just essentially like, if you didn't do the world quests in the game, they realized enough people didn't do them, I guess. And so they ended up making an entire region to catch people up, basically, on all the world quests that they didn't do in the actual game. So, like, I don't know, I guess that, like, I don't know, man. That's just, I guess whenever I play a game, I want to, like, especially a game that has like exploration in it. Like, I get, like, let people play the game they want to play. I do get that. Like, some people just want to do the combat. I get it. It's just, I don't know, man. It's just weird to me, I guess. Like, you can choose not to do Black Shores by skipping 2.x. Yeah, that's true. That is true. You can choose to not do Black Shores. But like, people skipped Enkanamiya, and that wasn't like a skip, like that was just like, it was so much further in the game's life. Like, most people were probably playing all the main story quests, and they just, dang. Hey, what's up, Koto? I imagine you do some of the previous world quests and how much a slog they were, and thinking people would want to do them. They did this to themselves. Yeah, I mean, you could say that. I think that's fair. Economia is just crazy, though. Economia was great. But like, I do get it to some extent, where it's just like, well, if they made the world quest more interesting, then people might not have such an issue with it, or whatever. But yeah, I just think that's an unfortunate reality. WUWA has too much lore scattered in the items, random notes in the world, and now in the Dreaming Deep, and suffering the same fate with Genshin. Some people won't even do companion quests. People won't care about it if it's not voiced and not main story quests. I disagree, Daco. The reason why is because, like, the reality is you can't put everything in the main story quest. I guess my question is, like, how would you fix that? Because you can't put everything in the main story quest. It's not possible. Like, the story quest would literally take forever, and people would complain about it taking too long. You see what I'm saying? So, like, you kind of have to put it in the other places. Me personally, I think the perfect places to do it are I personally think the way that Wuthering Waves is doing it is fine. Like, it's in the open world, it's in exploration, and the thing about it is, the way Wuthering Waves does it, everything is kind of like easy to find. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not like scattered everywhere. The way Wuthering Waves, and this is partly why we have wings to fly, because the fact that we have wings basically shows, like, the wings mean you can go from one place to the, it's basically about points of interest. That's kind of how Wuthering Waves is set up. It's very much a points of interest type of situation. Where if you want to learn something about the Phagasiya Peninsula, you go to the Phagasiya Peninsula. You can search, you get some papers, you take them to Wuthering, and you're good, right? If you want to learn something about Whisperwind Haven, same thing. You go to the town, you explore the town. You don't, like, they're not like putting random things obscurely throughout the world. Everything is in points of interest. So, like, they're it's actually very consolidated, I would say. Well, yeah, that's just because people don't care enough to actually learn. That's not, like, at a certain point, you can't spoon feed everything. You see what I'm saying? Like, at a certain point, if somebody said Rover created the Sentinels, ask them one question: where did you find that? Like, if something could be debunked that easily, I don't think it's worth catering to. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that that's worth catering to. Like, that's just people being willfully ignorant at that point. Hurry up, my dear associate. These nightmares are popping up more and more often. Others might be in danger. Hey, what's up, Kydro? I mean, the amount of people who's, yeah. Oh, hey, how's it going? Hello, Kydro's people. Welcome. Hopefully all are doing well. I feel like a lot of lore is like behind all the most important stuff are in the front of your face, and the notes are just like extra that won't change your understanding of the story. Yeah, exactly. For the most part. Yeah, welcome, Kydro and Kydro's peeps. Hey, how you doing, Render? We're over here just talking about, you know, all the amazing people in the community who are lore experts, you know. No, honestly, we were chatting a little bit about Not Cry with Genshin. Essentially, like, what Not Cry actually represents, and how, if something like that would happen in Wuthering Waves. Because the thing about it is, it doesn't have to happen, but I think WUWA would definitely have to do certain things to ensure that it doesn't happen. There we go. Like I said, even the developers, if we think about it with Shakona's quest, the developers literally said that, whatchamacallit, they said, hey, Shakona's quest is gonna be special. They tried to, like, get people interested. I mean, maybe, you know, I think there's some things they could have done, maybe like to, like, show it off a little bit, maybe. But like, if they said, like, hey, a special somebody or whatever, is gonna be in her quest. Because if they keep doing stuff like this, and I think Augusta, you know what, truth be told, this new story thing they're doing with Augusta, in a lot of ways, is showing how they're trying to vary things to get more people interested, I would say. Hey, how's it going? How do you say your name? Hunt? Can I just say Hunt? But yeah. It would be me as a joke because Louis Vuitton is popular brand like Gucci. Okay. Life of You Love Lore, you love PGR. Yeah, I've been told. Hey, what's up, Ian's Garden? Like if the mystery you want the lore, look for it. Like if you really like Rover and the Black Shores, there's some secret docs about them. Yes, exactly. Yeah, like I think the way that they are doing lore for the most part is pretty good. You don't have to deep dive in the story, like the lore, to understand the story. Like you actually don't have to deep dive into the lore to understand the story. It gives you extra insight, and it can also kind of give you an idea of what's going to happen in the future if you pay attention to it. But that just means that it still is something that's going to happen in the future. No need to. And like I said, I think the new story mode with Augusta is going to be something that helps. Maybe a half main story quest to reintroduce lore of 1.0 again. Nobody really cared about it, for they could save it with the improved storytelling. Yeah, Daco, I could see that. I could definitely see that. But like I said, this thing they're doing with Augusta, how it's like a different type of storytelling modality, I think is good. Like, if we keep getting event quests like what we did with Shakona and then this thing with Augusta, I think they can avoid the issue that is happening with Genshin, basically. No need to panic, you've dealt with them before, right? They're like moths drawn to the brightest light. Even if they sneak into the cinema's sonosphere, they'll only zero in on whoever's radiating. Oh yeah. I remember this one. Everyone's as emotional, but we're different. I think you'll understand that soon enough. When you reach Theater 3, someone expects it there. The film producer, pale and shaken, leans against the entrance. Seller, loose shoulders, trembling. Whatever he's just faded, it's shaking him to the core. Whatever he just faced is shaking him to the core. It's cough, it's you, my apologies, okay? Who is it? Who was it this time? The director, the scene is messy. If you want to investigate, I'll go gather the others first. His face is pulp. Sheesh, man. Yeah. Somebody to join the team. All right. We're almost getting to the end of this. Do you think the main storyline will now go to a darker path? Absolutely. I already said I was excited for her. Oh yeah. Augusta is looking amazing. Augusta is looking absolutely amazing. They could at least try to look less inspired with Augusta's quest gameplay. What do you mean, the T? I'm tired of farming for echoes because somehow I always get the bad stats. I'm about to say, yeah, it takes time. It is RNG after all. I was actually really fortunate with my stats on Lupa. Like my Lupa stats ended up just being amazing off rip. All right, here we go. We had our happy patches. Now we're about to get the opposite, basically. Then seen a girl draped in a trench coat and a sporting of a Ray saunters leisurely around the railway tracks, leaving behind the train where a murder has just unfolded. There's no real culprit on this train. Not one that a detective like me should even be digging into. The real killer is long gone. How's that even a failure for the detective? With cases like this, there's not much I can do. If we have to pin it on someone, then maybe the culprit is the deceased themselves weighing down on their own sins, because you could say they were a messed up soul who dodged justice in life and finally got what was coming to them. Every single person on that train had the chance to pull it off, and any one of them could have been the killer. And I bet they all probably thought about it at some point. Most importantly, every last one of them had a motive. People on the train are innocent. We should bring them all to justice. I hate moral dilemmas like this. Indeed, procedural justice, consequential justice, it's all just a part of some boring debates. When the law can't even deliver real justice, who gets to decide what's right or wrong about taking matters into your own hands? All right, cool. Wait, oh, my bad. A lot of things happen in Septimont and we barely see Augusta nor Yuno movement is weird, so it's expected they make a move. Yeah, exactly. I personally think when you consider the fact that the moon in Septimont looks so weird, there's got to be something strange happening with Yuno. After passing through the corridor covered with posters, you finally return to the central hall. The film producer, Warner Frade, is laying out the situation to the two brothers. The camera operator and the film editor. The arguments don't hit as hard as they once did. Maybe it's because half the crew is gone. The corridor lights dim and the red carpet stretch ahead like serpents' tongues leading somewhere dark and final. Things have finally taken a sharp turn for the worse. Look, sorry, but I'm not trusting anyone right now. Right now, the two outsiders are the most suspicious. All this talk of how the killer is doing it. Meanwhile, he's a resonator, right? We've all seen it. If you use that kind of ability, it wouldn't be impossible to pull this off. You're losing it. Stop jumping to conclusions. I saw them approaching from the opposite direction near the Theater 2's entrance. I can vouch for them. The film producer lifts his hands to calm everyone down. Then notice that his palms are swollen. That's because they're the ones who did it. Haven't you heard? Murderers always go back to admire their handiwork. Okay, yeah, I remember. All right. Do you think Yor would be the best to sneak out? Well, that's true. Everyone, please calm down. Well, no. Okay, let's go find her. She's alone. If you find her, you can. How can you prove you're not the murderer? Didn't I just say Yor wouldn't need to? Yeah, sure. Well, if this whole time the murderer isn't Yor, but you. All right. Stay silent. Both of you, please stay calm. Miss Detective, I must insist that you remain with us in the hall and await Yor's findings. Okay, cool. All right. You come here like we said. All right. Sounds good. Let's get to the ending. All right. No greater sorrow than to recall in misery the time when we were happy. Basically, it's like that if everything becomes dark. Oh, I can see that. Yeah. Yep, it's like you don't know what you had until it's gone. And right now, everybody's all like, oh man, it's too happy. You feel your step become feather light, too light. Each stride carries you much farther than it should. The sands kicked up by your movement slowly float upward and halter in the air. Something is wrong with the gravity here. You see a block of ash and ruins, a catastrophe frozen at the moment when the Titan's heavy stomp struck. The ground has split into thousands of fractures. The rocks crumbled by a great form crystallized into jagged rings. Splintered debris hang suspended midair. You carefully examine the surroundings, but suddenly you slip. The ground suddenly crumbles and a bottomless pit gate open, and you're about to fall straight into it. Let's see where this leads. You plunge into the pit, weightless, consumed by the dark, and the only sound is the rush of air balling past your ears. 10 seconds, 1 minute, 5 minutes, an hour. You can see nothing. You hear nothing but the howling wind. There is no ground, an endless fall. You're a snowflake lone floating. Y'all are mad poetic, I get. And then you simply fall asleep. You lost track of time. You open your eyes and you feel it. Okay, now you see here, but you don't know where you are. Okay. I'm about to say, like, y'all are like, why are y'all so poetic, man? There's a time and a place. That's insane. Like, that's legitimately insane. Wait, was that it? Okay. Alright. I know, right? In the shadow corridor, the cinema poster, okay. Man kneels before a grave. The air around him thrums with chaotic debate of the villagers. They're stitching together lies about the life now buried. Alien, they called it. A threat, they claimed. The streets burn, the beasts roar, the setting of the sun is weeping. To protect themselves, humans spin lies without second thought and sacrifice innocent lives. I see only their own ignorance and folly. Agent from another planet. Voice of Sam Noir. What should I do? Does a world like this truly deserve my protection? Okay, this is interesting. Fight in his place. Win a hard battle to restore 20. The crowd erupts into cheers for your bold action, quickly forgetting that they have just ruthlessly snuffed out a life. From a distance, the agent from another planet watches it all unfold, his heart stormed by confusion. I'm choosing a different one this time. Alright. Alright. So is Electro Rover gonna have Yinlin's abilities? Is that what this is saying? Alright, let's see. There we go. Sheesh. I guess all of them, because we have a lot. Okay. Do you think the new character will become the new Primus? The new character? Like what new character? Oh, a new character. Honestly, I don't know. I do not know. Truth be told, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, Phoebe could potentially become the Primus. If not Phoebe, then perhaps like they might get rid of the current church system altogether. I'm not sure. We haven't seen her in a while, and I feel like she should have been there for this quest. I mean, I don't know if should have been there is the right way to describe that. Because like you have to remember, she's literally just an ordinary person. Like she's an ordinary acolyte. She's not ordinary in the literal sense, but her role is an ordinary acolyte, right? And so as a result, all we know is that she's off searching. Truth be told, maybe she's in Lilyland or something like that. Because we know she's trying to search about the truth of the Sentinel. And so perhaps she could be somewhere in Lilyland. Rubber be the next Primus? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Theater 4 looms before you. Not long ago, you were savoring Act 4 here. You draw a breath and step inside. The air inside bites. It's almost as chilling as what you felt in Theater 2. Not far ahead, the lighting techniques lies motionless in the aisle. Still, technician, my bad. Silent, yet we read this. Time of death approximately 20 minutes ago. Okay. Shadow, wait, unusually deep shadow with a flicker of your forte light spills into the darkness, and there it is. Her lips and cheeks are tinted, asphyxiation. No other marks, no signs of a struggle. Without a doubt, the victim died hopelessly suffocated in silence. All right, Detective beret shifts on your head. A memory returns, her words from the first time you met her. We have eliminated the impossible. Whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. All right. All right, we're getting close to the ending. Give me 1 second. Yeah. All right, time to figure out what this is all about.
Leave it to me.
All right.
Abby?
My tummy demands more!
Beautiful. Yeah, she's just an acolyte. She isn't even a senior acolyte. I think she has a slim chance of being the new Primus. I think people are giving too much lore powers to characters just because they are playable. No, yeah, I know. That's why I said I could see, like, it potentially happening if it has something to do with, like, rooting out corruption. And so they basically, like, revamp all of like, the Order as a whole. If something particular happens with Phoebe. Because I will say Phoebe is, like, seemingly one of the closest acolytes to actually being, like, what the Sentinel intended, right? She is, like, the closest to what the original Order was supposed to be, right? So if something happens in a similar way to, like, how Cartethiya went from being a nobody to being the Blessed Maiden, I can see something similar happening with Phoebe. where if the right thing happens to where it's like they see that she like is the best suited for the job, then yeah. I don't know why people hate this event. It's just like 1.4 event. Well, I understand. It's not so much. I think the issue is I think this event is still trying to figure out its person, like its identity, because there's like a lot of reading, right? But it's like there's a lot of reading, and then the combat happens like so fast it doesn't actually feel like it matters what you choose. And so I think the idea is like they need to either, I don't know, like I said, I'm not really sure the best way to approach the way that this event is supposed to operate. Remove the combat altogether or what? I'm not sure. Maybe you make it like just a strictly like a board game, and so it's more so about the board game than it is about the actual other stuff. I'm not sure. Yeah, you see an old telephone booth is red paint and peeled off rust keeps the joints into the joints. No passers-by spirit, a glance, yet it still rings brightly. A nostalgic feeling stirs within you. It came for you from the dark. Ring. Who would call you at a time like this? Cautiously pick up the phone. Hello? After a short buzz of static, you hear a drunken voice of a young lady through the phone. Hick, okay. Is one cold, pour me another shot. Why do I have to go to work again this week? I already worked last week. Keep on listening. Save the drama. The voice cuts off, leaving only the beeping of the disconnected call. All right, here we go. We're almost there. Bring back Elusive Realm in 3.0. Yeah. All right, now the performance nears its final act. In your eyes, what exactly is the difference between a dream and a film? If it's truth you're after, then think back on all those strange little incidents you encountered along the way. That's where the truth about her lies. Voice in the Somnoir. You calmly share the findings from your investigation in 3 to 4 with everyone. That's one thorough investigation. It seems you found your final answer. Wait, what? Am I seriously the only one confused here? Why are we waiting around when the murderer is standing right in front of us? Both of you remain calm. We'll leave the final verdict to Yor. Throughout the series of tragic events, you are the only one who has witnessed and investigated every scene firsthand. You carry the facts, the trust of this group, and if needed, the strength to deliver judgment. You should have the final say. Got it. All right, I'll do my best to piece together the truth behind the series of murders. You're about to make your final deduction. The direction of the story will diverge significantly depending on your conclusion. Think carefully and then make your choice. All right, so it's a person, right? Yeah, I know who's her. It's a person, right? We last time we said a person. Okay, yeah, a person. Yes, this conclusion was proven from the very beginning. The murderer couldn't possibly be a task escort. Yes, this conclusion was proven. Okay, then the murderer must be the one of the people in the Cinema Solaris, or at the least a very intelligent being, and that very being is right here among us, is an illusion. And then it's waking world. Basically give it away here. Yeah, so is right here among us. It's illusion? Illusion? Is but an illusion? That's good. Not waking world? Okay, so I got the wrong one last time. Okay. It's but an illusion in the script. You chose a different path one the detectives wouldn't take. You won't follow the same worn trail. No, you're an unknown variable, just as they once told you. You won't follow the same worn trail. No, you're an unknown variable, just as one. Okay. Detectives have their logic, their neat little boxes for the truth. But is the world inside that logic truly the whole truth? They like to think that what's known and proven is the whole picture. Afraid of getting hurt, they strike first. Afraid of rejection, they reject others first. They are opposed to be better than others, ahead of others, above others. Supposed to be Better than others, ahead of others, above others, but who's left to fathom the unknown then? Like the detective story unfolding right here, isn't it just another act playing out on the screen? So in this important fifth act, who is at the heart of all this evil? What dragged those nightmares into this place? And I was updated. The detective, the other outsider. Indeed, what's right under your nose is often the last thing you see. During the final round of investigations, you didn't encounter a single nightmare. They weren't drawn by your frequency. So what were they chasing? The detective herself is shrouded in mystery. Why did she appear in the cinema? What makes her different from the others? Well, based on what the black cat and the white cat said earlier and everything you've experienced so far, there's no doubt that this place is a sonorosphere that records the frequencies of the past. Okay. Yes, as the keepers of the gateways, the black and white cat oversee all frequencies entering the Somme Noir. But they also mentioned that deep within the Somme Noir, there are vast, unobservable pockets akin to data dead zones. Spaces like this cinema are important. Important sonorospheres that have slipped free from the gatekeeper's control. They operate on their own logic, relics from before the Somme Noir even came to be. Huh? Okay. Tethys called them the reverberations of Solaris' history that were destroyed by the global lament. Whether faint traces of lives once lived or the haunting echoes of destruction, they linger here. So returning to who is at the heart of the evil, the source of all these tragedies is undoubtedly reverberations of people from the vast frequencies of Thermodian from the past. Yeah. Is it the people of the past? But if so, why would they linger here, trapped in the form of a cinema, endlessly replaying stories of betrayal and murder? Wait, is it trying to feed itself? When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Okay. Does that mean that there's a Thermodian feeding on these negative frequencies? Kind of like what happened in Septimont and Christopher's story?
The wicked. Will face I am the tempest. Wind howls.
Again!
Unfettered by bounds.
Again!
Wind right.
Alright. Digimon reference? Okay. Sure. Got you. Again! Yeah, I did hear there's a new Digimon game coming out. I saw the trailers for it. It actually looked pretty cool. There we go. Oh, my bad. So close. But I say, might as well since we're here. Oh. Oh, wow. This is all hidden. Let's see. That was all hidden. Looks like we have enough for 3 more. Tired of playing Cyber Sleuth? I thought I've never actually played it, but
Abby!
Don't run. Keep the food coming.
oh, there we go.
Strike wind strikes. Judgment strikes!
Looking like Sans from Undertale. All right, there we go. And one more. Unlock a shop where you can recruit allies. And we're still here. I guess maybe you got all of those. It wasn't just one.
Leave it to me. We'll face judgment. I sense your weakness.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say he's about to go down now. I was gonna see. I was like, can we get Abby to come one more time? He's like, nope, he's done. All right. There we go. And one more. Kakaroto. I guess like we could do Yang Yang, because why not? All right, the final book. Low accurate rover. My conclusion is there's no real murder among us. As your words land, you catch a clear flicker of disappointment in the detective's eyes. Now, as you look back on your journey, experiencing the stories in the 4 films, together with your companions, thoughts start to crackle like embers racing along a tangled fuse. They flare to life one by one, and suddenly everything's connected. Okay, I'll do my best to piece together the truth behind the cinema and this series of incidents. No matter how special the storytelling is in this mystery film, I'll strip away the surreal parts. The truth isn't something sad or terrifying. The truth, talking about truth in a fictional script, what could an outsider like you possibly understand? Wait, what script? What are you even talking about? Aren't you? Enough. Snap. With a sharp snap of her fingers, the last light of the theater dies. Darkness swallows the room. In the void, her unblinking eyes find yours. Well, that's creepy. Since you're not going to wrap this up the usual way, then it's time for the irrelevant ones to leave. Then a heavy thud, something solid hits the ground like flames being snuffed. The film producer, camera operator, and film editor stop breathing. They fall unconscious, collapsing to the theater. Yeesh! Among Us. Legitimately, how's it going, Mito? 100% Among Us. They fall unconscious, collapsing to the theater floor. Well, this is a surprise. So you're not here to play detective in this act, but to challenge the cinema itself and me. Sure, your trial points to some murderer in this cinema. But I want to know, why does this cinema even exist? Can rushing to wrap up the case and slapping on a convenient explanation really get us to the truth? Just some lost visitor, and yet you claim you can uncover the truth? Do you really have the clues? Or are you just spinning your own story? This may be a patchwork of guesses, but whether I'm misunderstanding things or not, you can decide for yourself after hearing. This may just be a patchwork of guesses, but whether I'm misunderstanding... Okay. The clues to the story probably begin. Sound lost in the memory. Voice of Sam Noir. The clues to the story probably begin with 2 cats. Always at odds, yet never apart. Like all stories of rise and fall, your world once had a dazzling civilization long ago. Okay, hold on, pause. Time to lock in. Yeah, that would have been cool. That actually would have been cool. To get the detective hat. Kind of like we got the mask, right? Like all stories of rise and fall, your world once had a dazzling civilization long ago. So bright, no one could look away. But then one day, it came, drawn to that brilliance, reaching out by instinct. People fought desperately to protect their home, but no matter what they tried, nothing could stop it. The lament, I presume? As the end drew near, two cats from the dreamscape world appeared. Your world is ending. There is no stopping it, they told the last of the survivors. You fought long enough. Now it's all over. You've done well. Leave the rest to us. We'll preserve your story in a dream. Even if your home is lost, even if your people vanish, even if your words and history fade away, at the very end of time, dreams will still remain. That was the Black Cat's promise. The cats pleaded with them, but the people refused to surrender. They fought to the last breath until annihilation swallowed them whole. After that, the Black and the White Cat, standing amidst the ruins, found themselves divided. Should they, as the Black Cat suggested, use the ruins as nourishment for dreams and send them through the gateway? Or, as the White Cat hoped, restore everything within the dreams? Use the ruins as nourishment for dreams and send them through the gateway. Or restore everything within the dreams. They couldn't agree, so they first decided to shelter it all within a dream, but even the faintest ember of light was enough to draw its attention. It hid within the wreckage of dreams and slipped into the world beyond the gateway. Bound by their promise to their creator, the Black and the White Cat had no choice but to fragment the dreamscape realm into separate layers, severing them one by one, even erasing themselves along with the tainted dreams, all in an effort to seal it within the deepest layer. And so this is why the Black and the White Cat don't remember. They don't know what's down there because they had to get rid of the parts of themselves in order to do it. Even erasing themselves along with the tainted dreams, all in an effort to seal it within the dreams layer. Time drifted on. Reborn as before, the cats obeyed their maker's will. Reborn. Oh, okay. So, no. Erasing themselves along with the tainted dreams, all in an effort to seal it within. So it wasn't a part of themselves, it was their entire selves, in a way. They were reborn as the cats obeyed their maker's will, lingering in the upper layers to gather the world's fading dreams, until one day the amassed dreams seeped down into the underwater realm. At that moment, they felt a stirring from the deepest layer. Once again, the Black Cat and the White Cat stood divided. Should they reconnect with the deepest layer and preserve the entire dreamscape, or stay in the present, no matter the cost, and protect the dreams lingering at the entry layers? Yet, unlike the hesitant gatekeepers, some residual frequencies stranded in the underwater realm were ready to rise again. They were ready to finish the fight, to stand their ground and never yield to it. Even if they had forgotten their original forms, even if their memories, records, beliefs lay scattered in fragments, they still waited in the silent, lightless depths, slowly piercing those fragments together, weaving them into countless films. Perhaps it would never understand this. Forgotten their original forms, even if their memories, records, and beliefs lay scattered in fragments. They still waited in the silent, lightless depths, slowly piecing those fragments together, weaving them into countless films. Perhaps it would never understand this. Humanity's greatest wisdom, its sharpest weapon, has always been fiction. Because fiction was the first step out of caves lit only by flickering shadows. Wait a second! Hold up. Pause. Yo! Okay. Hold on. those of you all who have been following me long enough, okay? If you've been following me long enough. Oh, look, our conversation is doing numbers. If you've been following me long enough, let's watch this.
Basically,
real
this
quick.
thing of like there was a group of people who grew up.
Let's take a gander. This is actually kind of cool. It's all coming full circle. Oh, appreciate your eyes, man.
The long and short of it is basically this thing of like there was a group of people who grew up their entire lives in a cave, and their entire bodies were like chained down, even their necks, to the point where the only thing they could see is in front of them. They saw in front of them only, and behind them was a wall. What they didn't know is that on the other side of that wall, there were a group of people who were making a shadow puppet show right in front of the people who were chained up. And in essence, that was their entire life. All they could see is what's in front of this, in this like the shadow puppet. They think that that's the real world, like, because that's all they've ever known. And then one day, one guy ends up getting released. He gets up, walks out the cave, sees the real world for the first time in his life, and he gets like shocked, not even sure how to process everything. Eventually, he comes back and he comes to his senses, and he's just like, you know, it's all a lie. Everything's a lie. Like, we've been under this false illusion this entire time. And so he goes back to the people and he's like, hey guys, like, this isn't the real world. And then they're just looking at him like, you're crazy. What are you talking about? Like, you know, you've been chill this whole time. Where's all this nonsense coming from, right? And he's just like, how do I explain to you that what you're looking at isn't the real thing? You're looking at an illusion, you know, a false representation. And it's just this idea of like, once you see the light, and then you try to come back to somebody and say like, hey, you know, this isn't what you think it is. I know you have this, like, I know you're so hard pressed on your opinion that this is just going to be another one of those things, right? Whereas for the person who's actually seen the light, they're just like, how can I show you that what you're looking at and your thought process isn't actually there? And so the fortunate thing in this scenario is that soon a lot more people are going to be able to see the light. A lot more people are going to be able to try closed beta test 2. And the crazy thing is, and I've said this to Lobo before, I would have been okay with the first version of Wuthering Waves. I thought that thing was amazing.
But yeah, let me see.
Sanhua, right? Like, maybe she can freeze enemies when I've been able to see the light, right? We're those crazy people right now who are just coming back to the people in the cave saying, hey, those ideas you have, they're not the real thing. I want to show you, come into the light. And I just can't wait for people to get an opportunity to try it. So,
man, I feel pulled back to Philosophy 101, diving back into Plato's cave. It's been a long time since I had to deep dive.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Yeah. Been going through viewers' advice to look for discussions about Midnight Podcast. No, like I said, it wasn't like, it was the discussion we had about the Midnight Podcast. We can have one today. We can talk about it today. Because it was more so just the discussion that we had was, I think maybe it was during our conversation with her VA. Or maybe it was in this one, actually. But it wasn't like as super deep. I think there was like one or two things we talked about, but we can check it out. But yeah, probably should have kept that open. All right, let me turn the. Excuse me. And boom. Okay. So why do we see this? I just kidding. Oh, so the reason why we're doing this because we're in this right here is alluding to the concept of Plato's cave. This is this final thing that we're reading right now. We're at the end of the fifth theater thing, and there's a lot here. There's a lot here. Seemingly, this is the history of Soul 3. This seems to be the history of Soul 3. The truth, in essence. So, like all stories of rise and fall, your world once had a dazzling civilization. And I'm curious, who is the voice of the Somme Noir? Sound lost in memory. Is it like a collective subconscious sort of situation? Is this like the people? Like, who is this voice? Yeah. I don't know. I'm used to it, I guess. I guess I'm just used to it. I used to teach Bible study in college. I used to be a substitute teacher at one point. So yeah, I guess I'm just used to it. Humanity's greatest wisdom, its sharpest weapon, has always been fiction. So yeah, so let's read this part again. Yeah, unlike the hesitant gatekeepers, some residual frequencies stranded in the underwater realm were ready to rise again. They were ready to finish the fight, to stand against their ground and never yield to it. Even if they had forgotten their original forms, even if their memories, records, and beliefs lay scattered in fragments, they still waited in the silent, lightless depths, slowly piercing through, piecing those fragments together, weaving them into the countless films. Perhaps it would never understand this. Humanity's greatest wisdom, its sharpest weapon, has always been fiction. Though, because fiction was the first step out of caves lit only by flickering shadows. It bound them in shared dreams as they moved forward as one. Yeah, first step out of caves lit only by flickering shadows. Exactly. Lit only by flickering shadows. It bound them in shared dreams as they moved forward as one. Through stories, they became known as primates, going on to dominate this world. And so, even stories born from shared dreams and whispered myths can still spark the flame anew. This also kind of reminds me of, I was thinking about doing a video discussion on, there's a book called On Fairy Stories by J.R. Tolkien. Yeah, J.R. Tolkien, the guy who wrote Lord of the Rings. And he has this book. I've talked about it before, actually, in the video I did for Star Rail. But yeah, just this kind of concept around the power of fairy stories, fairy tales, fiction, basically. This kind of goes into that a little bit. Your only gripe against me is that I'm against leaks. I mean, hey, yeah, I just don't like getting spoiled. Also, just for clarity, because I've been sponsored by Koro, like, if I were to share leaks, I would no longer get sponsored by Koro. But I am very grateful to be amongst your favorites. Yeah, but that would be a quick way to get me in trouble. I've literally had to sign a contract. This is why this place bears the name Somme Noir. Without a soul, there is no somnium. Without a soul, one cannot set foot here. All right, so one thing I'm actually interested, right? Let's define Somme Noir real quick. Somnium. In Latin, somnium means dream. It can also refer to dream, vision, or fantasy. The word is the origin of the English word somnol, which relates to sleep or dreams. Dream, vision, or fantasy. Noir. However, it doesn't carry the positive connotation of aspiration or desire as the English word dream sometimes does. Somnaire means dream, specifically in the sense of having dreams while sleeping. It can also be used more broadly to refer to daydreaming or having idle thoughts. And I wonder if this has something to do with, like, I guess the term noir in general. It's like a combination. Noir translates to black in French and is also used in English term to refer to style of crime fiction film characterized by its dark, cynical, morally ambiguous atmosphere. So like somnium and somnoir kind of combined, you know, it was supposed to be like a dark dream, maybe? Is that what it's trying to say? Okay, so that is why this place bears the name Somnoir. Without a soul, there is no somnium. Without a soul, one cannot set foot here. Visitor, now every film in the cinema has been set ablaze for you. Tell me, can you see? In the deepest... In the deepest darkness, its gaze is fixed upon you. Piecing together every clue, you recount the story step by step to get to the truth behind this cinema. The Somnoir's origins are still a mystery, but you keep drawing lines back to the lament of the past. Okay, so we are talking about the lament at least. Somnus is the Roman god of sleep, and noir, being a genre of film, could relate to this place, to this being a place where dreams can be played back like movies. Yeah. 100%. Specifically, like the whole crime aspect of it. You're not here to play detective in this act, but to challenge the cinema itself and me. Okay. As the end drew near, two cats from the dreamscape world appeared. Yeah, and I guess one of the questions is like, who created the cats? Who's their creator? Bound by their promise to their creator, the black and white god had no choice but to fragment and dreamscape realm into separate layers. Hit within the records, okay? Okay. Alright, let's get to the end. The Somnoir's origins are still a mystery, but you keep drawing lines back to the lament of the past. So I guess the idea here being that, like, the gateway that the cats were even doing, the question becomes like, this, so this means that this is pre-lament. The Somnoir existed before the lament even happened. Or maybe not the Somnoir, but I guess like it's kind of like it says the dream world existed at least. Or did it happen at the same time? Was it like lament hits, dream world gets created, or did the dream world always exist? Okay. So piece together every clue, you recount the story step by step to get to the truth. Behind the cinema, the Somnoir's origins are still a mystery, but you keep drawing lines back to the lament of the past. Until your story is cut short, a sudden surge of nightmare crashes into the scene. Ah, watch out! The tacit marker on the back of your hand suddenly glows suddenly. A familiar sensation washes over you. Abby tumbles out in a rush. Hey, Yor, this thing, it feels kind of familiar. Did we beat something like this before? Our most hated enemy? Oh, got it. Huh, don't worry. I've got your back. Gaze from the end. The White Tower. Okay. Sunwar exists in all times. I think past, future, it doesn't matter. Gaze from the end. Yeah, but if that's the case, then that means the master of the black cat and the white cat might, I guess that's the person, because we learned in a lot of ways that there's a lot that could mean then. Because essentially what that means is the lament. That means Rover knew about the lament before it hit. Yeah, the dream world, Eden's Garden. The dream world existed. You made this event more fun, man. I just get everything going. I don't have time. Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. Happy I can help. No, legit, like that means that Rover knew about the lament before it even hit. Because we know the TD came out of the Snowsphere, and not only that, 3 Snowspheres create the realm. The realms. Okay, let me finish first then. But yeah, that must mean that because we know that Rover knows the person who created the Sam Noir. The black and white cat told us in 1.4 that Rover knew who it was. It was like a companion of theirs. No worries, too funny. Yeah, like it was a companion of Rover's. And if the Sam Noir always existed and the companion created the white and the black cat for this purpose, that means Rover must have known that person and probably built this thing for... Okay, let's continue. Phrolova? Nah. No. Phrolova wasn't alive that long ago. This is like way before the lament happened. Phrolova was born in a village that was already alive. Like, Phrolova was born in a village as a result of the lament. Because it was the likely the year of 1,000 isles or whatever it's called. Basically when all the people left from, you know, different parts of the world and all gathered to Renacida. The age of 1,000 isles. Oh yeah, that's what it's called. The age of 1,000 isles. And she was likely born around that time. And this place wouldn't have even existed had it not been for lament. She's not that old. All right, gaze from the end, the White Tower. A sound the ears can't pick up reaches you. Even the nightmares born from its gaze. Those hollow frequencies can still let out a roar that heralds the end. Nightmares born from its gaze. Those hollow frequencies can still let out a roar that heralds the end. Stay fearless. We're right behind you. Get ready for battle. Face the nightmare from the Sam Noir's depths.
Leave it to me. Abby!
Don't run! Keep the food coming!
Here we go.
The wicked will face judgment! Waves rise. Judgment strikes! Strikes rises!
Alright.
I see your weakness. The wicked will face judgment!
Alright, get on out here, Abby.
Now would be a good time to get hangry.
That's my secret, Rover. I'm always hangry.
I love that.
We'll face
That's my secret, Rover. I'm always angry.
the slashes. I
Here we go.
am the Tempest!
Sheesh.
shadows. Waves
There we go.
rise. Judgment strikes.
Using only Rover and Peter.
The wicked will face judgment.
The battle is over. As the last trace of the nightmares dissolves into nothing, a slow clap echoes through the cinema. You turn to see the detective smiling. She's impressed. Nice work. I totally give you props for that fight scene just now, but pity. Your story is still missing any real proof. Honestly, it's full of gaps. Just a bunch of hunches, trying to make the truth sound all poetic. You've oversimplified everything. For someone trying to play the great detective in a mystery film, that was hardly a satisfying closing statement. She literally pauses as if gauging your reaction. But I've got to say, I don't hate it. Then let it be a fairy tale passed down through time. If this isn't true, I still want to believe it. Even if this isn't true, okay. Let it be a fairy tale passed down through time. Fiction and fairy tales, huh? Who would even listen to such an absurd story? Well, even if you cheated a little, at least the final act got a decent ending. As her words fade, the carpet and walls begin to melt, rippling like water brought to a boil. Something unseen, some invisible foundation is shattered. The scenery outside the cinema slowly comes into view. Is that the orange glow of sunset? No, it's the harsh blaze of a dying star. As it closes in, it melts earth, city, sky, and nothing. And what's left is a final ember, a bleeding, smoldering orange, teetering on the edge of darkness. As the first person to see how this movie ends, got any questions? Was there really a murder in your time? Finding the murder is actually quite simple. Who are you really? Unlock endings, the slumbering seabed, and the somnoir breeze. Was there really a murder in your time? Oh, who knows? Maybe there was. Or why would the fifth act be written this way? You know, watching it myself, I realized how much of a nonsensical flop it becomes once cut into a film. If there is a next time, I'll cook up a better script for you. She looks at you with the exact expression you've seen every time you woke up in a theater. Here's hoping the world you wake up to doesn't leave you hanging with another half-baked story like this one. As the lights flicker back to life, once again you wake up in the theater. A flood of white light lingers on the screen. Looks like the film's over, right? You look around, but the theater is empty. No, not just the theater. The whole of Cinema Solaris is deserted. Once again, the familiar gateway materializes in the hall. Warm sunlight spills through, washing over you, filling you with a sense of peace, unlike anything you felt before. It carries a scent of somewhere far beyond the somnoir, a place now called home. Through some unanswered questions, still remain, it seems the Solaris Film Festival has reached the final credits. Where did everyone go all of a sudden? Where's that detective? Looks like the film festival is over. Oh, okay, not sure what's up, but let's head home. I slept through most of that film. Will you fill me in on what happened later? Sure. Judging from the detective's words, there's more to those films than just warped tapestry of your mind. Something deeper is hidden. Maybe one day you'll return to this place, and when you do, maybe you'll finally find the answers she left behind. Chapter 5, The Cinema House Murders, Ending 3 Unlocked, Cradle of Eternity. Okay. Special Judge Yor has attended the limited screening of the cinema. Okay. Hey, Chinome, how you doing? So, this is the right ending, correct? This was wrong? This wasn't it either, then? Was that ending you got last time, or you got another one? That was wrong? What? How do I know? There's like 4 endings. How am I supposed to know the right one? Yeah, I mean, yeah, we definitely learned some stuff for sure. Never surrender until everything they hold dear is destroyed. All right. Yeah, this is deeper than I thought. All right, sounds like a plan. You already have 9 out of 11. You already have 9 and 11 as endings unlocked. Yeah, so that means we basically have to like. There's 2 more endings apparently. Hey, what's up, Moon? How you doing? All right, listen up, everybody. Listen up. Ugh. Listen up. Ugh. Okay. Like I said, this is we're gonna do this. And I am after this when you get to the question, appreciate you. Lock in. Yeah, we're locked in. We're locked in. Only one more matters, to be honest. Lock in. Got you. We're doing Dream of Deep lore. Yes, we are. Okay, so let's do it. Let's do. Yeah, we definitely learned some stuff. 100%. The lights flicker on, they're back. Okay. Yeah, we is there like a okay, there is a skip button. Boom. No worries, I'll try my best. Looks like you're my trusty sidekick. Why can't I be the detective? 2 eager real sidekicks need to have the guts to question everything. All right, here we go. We're speed running this. We are speed running this one. All right, boom, boom, boom. Event. See the photos of the Bellivet colossal steel warship. You see control plans and intricate instruments lining the wall and the crew members moving around. But beyond the thick glass of the viewport, there's no ocean, no horizon, just visage of planets suspended in the void, its surface awash with eerie, undulating hues. This is investigator of the limb. I repeat, this is investigator of the limb, man in a spacesuit. Okay, I am now the last remaining human member of the ship's crew, reporting everything I have witnessed during this mission. The limb has remained in orbit around the target planet for a full local year. This recorded transmission will serve as the final report to be delivered to the ground control via neutrino communication. To prevent any possible contamination of the nexus on our planet, the limb will not be returning. I repeat, to prevent any possible contamination of the nexus on our planet, the limb will not be returning. Okay, so listen, does this mean that all the people who work in the Solaris Film Festival are essentially like created fragments of people like the civilization who essentially was put in the deeper layers, like their will? Because that's kind of what it was saying. Like they came together and they pieced all of their experiences and their history together to create these films. So essentially the famous director, the posh gentleman or whatever, the polished gentleman, the light technician, like basically the people who run this theater are essentially, they essentially were developed. They came to be as a result of the limb is an author of a novel called Solaris. No way, no way, no way, no way, no way, no way. No way, Marcin, are you joking? Are you joking? Oh, shoot. No, because 10 was explaining to me that book called Solaris. This is real. I know about that book now. Stainslaw limb. Oh my gosh, it's real. This is crazy. This is crazy. It's real. Oh wow. This is crazy. This is actually okay. It's getting real, y'all. It's getting real. So for those of y'all who have no idea what I'm talking about, I'm about to explain it. Lock in, get ready. The One Piece is real. Yeah. So there is a book. Yes, this book is a very film to the book in Death Stranding. This book is very film to the book and Death Stranding. Oh, Death Stranding is about it too? That's kind of how Death Stranding operates? So in this book called Solaris, there is in the shadowy corridor of the cinema, a movie poster snags your gaze. The scene unfolds inside the belly of a colossal steel warship. You see control, and I haven't read the book, I haven't watched the movie. Maybe I'll watch the movie now. But basically, there is a planet that is like all water, I think essentially. It's an all water planet. And on that planet, there's like this person who's like there's like a group of people in space. And somebody in the comments, like if you've seen the movie Solaris, you can explain it a little bit better than I can probably. But the planet is like all water. It's like a full water, like a blue planet. It's just nothing but water basically. And there's these people who are like examining it from space, on a spaceship. But the thing is, the people in the spaceship are actually being influenced by the planet itself. And essentially it's like the planet is alive and it's influencing them. I can't remember if it caused them to kill each other or something like that. But the reason why this is strange, Etheric Sea covering Solaris 3, exactly. Because I've been thinking to myself for a while that the lament could be sentient. Because the planet of Solaris was sentient. I know. Yes. And so if the planet is sentient, because you remember how I was saying, isn't it strange that the lament, or like when the lament hits, the moon gets destroyed or whatever? Or like even if there was no moon, maybe there was no moon. We don't know if there used to be a moon and now there is. Oh, I posted this theory like a few days ago, LOL. Oh, true, you did? Yeah. So like I was talking to Tin about it, and it's just like, if that's the case, and like I said, maybe you can explain the book a little bit better than I could even, but if that's the case, why it's almost like the lament is trying to intentionally obfuscate the moon basically. Let me look that word up, make sure, because I keep saying it and I feel like I'm using the right word, but I just want to make sure. Yeah, obfuscation. Yes. So yeah, obfuscate. The action of making something obscure, unclear, or unintelligible. Yeah, so it's almost like the waveform phenomenon, like it's intentionally trying to obfuscate the moon a bit so that people can't see it. Because the moon, as we were reading earlier, seems to be put there intentionally by a group of people who were trying to send a message to the world. And so the lament is like, hey, I'm gonna stop, like, I'm gonna essentially mess up the way the moon looks. You see what I'm saying? This patch is actually crazy. This space stuff reminds me of that rover clip in the beta days. WUWA posted in a spacesuit and stash. Yeah. Shorekeeper is Harry? Huh? What's that? Eden's Garden. This is Solaris the films? So you've seen it then? Okay, I need to watch it then, I guess. I need to watch it. I need to figure out a place to watch it. Maybe we can watch it together or something. That's why gateways were developed by COS, right? Maybe. Yeah, people who have watched the movie are probably going crazy right now. I haven't seen the movie. I just know certain parts of it. So yeah, maybe we need to watch it together. Woo, I'm making people touch grass and now watch movies. So they were always mentioning if we reach space, we will see the truth. Yes. Oh yeah, yes, Moon, I will. I will be making a video to summarize all this. And then if you know PGR lore, it gets crazier. Yeah. Do we have any information on the first Montelli daughter? Could it be Galbrena? Like if you can't fly out of the planet, just teleport out of it? Oh, I see what you're saying, Marcin. Make a gateway, because if you can't leave it the normal way, you'd have to teleport out. That actually makes a lot of sense. Harry was a computer who gained life, basically sentient. She then fell in love with the MC. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, we need to watch that ASAP. If y'all find, and look, if somebody figures out a way that we can watch that movie, like a link or something, let me know and we can check it out. Because that sounds really interesting. Okay, so the investigator of the limb. Okay, so the scene unfolds inside the belly of a colossal steel warship. You can see panels and intricate instruments lining the wall and crew members moving around. But beyond the thick glass of the viewport, there's no ocean, no horizon, just the visage of a planet suspended in the void, its surface awash with eerie undulating hues. This is investigator of the limb. I repeat, this is investigator of the limb. I am now the last remaining human member of the ship's crew, reporting everything I have witnessed during this mission. The limb has remained in orbit around the target planet for a full local year. This recorded transmission will serve as the final report to be delivered to the ground control via neutrino communication to prevent any possible contamination of the nexus on our planet. The limb will not be returning. I repeat, to prevent any possible You see how they're trying to repeat it multiple times? Like, they want you to get this. They want you to understand this, because in the future, this is Solaris. This is Solaris. So my guess was right. There are other beings as strong as Rover then as well. Quite possibly. Quite possibly. Yeah, I mean, hey, maybe that's the point. Maybe there's somebody on the outside sending information to Rover because other people can't get in. Like, Rover is the only person here from Rover. Like, the idea here is that Rover is possibly from a civilization. I've seen, so there's some things, gosh, I didn't know we were gonna get this deep today. But there are some things that if you notice, so this is a movie reference, or is the story of the truth of Solaris 3? This is a movie reference, or is this the story of the truth about Solaris 3? It's both, T-Money, it's both. I mentioned SCP and cognitohazard. It sounds like it spreads using the cognitohazard methods. Like, if you know about it, you have the chance to spread it to others. Ah, got you. And you haven't seen the true ending. Yeah, I guess then I'll learn the true ending too. But the thing about it is, Rover's outfit has words on it. I need to give you a second. Okay, take your time. Rover's outfit has certain words on it. And if you translate those words from like the Solaris language, oh gosh, I'm trying to remember what it says. It says something like authorized personnel only or something like that. Yeah, it's like authorized personnel only on their actual outfit, which kind of makes you think that like Rover's outfit is not just like normal clothes, it's almost as like a uniform. And so if Rover's outfit, yeah, it says that in Latin alphabet. Yeah, thank you. And so basically it's like this idea of like maybe Rover's outfit is actually a uniform, meaning Rover is like a super soldier in a way. They think about, like, I haven't played Stellar Blade, but based on like the beginning of Stellar Blade, where is it written on his outfit I can show you when we get, after I leave here. It's like on a piece of metal. It's like a piece of metal on his outfit. Maybe it's on his back or something like that. But I think it might be like on his back. But basically, I think that's where it is. In Stellar Blade, right? Like, it looks like Eve is sent from somewhere else down to the planet to help save stuff. Yeah, kind of like Nier Automata in a way. Like they're sent from some outside from space down to the planet. And what if essentially like Rover is the one that they sent, but nobody else can get in? And so maybe that little light beam that they're sending, that we saw, like somebody sending a light beam or whatever once a year, it has like, maybe Rover is like the only person who can understand it. Like maybe it's being sent to some like machine that Rover has and Rover's the only one who can actually understand the language or whatever, and it's basically just like sending that information once a year after, like I said, going around the planet one time or whatever, and they send that piece of information. Mind you, they did say it was very distant though, so it could be like somebody even further away. Maybe it's not like the person rotating around the planet, but maybe it's someone from a faraway place. They're sending it to Rover. I think there's a lot of questions that kind of come in my head, because it's just like, for what purpose? That's what I'm trying to get to. But yeah, isn't Earth, there's a real Earth, and humans discovered Sol 3, and if their Earth got destroyed by something, they moved some human solar system with Rover, question mark? I don't know. I don't know if Sol 3 is an Earth or not. All we know is that Sol 3 is the third planet from the sun. Now, maybe they found another planet that was 3 planets away from the sun, and they're like, oh, okay, this works. This is habitable. But yeah. Let me see. From space on, but why is he trying to save the civilization of this planet? That's the question. That's the question. Let's continue. Let's continue. And like I said, I will be summarizing a lot of this stuff in some videos for people who might have missed some things or for what have you. So the LIM has remained in orbit around the target planet for a full local year. This recorded transmission will serve as the final report to deliver to the ground control via neutrino communication to prevent any possible contamination of the Nexus on our planet. The LIM will not be returning. I repeat, to prevent any possible contamination of the Nexus on our planet, the LIM will not be returning. Fleeting Fantasy, why do you reject returning? Following 6 months of hypotheses and measurements, the crew conducted successive landings on the surface of the target planet. As the only crew member confirmed to the ship due to illness, confined to the ship due to illness, I never participated in any of the ground expeditions. Ironically, that is precisely why I am the only one who was never replaced. Who was never replaced by the planet? What? Eden's Garden. I definitely have to watch this movie now because you're making me super curious. Maybe Rio. I wonder what was going on in Camilla's story when we saw an alternate version of her. Bro, this is painfully Solaris, my heart. Oh my gosh! You know what sucks too, Eden? Because like you basically are like you basically are just suffering in silence because nobody understands what you're going through right now. Like I mean we will in time. Give it some time. We'll check the movie out. Like I said, if somebody finds it, send it to me on Discord and maybe we can watch it together. But yeah, like legit. I'm curious. If it's literally a movie, maybe it's just a reference to Solaris film and not important to lore. I'm suffering as well, having to stay quiet over PGR theories. Oh, really? Nah, Daco, I actually think that there is a lot of inspiration. I'm not saying the story's gonna run the exact same way as the movie or the book, but there seems to be a lot of inspiration, 100%. The only crew confined, yeah, so it says, ironically, this is precisely why I am the only one who was never replaced by the planet. Have you ever heard of the Swamp Man paradox? A bolt of lightning strikes a person, vaporizing them entirely. But by sheer coincidence, that same lightning simultaneously triggers a strange reaction in a nearby swamp, creating a being identical to the original in every way. Down to their mass structure, memories, and skills, and even to some extent their emotions or cognitive echoes. Yet no matter how perfect the imitation, it is not human. Everything it does is merely an act of observation, mimicry, or perhaps an instinctual drive to replace us. Wait a second. Isn't that kind of like what the lament does? Because I remember Phrolova was kind of talking about this. Two movies named Solaris, one from 1972, one from 2002. Which one is it? It might be both of them. It just might be a remaster or something. Yeah, we don't even know yet. This is really important for lore. It's just what ifs. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think this is a what if. I think this is actually important. 2002 is a readaptation. Oh, okay. Yeah, like everybody's going crazy. The old one? You think the old one is better? Eden? No matter how perfect the imitation is, not human. Because this kind of sounds like what Phrolova was saying with the Dark Tide. The Dark Tide was trying to like create humans, but it wasn't actual humans. She said they were like just hollow imitations in essence. And the crowd goes wild. Okay, now you should understand this is why the limb can never return. During the course of our mission, every single crew member who set foot on the target planet and returned to the ship became a swamp person. Even now, their numbers continue to grow. What? Nah, screw this happy music. Screw all this, man. Take me back. Take me back. You find yourself in the heart of the business district plaza. Despite the unease caused by recent attacks, streets are still bustling. Stuff, okay. Selling outdoors, you're immediately overwhelmed by a variety of items. Okay, 1 jug of Go GT a day. Welcome to Lightning Outfitters. If anyone catches your eye, don't hesitate to let me know. This is WUWA, I guess. Wow, check out all these weird gizmos. What are they for? Well, this here is a fold and pack sleeping bag. With this, any surface can be transformed into a nice comfy bed, even in the wild. Out here, we have tents and mounting kits. Think of them as the perfect partners for your sleeping bag. Peanut butter and jelly, if you will. Didn't know you needed special equipment just to snooze. What about these? These are strap-on weights, perfect for strength training. You wear them around your wrists and ankles during your workout, so when it's time to unleash your inner beast, bam, rip them off and let your full power shine. Excuse me. Excuse me. Why would anyone want to weigh themselves down like that? Oh, what's that over there? It looks like something you can eat. Abby is like the definition of, what is that word? Abby's the definition of attention, I guess, attention deficit, ADD. There's all like, just like, ooh, 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 ooh. That's our protein powder selection. The key to packing on some serious muscle. Get your intake just right. Add a bit of dedication to the gym, and you'll be on your way to Mighty Muscle Madness. Oh, Mighty Muscle Madness. So what does that taste like, bruh? Abby. Don't worry. Interest in outdoor sports and exercise is always a good thing. After all, your body is your temple. Yes, the younger crowd's always chasing this and that, but I always say, before you hustle, make sure you're taking care of yourself first. When those monsters attacked, I helped the rescue efforts. Saw a lot of people struggling because they weren't in good shape. They couldn't keep up with the evacuations. A little attention to your health can make all the difference when life starts throwing curveballs. You were part of the rescues. Indeed. Twice. I'm just a regular civilian, but I can hold my own. If I can help keep people safe when it matters most, I'll be there. Yuan will join your team. Oh, there's no knowing when the next attack will happen, so if there's anything I can help with, you know where to find me. I've got your back. All right, cool. Boom. Interesting. Full things on YouTube. Now this whole games make sense. Full things on YouTube. All right, send me the link. Send me the link. Maybe we can watch it on Monday or something. Gosh, I don't know, man. I might need to watch it. How long is it? Dang. Did we watch it today? Hey, how's it going, Joshua? Heard there's some lore reveals in this event. Is that true? And if it is, can you tell me? Yes and yes. There is an insane amount though. Almost 3 hours, 246. Okay. There is an insane amount of information in this patch, in this event. So I will be making a video, probably multiple videos to be honest with you, explaining them. But yeah. We're currently we're currently going through, we've gone through 2 of the endings. There's technically 4 endings, and we have gone through 2 of 4, right? We're on the 3rd one currently, and apparently the 4th one isn't as important. So I think this time around we're gonna get to like one of the biggest reveals. But yeah. Yes, stay back and leave it to me since your readiness. Hey, good, because I skipped everything in that, LOL. Yeah, I got you. Like, we encounter nightmare echoes in the Somme Noir, we know they are born from the gaze of it. And in 2.5, Kuro added nightmare nests and nightmare echoes to Soul 3. So can we say Somme Noir is slowly leaking things unintentionally because of that it? If you remember, it forcefully entered the Somme Noir. Also, it locked onto Rover in that cinema event. Maybe even it will forcefully come to Solar Sea, just like how it entered Sonora. Daco, my gosh. Yes, I think it is very possible for it to show up, considering that something sent us that letter to even start this event, even though the letter itself that started this whole event wasn't supposed to be in reality. Maybe it sent the letter to us. It has a name in PGR lore. It's me! Too much it. I love my it. Oh my gosh. You have to suffer 3 times? Hey, look, we gotta find this out. We might have to watch that movie. We might have to watch that movie today. Stay back, leave it to me. Sensing your readiness, the shadows rise in the dark and coalesce in the nightmares. Luckily, they're not yours. All right, would you look at that? Guess we're not in a suspense film anymore. This is not a horror flick. I didn't see them here the first time. Wait. After some wondering, you find yourself, okay. Theater's quiet. Okay, stay back, leave it to me. Sensing your readiness, the shadows rise in the dark and coalesce into nightmares. Luckily, there's not your first. Would you look at that? Guess we're not in a suspense film anymore. This is now a horror flick. I didn't see them here the first time. Right, I've never met an audience this rude. Have you come here right at us? It's all up to you now. Go fight them. Okay. Alfie, this is insane, bro. This is actually insane. So we got a different ending this time, but apparently, like, there's another ending. Nightmares have found their way into the cinema now. Hope you, okay, they must be breached this place from the depths of the Somme Noir. This so-called Cinema Solaris is really just a special sonorosphere inside the Somme Noir. So, Alfie, we're gonna watch a movie. We're about to watch a movie. We are about to watch a movie. Did you get ending 10? I don't know. I got 9 and 11. I got ending 9 and ending 11. And we're gonna try to get ending 10 now. After this, we are going to watch a movie. Talking about that 1,000 Gateways is going on maintenance at the end of this patch. Maybe we will see more about it soon. But in PGR, it doesn't matter if you know it, like it or not, it will return and follow its mission. So basically, it's a prison? Oh, I don't know. 2.6 patch is the final patch of Renacida. We've seen Crown, Glory Beyond, Cartethiya, Lupa, Phrolova, Sun and Moon are the last ones. I don't think it's the last patch of Renacida, actually. There could be still, I think there's still something more. Wait, so no 12, the one where you asked who? So all 4 are important then? All 4 are important? I thought somebody said the last one wasn't that important. Well, I guess we'll try to get all 4 then. Hey, if we hurry, we might catch a glimpse of the crime scene. That's not funny. Oh, I just wanted to lighten the mood. Even though I'm a renowned detective, I don't really want to solve cases day in and day out. All right, cool. All right, let's go. We are fast tracking. Yeah, Alfie, we just got the, we just did the question mark event that kind of changed the whole game for us. In PGR, they are robots, right? So it's not important if they refer to them as it, I think. Oh, I mean, I don't know, actually. I don't know exactly how PGR refers to its characters all the way. right. Excuse me. But yeah, we got the question mark event that discusses Lim and the spaceship. Constructs are them and gender pronouns. They are still people inside. So they do use both. Knowing the 12 has two parts. Those are the most important ones. All right, well, let's keep going then. We'll just keep going. All right. Cool. Wait, okay, here we go. You see a no telephone booth, okay, no passerby, okay, within you, it came, wait, what? It? No passerby spares a glance, yet it still rings brightly. A nostalgic feeling stirs within you. It came for you from the dark. Ring, ring. Cautiously pick up the phone. Hello? Short buzz, a recorded middle-aged man plays through the phone. Dear friends, today is an extraordinary day, a century of Union epoch. I'm Terrell, the first speaker of the Sola Union. We warmly congratulate you on this great and glorious jubilee. This must be people from like the beginning then, huh? Keep on listening. You can get to 12 in two different ways by asking Dee who she is in the innings of 10 and 11, but you need innings 9 and 10. 9 and either 10 or 11 unlocked already. Got you. Hey, appreciate you, CSN. This is crazy. This is actually crazy. The spaceship one? Yeah. The spaceship one. So I know about the movie Solaris and how Lim, I never watched it though. And so we actually might end up watching it today. I know that Lim is, now know that Lim is the writer of that movie. Solar Union won against the Lament after using the Ultimate Resonance Project, if you remember from the last stream. Oh, that's what they said? Solar Union was the one who did it? A century of Union epoch. I'm Terrell, the first speaker of the Solar Union. We warmly congratulate you on this great and glorious jubilee. Keep on listening. We live in an era of resistance. Through the Ultimate Resonance Project, the humanity has achieved its first true victory over the Lament. We are confident in your time you will live without the shadows of the Lament in peace and prosperity. Solar Union, Union epoch. Okay, a century of... Okay, so this isn't before the Lament. This is during the Lament. I believe they achieved space travel and created the moon. They still got wiped though. Remember the moon event, they said it too has its own source of resonance. Maybe they flew there. Yeah, so I think... The question is, what is the it? It too has its own source of resonance. Maybe they flew there. So like, what is the it in question? And it said it was very distant though. So I feel like it's like somewhere on the other side of space. Like, if they were the it they're referring to is the Lament, perhaps. Saying like it's the source of the Lament came from far away. Benodian LOL. Possibly, yeah. We live in an era of resistance through, okay. We are confident in your time you will live without the shadows of the Lament and peace and prosperity. Keep on listening. We believe you'll have figured out the nature of the Lament, and the people of Solaris have traveled far beyond the etheric sea, venturing into the distant lands. Wait, we believe you'll have figured out the nature of the Lament, and the people of Solaris have traveled far beyond the etheric sea, venturing into distant lands. The voice cuts off, leaving only the beeping of a disconnected call. All right. All right, let's continue. All right, let's see. In the shadowy, okay, the scene is a desolate, rundown street. Discarded household items lie tangled with forgotten toys. Small group of young people gather around a mound of broken junk, casually chatting as they stare at the pile. Girl in school uniform. Why do we even go to school? So we can get a job. And once we get a job, will everything be better? Not really. Life at every stage is more or less the same. There are small differences, sure, but nothing wrong. Worth getting hung up on. Trust me. The longer you live in this world, the clearer it becomes. The kind of frustration never ends. People are always worried about something, always have been, ever since they were born. You think moving on to the next stage of life or changing your surroundings will make things better. It won't. Then isn't life just pointless? Kinda, yeah, but it's not completely dull. At the very least, you're still free. If you don't feel like going to school tomorrow, you don't have to. If I don't feel like going to work, I won't either. As simple as that. Sure, it'll cause trouble, but that doesn't mean you can't do it. Wait, are you skipping work tomorrow? Why do you always take my words out of context? But yeah, I really don't feel like going. I want to go out, maybe visit the circus at the zoo. The circus? What for? To see the tumble yak. I heard they got a new one in the troupe. It just sits there all day. Maybe it's because the audience keeps poking it with sticks, or maybe it just likes sitting there. People come from all over to see it, throwing food at it, but never reacts. It just sits there and doesn't even roll when the wind blows. It does nothing every single day. I'll go see that tumble yak. I'll go observe those who go for the tumble yak. We'll do that one. You trail the girl's words and wind up at the circus in pursuit of the fabled tumble yak. The reality, though, is drab and unremarkable. The creature sits silently in a shadow corner of the tent, its fur hanging limp over its eyes, looking like a lifeless rug. You linger watching it, nothing. As you're about to walk away, it suddenly speaks. What? Did you know? A tumble yak sitting still, voice of Sam Noir. Did you know the world has no roads? People rise from the warmth of one grave, only to march toward the chill of the next. Everything in between is called the present, and everything you do in between is called struggle. Well, that's bleak. Let's see. Wait, am I supposed to attack this? Okay. Let's see. Confirm. Okay. Let's see. Go there. Looks like we're too late. See us somewhere in the seat. It's her, the stunt double you meet earlier. Her skin is deathly pale from blood loss. I think we read this already, right? Cause of death, arterial rupture. Yes, we did. Skip. Did you really? She kill herself? Okay. Did she? All right, cool. Lovely. All right, like I said, we're trying to fast track our way through this. So move. Okay, bam. Fun. All right. I do kind of wish this was similar to Chakona's event, you know? I do wish this was similar to Chakona's event. That's quite a discount. Stuffed flatbreads as payment, that's quite a discount. Spend 300 dream fragments to obtain one metaphor. Okay. Oh, thank you, Napola. Thank you. And if you are here, please do like the video if you're on YouTube. It helps a lot. Thanks for reminding me. Please like the video, the stream. It helps a lot. The 11. Okay, went back. You get ending where Rover just goes nuts with their theory in the 11. Yeah, that's what I have so far. The towers should be solid. That's 2 towers, a few martial arts scrolls. Okay, yeah, we did this already. All right. Cool. All right. Sounds like fun. Let's keep going. We're going this way. All right. What's this one about? Depending on what it's about, we will skip it. Way to the snow, Ben's brittle, careful. You sense a threat. I missed the patches. Okay. We did this one already. Honestly, boom. Why not?
Incoming. Beware.
Shackles be gone.
Lovely. All right. On to the next one. Okay. 2 theaters. Start battle. Like I said, at this point, we're just trying to get to the end.
Come forth.
If only my Jianshin hit this hard. These nightmares are popping up more and more often. Others might be in danger. No need to panic. You've dealt with them before, right? They're like moths drawn to the brightest light. Okay, even if they sneak into the center of the sonorosphere, they'll only zero in on whoever's radiating the strongest emotions or frequency. Yeah, so the nightmares go toward who's radiating the strongest frequency, which kind of goes to, why can't we do this one? Start with the murderer's method. Shorekeeper join the team, and Encore and Calcro the soul beyond the black hole. Apparently, we still haven't done that ending yet. You can start like ending 10 and just ask the final question. Would be the most information since you are not here to clear the event. Let's see. All right. Cool. Yeah, I'm about to say, I wish my Jianshin hit that hard. Cool. Oh, cartethiya. Hey. Level 29. In the shadowy corridor of the cinema, a movie poster snags your gaze. Trench coat, sporting a beret. There's no real culprit on that train, not one that a detective like me should... Okay, yeah, we saw this one. People on that train are innocent. We should bring them all to justice. I hate more... Okay, bring them all to justice. You're really something else. Even with all this infamy, you still stick to your principles no matter what. Just beyond the moral. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Well, I wouldn't do that. Everyone, please calm down. Yep. Let's go find her. She's not. Stay silent. She's not the murderer. Okay. We're just, like I said, we're just gonna answer all these the same way we did last time. Let's go. Let's see where it leads. The ground suddenly crumbles. Leap for the edge. At the final moment, just before the ground collapses completely, you push off a desperate leap. Put out a 1-hour video on the Triple Pass story. Brother is a changed man after that one. Oh wow, interesting. Yeah, I saw he was trying to like understand the story a little bit more. Start the battle. I think he just didn't want to look dumb because a lot of people were saying things based on things they didn't understand. So I think he was trying to like understand it more.
Serenity.
Beautiful. Let's see. Next. 2 has a turning point for real. I think we will remember this patch just like we do 1.3. I 100% agree. I 100% agree on that. I think this patch is opening up the story so much. Like, it's insane. Like, it genuinely is insane. In a good way. Like, I didn't expect this. Like, I had a feeling, you know, like, obviously, yeah, it's going to be really good, you know, but I didn't know that they were going to push the story this far. But I think the thing that I'm the most excited about, or happy about, I guess you could say, is just the effect on the community, because it seems like people are starting to actually pay attention more, which is a good thing overall. When you get to the second to the last book, I will tell you the answers you need to do for the ending you seek if you don't have them already. Okay, thank you. Can I explain about Hecate lore? What do you mean by that? Like, what is the actual question? 3.0 will be it? True. Yeah, like that. Like that's a very broad statement. Like I think I would need like an actual question to answer that. All right. Zana and Phoebe join your team. Who is Hecate? Hecate is a creature that was summoned from the beyond. The beyond is not the same as the lost beyond. Yeah, so yeah, there's a place called the Beyond. And let me see. Okay. Yeah, there's a place called the Beyond, and Hecate was summoned from that place by Phrolova. Hecate is essentially like, that's where Hecate's from. What Hecate actually is a creature. Ooh. Hecate is a creature that essentially exists to watch like the kind of like the crossroads of life and death, basically. Or at least that's where Hecate is. Like they're like a creature that kind of watches the crossroads of life and death. Historically, Hecate is a three-faced witch, three-faced moon goddess. You step into a narrow aromatic alleyway, a place time forgets to pass through. Nameless flowers grow wild within the confines of the tiny space, unbothered by the harsh environment. Ah, the immortal. Never did I think these clouded eyes would gaze upon thee once more in the span of mine existence. Leave brush against each other in their whispered exchange. They study you closely like old acquaintances. Your clothes, your posture, they want to reach your essence in the civilization you carry with you. Slow down. What the heck did I just read? You step into a narrow aromatic alleyway, a place time forgets to pass through. Time forgets to pass through, okay. Nameless flowers grow wild within the confines of the tiny space, unbothered by the harsh environment. Withered tree, humanity's enthusiast. Ah, the immortal? Never did I think these clouded eyes would gaze upon thee once more in the span of mine existence. Leaves brush against each other in their whispered exchange. They study you closely like old acquaintances. Your clothes, your posture, they want to reach your essence and the civilization you carry with you. Take hence this withered bow of mine. This time it will bear the warmth of the sun. Take the bow. The old tree shudders, straining its brittle spine, and snaps off a bow. You take it, turn around, and plant it right in the sunshine a few steps away. But the wind and light do not grant rebirth. Spring cradles the bow for a fleeting moment, only to discard it, leaving it to wither in desperation. The tale doth end as ever it hath. It seems it hath not yet the will to depart this place. I shall abide yet longer, sowing and tending. To see our dream fulfilled, I need more time. As much time as thou dost possess. You know, it talks like something we know. I thought in the story they mentioned Phrolova was part GD and part human. Yeah, that's correct. You guys think you know what this is? Oh, like sentinels? Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. It does sound like a sentinel. Withered tree, humanity's enthusiast. But like, it's a tree. Unless this isn't literally a sentinel. Lord of the Dark Tide. The tree of life is immortality. You'll see yourself out, you know, like a tree sentinel. I'll see myself. Well, yeah, that's what I get. It's just like a tree sentinel. Okay. It's interesting. By the way, if you're saying, yeah, we don't discuss leaks here. We do not discuss leaks here, if that's what you're referring to. It is what I think goes to the deep end of PGR lore hasn't even gotten to. Okay, so withered tree. So, okay. I think there's a lot of questions I have, like, why is this here? Why is it in the Somme Noir? I don't know. I mean, the Somme Noir is like dreams, so I guess the sentinel dream, like there's a tree sentinel dreaming, I guess. I shall abide yet longer, sowing and tending to see our dream fulfilled. I need more time. As much time as thou dost possess. as much time as thou dost possess. Okay. Let me read this one more time. Take hence the withered bow of mine. This time it shall bear the warmth of the sun. The old tree shudders, straining its brittle spine, and snaps off a bow. You take it around. Okay. But the wind and light do not grant rebirth. Spring cradles the bow for a fleeting moment, one only to discard it, leaving it withered in desperation. The tale doth end as it ever hath. It seems it hath not yet the will to depart this place. I shall abide yet longer, sowing and tending till our dream fulfilled. Let's see, awaken Ashen One and restore the Elden Ring whole once again. Oh, really? Location, okay, got it. Timeless Space is a big hint. We did have the Nanami cameo already. Yes. The tale doth end as it has begun, hath not yet the will to depart this place. That's interesting. I shall bow. Okay. You disregard the frenzy in its eyes and turn to leave. Let it rust in the darkness, the dark alone. Rust? Let it rust? That's interesting for a tree. This is weird. This is really weird. Oh, we're here already. Oh, shoot. Okay. I guess y'all can explain it to me now. Whew. So, I choose a person, right? You send you the tutorials, question mark? Oh, yeah. I remember that. You did send that. Let's see. All 4 innings. Let's see. So I've done 9 and 11. I need to do 10 and 12, right? Could confirm my answers if it's for ending 12. Yeah, so it says ending 12, you do person. Conclusion was proven from the very beginning. The murderer couldn't possibly be attached to Discord. You do eternal sleep, but an illusion in the script. Chosen a different path. Only detective wouldn't take it. No, you're an unknowable variable. Yeah, one where you actually deduct who's the killer is and not saying it's something invisible. Okay. Script. Detective have their logic, their neat little boxes for the truth. We read that. Afraid of getting hurt, they strike first. Afraid of rejection, and they reject others first. They are supposed to be better than others, ahead of others, above others, but who's left to fathom the unknown then? Let the detective story unfolding right here isn't just another act playing out on the screen. So then you choose the detective, the other outsider. Indeed. What's right under... Okay. Indeed, what's right under your nose is often the last thing you see during the final round investigation. Based on what the black cat and the white cat said earlier and everything you've experienced so far, there's no doubt this place is a solemn noir that records the frequencies of the past. As the keeper of the gateways, the black and white cat oversee all frequencies entering the solemn noir, but they also mentioned that deep within the solemn noir, there's a vast observable pocket akin to the data-dead zones. Spaces like this cinema are independent noospheres that have slipped free. I'm trying to get to 12 right now. Okay. Before Samar even came to be, Tethys called them the reverberations of Solaris history. So spaces like the cinema are independent sonospheres that have slipped free from the gateway's control. They operate on their own logic, relics from before the Somme Noir even came to be. Tethys called them reverberations of Solaris' history that were destroyed by the global lament. Whether faint traces of lives once lived or the haunting echoes of destruction, they linger here. So, returning to who is at the heart of the evil, the source of all these tragedies is undoubtedly frequencies of the Thenodian from the past. Is it the people of the past? But if so, why would they linger here, trapped in the form of cinema, endlessly replaying stories of betrayal and murder? When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be truth. Okay. And so then in this last part, I choose something specific.
Incoming. Beware.
Shackles be gone.
She lasts evermore. Universe in my psyche.
Lovely. All right. Now we go to the final event. My conclusion is there's no real murderer among us. Okay. As your words land, you catch a clear flicker of disappointment in the detective's eyes. Now, as you look back on your journey experiences and stories in the 4 films together with your companions, thoughts start to crackle like embers racing along. Taking a fuse. Okay, I'll do my best to piece together the truth behind the cinema and other incidents. Series of incidents. No matter how special the storytelling is in this mystery film, I'll strip away the surreal parts. The truth isn't something sad or terrifying. The truth, huh? Talking about the truth in a fictional script. What could be an outsider like you possibly understand? Wait, what script? Why? What are you even talking about? Aren't you enough? Snap. With a sharp snap of her fingers, the last light of the theater dies. Darkness swallows the room. In the void, her unblinking eyes find yours. Since you're not going to wrap this up the usual way, then it's time for the irrelevant ones to leave. Then a heavy thud, something solid hits the ground, like flames being snuffed. The film producer, camera operator, and film editor stop breathing. They fall unconscious, collapsing to the theater floor. Wait, this is a surprise. So you're not here to play detective in this act, but to challenge the cinema itself and me. Sure, your trial to some murderer in this cinema, but I want to know, why does this cinema even exist? Can rushing to wrap up the case and slapping on a convenient explanation really get us to the truth? Ha, just some lost visitor, and yet you claimed you can uncover the truth. Do you really have the clues, or are you spinning your own story? This may be a patchwork of guesses, but whether I'm misunderstanding things or not, you can decide for yourself after hearing. The clues to the story probably begin with 2 cats, always at odds, yet never apart. Like all stories, rise and fall of the world. Okay, we read this. Rise and fall, your world once had a dazzling civilization long ago, so bright no one could look away. But then one day it came drawn to that brilliance, reaching out by instinct. People fought desperately to protect their home, but no matter what they tried, nothing could stop it. As the end drew near, 2 cats from the dreamscape world appeared. Your world is ending. There is no stopping it, they told the last of the survivors. You fought long enough. Now it's all over. You've done well. Leave the rest to us. We'll preserve your story in a dream. Even if your home is lost, even if your people vanish, even if your words and history fade away, at the very end of time, dreams will still remain. That was the Black Cat's promise. Huh? You can play the game or break the script. Yeah, find the best reveal. So that part I was confused about. Okay, it's interesting. It goes to sound lost in memory instead of Rover's name. Wait, you think that this is Rover talking? But whether I'm misunderstanding things or not, you can decide for yourself after hearing. ... I thought it was just someone else talking. I mean, otherwise, why is it? Yeah, I don't believe Rover's talking, is it? That was the Black Cat promise. Okay. The cats pleaded with them, but the people refused to surrender. They fought to their last breath until annihilation swallowed them whole. After that, the Black Cat and the White Cat, standing amidst the ruins, found themselves divided. Should they, as the Black Cat suggested, use the ruins as nourishment for dreams and send them through the gateway? Or, as the White Cat hoped, restore everything within the dreams? They couldn't agree, so they first decided to shelter it all within a dream, but even the faintest ember of light was enough to draw its attention. So they couldn't agree on, its attention, got it. It hid within the wreckage of dreams and slipped into the world beyond the gateway. Bound by their promise to their creator, the Black Cat and the White Cat had no choice but to fragment the dreamscape realm into separate layers, severing them one by one, even erasing themselves along with the tainted dreams, all in an effort to seal it within the deepest layers. Okay. Time drifted on, reborn as before. Yeah, cats obeyed their maker's will. So time drifted on, reborn as before. The cats obeyed their maker's will, lingering in the upper layers to gather the world's fading dreams, until one day the amassed dreams seeped down into the underwater realm. At that moment, they felt a stirring from the deepest layer. Once again, the Black Cat and the White Cat stood divided. Should they reconnect with the deepest layer and preserve the entire dreamscape, or stay in the present no matter the cost and protect the dreams lingering at the entry layers? Yet, unlike the hesitant gatekeepers, some residual frequencies stranded in the underwater realm were ready to rise again. They were ready to finish the fight, to stand their ground and never yield to it. Even if they had forgotten their original forms, even if their memories, records, and beliefs lay scattered in the fragments, they still waited in the silent, lightless depths, slowly piecing those fragments together, weaving them into countless films. Perhaps it would never understand this. Humanity's greatest wisdom is the sharpest weapon has always been fiction. Fiction. Okay. Because fiction was the first step out of the caves lit only by flickering. Because fiction was the first step out of caves lit only by flickering shadows. And we talked about this earlier. For those of y'all who are just getting here, this alludes to a allegory called Plato's Cave. I actually did a video, like the very first video on my channel, discusses Plato's cave. It bound them in shared dreams as they moved forward as one. Through stories, they became known as primates, going on to dominate the world. And so, even stories born from shared dreams and whispered myths can still spark the flame anew. This is why this place bears the name Somnoir. Without a soul, there is no somnium. Without a soul, one cannot set foot here. Visitors, now, every film in this cinema has been set ablaze for you. Tell me, can you see? In the deepest darkness, its gaze is fixed upon you. Piecing together every clue, you recount the story step by step to get the truth behind the cinema. The Somnoir's origins are still a mystery, but you keep drawing lines back to the lament of the past. Until your story is cut short, a sudden surge of nightmares crashes into the scene. Watch out! The tacit mark on the back of your hand glows suddenly. A familiar sensation washes over you. Abby tumbles out in a rush. Hey Yor, this thing, it feels kind of familiar. Did we beat something like this before? Our most hated enemy. Oh, got it. Don't worry, Yor, I've got your back. Gaze from the end, the White Tower. Sounds like Lord of the Rings. A sound the ears can't pick up reaches you, even the nightmares born from its gaze. Those hollow frequencies can still let out a roar that heralds the end. The towers. The white gaze from the end, the White Tower. Koro and towers. I only thing that I can really think of is like the Black Shores stuff, like the towers that they use to like watch stuff. But y'all might know something else about it. Can still let a reward that heralds the end. Stay fearless. Face the nightmare from the Somnoir depths. Okay. Start challenge. Oh, it's a PGR reference. Got you. And once again, like I said, if you all are on YouTube, liking the stream definitely helps a lot. Yeah, as a smaller content creator, it is sometimes the difference between people seeing the stream and not. So thank you so much. Very appreciative.
Universe in my psyche.
Yo, San Hall was looking pretty nice right there.
She lasts evermore.
Ah.
Serenity.
Beckon the divine flames.
I mean, hey, let's say if you wanna.
Serenity.
Now that I think about it, Jian Shin would probably be pretty good for Arsenosa in general because of like her gathering the shield thing. You could just use that to deflect like a bunch of Arsenosa's attacks.
She lasts evermore.
Shackles be gone.
Serenity. Incoming. Beware. Clarity.
Oh, okay.
Stay alert. Serenity. Universe in my psyche.
All right.
She lasts evermore.
Be reduced to cinders.
But I can definitely tell the difference though. Okay, nice. Okay, the battle is over. All right, we lock in. She one-shots all bosses? Sheesh. The battle is over. As the last trace of the nightmares dissolves into nothing, a slow cap goes to the cinema. Clap. You turn to see the detective smiling. She's impressed. Nice work. I totally give you props for the fight scene just now, but pity. Your story's still missing any real proof. Honestly, it's full of gaps. Just a bunch of hunches trying to match the truth sound, make the truth sound all poetic. You've oversimplified everything. For someone trying to play the great detective in a mystery film, that was hardly a satisfying closing statement. She deliberately pauses as if gauging your reaction. So for this one, it looks like it doesn't matter what you choose. Choose any dialogue. So even if it's true, I still want to believe it. So we're good, right? I mean, that's what this thing is saying. Just choose anything. So I guess I just don't want to mess up. So y'all can anything, but then choose the final word. Okay, even if it's true, I still want to believe it. You would still choose to believe it, even if it's a lie? What kind of past have you lived through? Well, even if you cheated a little, at least the final act got a decent ending. As her words fade, the carpet and walls begin to melt. Okay. Is this... Okay, we read that. At the first person you see how this movie ends. Got any questions? Wait, we can't do it yet? Unlock endings, the slumbering seabed and the somnoir breeze. Yep, Brick. He had to do different choices for ending 12 when he only unlocked 9 and 11. You need the 10th ending, bruh. Finding the murderer is actually quite simple. Really? You're not bluffing, are you? But I guess the deduction in this film couldn't slump you either. You can't do much about that. Sometimes the truth is just plain and simple. But she looks at you with the exact same expression you've seen every time. Here's hoping the world will wake up. Doesn't leave you hanging in another hot big story like this one. Alright, bro. Ah! Alright. I'm trying to. I'm definitely trying to. All right. Let's all right. So anyway, how has you all's day been? How has you all's day been? When is, let me see, when is the part where I have to lock in? Okay, at the very end. Got it. I lock in at the very end. The slumbering seabed. Yeah, I didn't do ending 9 then, so what did I do? I didn't even do ending 9 yet. So I have to choose the task in Discord. I have to do ending 9 and 10. Apparently I never did 9. So I basically just kept doing 11 over and over again. That's what it feels like. I just kept doing 11. You need 9 always. You need 9 and then either 10 or 11. All right, well. Like actually. All right. All right, cool. Check Discord. Okay. You do anytime Oh wait, it's so Alfie, are you saying that if I do what you just said, it's a way for me to get to 12 without having to do it over again? That's what it sounds like you're saying.
Leave it to me.
Oh wow, interesting. Okay, so maybe we only have to do it one more time. All right. Do a dog set. For ending 12 and 9 and 11, a person is right here among us. There's a physical weapon. Theater 3, the director final word, who you are, really. Finish 9 and 11. Got it. Wait, where am I? Where am I? Okay, I'm trying to go. Huh? All the way around, huh? I guess so, yeah. All right. Encore! Can I get an encore? Do you want more? Right, there we go. Bam. Sure. For no good reason. I wish, like, I honestly don't see the point, man. Like, if you finish it one time, you should be able to start from the ending, in my opinion. Kind of like how they did with Chacona's Quest. Like, Chacona's Quest, you could just start from the ending. Alright. Cool. I'm about to say, how many times do I have to hit that button? Okay. Boom. Get me out of here. Wait, this looks different. Oh, never mind, I read this already. Yep, okay. Real talk, I do think this is cool though. I do actually think this is cool. Like the whole thing, it's like, it's a bit much in terms of like, yeah, it has potential, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I could definitely see this being, I mean, like I said, if it's me, I would just be like, give me Monopoly. I think the problem is there's too, I don't know, man. Like they need to figure out a way to, I guess what I would say is like make some of this stuff a little bit more optional. That way you can get through the whole thing quicker. But like having like a format that allows you to like pick up books along the way or something. And then after picking up said books along the way, you can choose to read them all at the end or whatever. Like rather than making the endings RNG. Yeah, Rand, I'm going to. Confirm. Do you imagine getting endings before the update? Wait, what are you talking about?
Wind rises.
It has to just make it 3D, in my opinion. I thought the same thing too. If it was 3D and we could just run through corridors and pick up items, and that's how we did it. I don't mind the 2D though. I think the 2D is like novel. Yeah, making it 3D would be cool, don't get me wrong. But it doesn't necessarily even have to be 3D. Just make it, I think, like I said, making the endings not RNG would be helpful. You're playing the optimized version right now. It was a lot more tedious than 2.5. Yeah, I heard. All right, there we go. Move. Well, no, not the. I'm not talking about the endings being RNG. What I meant was, instead of making the question marks, like you can get like you're getting like random stuff here and there. And I guess I just wish that like they were just what they were. Like if I wanted to, I like go around, I can pick up items, and those items are what they are. It's not like a random thing that you could potentially miss if you didn't like scourge every single. Because the thing is, you can go through a whole storyline and end up missing one of the outcomes. Voice acting them, yeah, I agree on making different ways of storytelling. Just in my opinion, this one can be used more than just text like Disco Elysium. Maybe voice act them. Yeah, voice acting would actually have helped a lot here. I do agree on that. Voice acting would have helped a lot. Like I said, they don't. Where am I? How did I get to this option? I thought I had to wait till I got to the very end to see this. After passing through the corridor covered with posters, you finally return the film producer Warner Parade. You are not in the end. It's not. Yeah, I'm so confused. Look, sorry, but why is it giving me the option of the final word? Right now, the two outsiders are the most suspicious of all this talk. Okay, I already found the suspect. You got nerve coming back here. It was you two, wasn't it? Do you really think it was it? Well, that's true. Everyone, please calm down. Is well passing agree time. She hasn't returned by now. You could be already. Okay, well, no one's seen her since we left the year too. It's well past the agreed time. She hasn't returned by now. Could she already be? Let's go find her. Wait, she's alone. Even if you find her, okay, didn't I just say you wouldn't need to? What if we're just using yours as an alibi? Huh? Are you kidding me? A detective is a murderer? She's not the murderer. The final word, stay silent. Because you unlocked the final. Oh, okay. I got it. Both of you, please stay calm. All right. I was like, wait a second. I'm over here just skipping stuff, not realizing like, wait, am I about to mess things up? Okay. That was close. There we go. Check Discord. Got you. I see. All right. Basically, how it works is you need the other two endings that the one you are on at the end will get final word. So endings 9 and 10 went on ending 11, and endings 9 and 11 went on ending 10. Got you. Yeah. I appreciate it. It is Garden. All right. So we are. Wait, am I in the wrong position spot? I'm trying to get over here. Yeah. Okay. Wait, now this was interesting. I wonder where this trail leads to. An answer. What? An answer? An answer to what? Everything. You mean we can ask anything really on Earth in this train? A journey. Well, I can't understand a word. You charge it back. Hop on and see where it'll take you. The steward says nothing more, but you see in the gaze it's leading you to something. Okay. Oh. Destroy the weird swim ring. Correct, swim rings destroyed. One. 1 of 3. Where's oh, that one looks, is that one weird? They all look the same. Okay, wait, no, that one looks a little bit different. Sheesh, it's very subtle. This one? Okay, that was super subtle. Now this one's obvious. That one. Free eye check. Oh, I know, right? Okay, there we go. Only 2 left. Okay, yeah, that one right there. And this one right here. All right. Lovely. Y'all have it down to a science. Sheesh. All right, let's go. Way too much in 1.4. I never got this one. Like, y'all were talking about 1.4. Like, I never got this one. Help the hero beat up the bad guys. Win a hard battle to restore 40 film rolls. Okay. Face the truth no matter what. Okay, wait. In a shadowy corridor, a man dark suit hoisted high in the air with a brute, his battered body displayed like a trophy to the surrounding criminals. Pain and fear surged through his shattered spine, stripping away all last remains of his disguise, but with physical and mental, particularly mental fragility, are laid bare. You are no hero. This is no story of heroism. The White Tower. Titan of Venom. This city doesn't need saving. Corruption and chaos are carved into its very bones. It's a thriving haven for the wicked to flourish. Titan of Venom, the White Tower. Face the truth no matter how many times you save them. These people will never thank you. Win a hard battle to restore 40 film rolls. Help the hero beat up the bad guys. Observe the ending of the hero. Spend 24 film rolls to increase film rolls by 50%. Help the hero beat up the bad guy. Yeah, before you move, someone has stopped to protect the man. I'll stop you. Timid girl. Okay. What? Timid girl D. I'll stop you. Titan of Venom. And who are you? A mere spectator to dare stand against me. Witness hot now as I bring you your doom. Even if I fail, others will rise to take my place in the face of evil and injustice. Anyone who resists can be a hero. Max hero stunt double. Well spoken, but until that day comes, I'll keep you safe. I'll stand by you until you're strong enough to live up to your own ideals. The broken hero struggles to his feet, his battered body barely holding together, yet his fist clenched once more. Start battle. You got the year game currency? Huh? What's that? 25 my look life you got the year game currency. What's that? All right.
Face judgment.
Easy. Next. GG, next question. All right. We'll do that. We'll do this. Okay, yeah, we have a lot of these. Jeez, I guess we're taking everybody with us. Never mind, is it on? What is that? Okay. Confirm. Titan of Venom? Yes. It was talking about Titan of Venom. Talking to D, but D was called Timid Girl. Cooking stuff gets so annoying. Yeah, I agree. All right. Is that like a thing on YouTube or something? Did I get like a notification and I missed it? Oh, one of them is Tethys? Interesting. All right. Cool. We're almost there. We're almost there. Oh my gosh. We're almost there.
Leave it to me.
All right. Get over here.
Wind howls. Unfettered by bounds.
You were shocked for nothing? Okay, got it. Who is D in Kuma Desuga? Yeah, D is the name of the guys in I'm a Spider, so what anime? Probably a fetch. Oh. Yeah, I mean, like, One Piece, like, the middle initial D, like, means something. No spoilers, please, because I watched the anime, but, yeah. Yorkie, hear me? Oh, this is new. From the terminal comes the anxious inquiry of a cat. On the screen, you see the long mist Solaris, the gateway to Sun Noir and to cats. Yes. We've captured some snippets of crucial information from dreams of the deeper layers. The frequencies of your current location are unique, Meow. We've run it through our database and are affirmative that some of the memory fragments you've had contact with may turn out to be actual dreamscape creatures. They exist in a form similar to ours, but we cannot ascertain their identities and intentions. I think we saw this the first time. Enough with the geek talk and cut to the chase already. There's complete and powerful consciousness lurking in the dream. There's complete and powerful consciousness lurking in the dreamscape. You're the only one who can investigate the deep water zone. Watch yourself around memory fragments. In the meantime, we've prepared some resources that might be helpful, and they'll be delivered to your current coordinates soon. You can use them to figure out where you are. Use them wisely and take caution when planning out your route. Okay. Now, for Donkey King. Now the performance nears its final act. Narration in the dark. In your eyes, what exactly is the difference between a dream and a film? If it's truth, you're after, then think back on all those strange little incidents you encountered along the way. That's where the truth about her lies. You calmly share the findings from your investigation in Theater 4 with everyone. There's one thorough investigation. It seems you found your final answer. Wait, what? Am I seriously the only one who's confused here? Why are we waiting around when the murderer is standing right in front of us? Both of you remain calm. We'll leave the final verdict to your thought throughout this series of tragic events. Okay. A tacit discord. Okay. Do any turn right now. Read it thoroughly. On the final choice, you'll unlock the phone. Okay. Which puts you on any 12. So follow the guys to 10. Select the final word. And you get any 12. Okay. So. Wait a second. Hold on, pause. I'm confused. Wait, the one that you sent me said ending 10, but ending 10 requires you to select a person. Not tacit discord. Okay, so I'll do a person. All right, a person. TDS for ending 9, got it. It's proven from the very beginning the murderer couldn't possibly be a tacit discord. And now, waking world is right here among us. There's a physical weapon. Okay. Conclusion is proven. Okay. The truth claws at you, a mixture of discomfort and simmering anger, but you can't look away. The murderer is here among those standing in the room. Now, the question of the murderer's methods. This chain of murders, how exactly did they kill? Was there a physical weapon, or was it someone suggested the use of forte frequency? There is a physical weapon. I chose no physical weapon last time. There had to have been a physical weapon, so what in this cinema could possibly deliver blunt force, cause asphyxiation, and be something the victims wouldn't easily guard against? A weapon that made all these tragedies possible, leaving no trace. It has to be something right under everyone's noses, assumed to be just part of the cinema and overlooked. Realization jolts through you, your head snaps up. It's been there all along, even in the central hall. You passed it by more times than you can count, something that can be found in the fire cabinets installed across the cinema for safety. The fire extinguisher. The heavy metal canister matches the blunt force wounds in Theater 3. It releases a non-flammable gas when triggered, and it's so ordinary, so unremarkable that no one would ever think twice about it. Even a simple fire extinguisher aimed at a victim's face during conversation can cause instant suffocation. The pieces click together now. The subtle temperature drops in Theater 2, Theater 4, likely caused by the canister's vaporized contents. Finally, the murderer's motive. What underpinned this method of execution in each scene? Following this thread, you remember one theater's method of murder and final state of the victim stood out from the rest. The key to unmasking the murderer must lie in Theater 3. What happens if you choose the wrong theater? Like, you just ruined the whole ending? Ending 9 happens? Okay, so Theater 3. Yes, it has to be Theater 3. There, the murderer used a blunt instrument to bludgeon the victim's face. It looked like rage, but maybe it was to keep the victim unrecognizable. It didn't fit with the clean, calculated kills from the other two scenes. In Theater 3, killing the victim wasn't the only goal. The victim's face was brutally disfigured, leading the investigators to believe that the dead man was the director. Yes, the murderer who killed 4 crew members is, in fact, the director. Okay. All right, man. This has been a long time coming.
Leave it to me.
Okay, but before we do anything, look. Where is it? All I'm doing is dodging. This thing has feet. This thing has feet, y'all. It's in the ground, but yeah, you can see it right there. Like, this thing literally has like mechanical feet. That is so creepy. I did not know that this thing had feet. I was like a couple days, you know, like today years old or whatever, when I realized this thing had feet.
Judgment.
Yeah, Prodigal, I believe that's the case, that those were the fragments of the moon. I think that's true. I think that is what we saw in the opening cutscene. He skipped leg day too much for sure. All right, Zani. All right. Not that this really matters. Yes, we're just gonna finish this. All right. The murderer is you, Mr. Director. You point at the well-dressed gentleman. The verdict hangs heavy in the air. As you speak, the hall spotlight turn on the shine on the film producer. Under the harsh glare, every sign of his unease and twitch of shock is laid bare. The creases of his brow seem to fray at the edges. Wait, are you sure about this, Yor? Didn't you say the director was the victim in Theater 3? No, it's the exact opposite. The victim in Theater 3 wasn't the director. It was the film producer, and the man standing before you now is the murderer in disguise. No way. We've been with him the whole time since the second murder. You've got to be wrong about this. Quiet now. Go on, Yor. She gives you an approving nod, excitement curling the corners of her lips. Look at the timeline. The killer took out the stunt double and makeup artist during the search, and the lighting technician in Theater 4. After that, they went to Theater 3 to kill the producer. Finally, they swapped clothes with the victims, assumed their identity, and met back up with us in the hall, creating a solid alibi for Theater 4. Sound about right? Can you prove it? Can you explain how the murderer actually pulled it off? More importantly, how does one just assume another person's identity? Oh, it's nothing impossible, especially for someone who has directed countless roles on set after set. In Theater 1, we all saw the makeup designer's kit spilled across the floor. At the first glance, it looked like a struggle had knocked it loose, but knowing her, even if she had dropped it, the tools would have followed some sort of order. That means someone deliberately rummaged through it, not just to grab a weapon, but to cover up what they took. Anyone familiar with makeup design would know exactly why. The murderer needed those tools for their disguise. That's also why the victim of Theater 3 had his face bludgeoned beyond recognition. This way, there would be no way to compare. As for the murder weapon, it was hidden in plain sight all along. Inside the fire cabinets in all three crime scenes, the murderer used a fire extinguisher with its heavy metal canister to bludgeon and pressurized gas to suffocate. Once the job was done, they simply put it back where it belonged. Now think, who has the strength to swing a fire extinguisher? Who knows the ins and outs of every crew member and has their trust? Who had the opportunity to be present at every crime scene and is capable of pulling off such a disguise? There's only one person who fits the bill. It's you, director. The most telling piece of evidence, the frostbite on your right hand. When I first noticed the redness and swelling, I thought it was from you trying to stop the camera operator. But thinking back, a mark from a scuffle wouldn't last this long. All eyes snap to his right hand. He tries to hide it, but the unnatural hue is impossible to miss under the glare of the lights. Director. The man lowers his head in silence, then a slow solitary clap echoes through the hall. Murder suspect, famous director. So, even if I had the director under control, it wouldn't have mattered. Turns out, I was never the one holding the reins. Well done, Rover. This can't be happening. Why? Why would you do something like this? Why? Isn't it obvious? This cinema is cut off. Stay too long and it'll eat us all alive. You've been here so long, you don't even remember who you were, do you? I did it to survive. I will survive. No. No matter what it takes, even if I'm the last one left. I don't know why we ended up in this cinema after we died, but if I can still exist, I will. Kill or be killed. So be it. As long as you exist, there's still a possibility. It comes before anything else. No, director. What are you even talking about? You... Old habits die hard. Can't change who I am, right? Say I did it, so what? You think you can judge me? Don't kid yourselves. Survival is the only truth. His voice twists, growing more distorted. His body convulses, quickly consumed by the thick, oil-slick malice bubbling up from the depths of the Somme Noir. Nightmares erupt out of him like a flood, pooling into a slick, formless mess. I'm getting some major bad vibes here, Yor. You okay? How long was I out this time? The tattoo mark on the back of your hand glows faintly. A familiar sensation washes over you. Abby jumps out, rumbling its blurry eyes. Hey, Yor, what's that thing? Feels kind of familiar. Ew, what have I seen this before? It's a bit hard to explain right now. Let's handle the killer first. Oh, got it. So this is the bad guy, huh? Don't worry, Yor. I've got your back. Disgusting, pathetic, laughable, but alive. Repulsive, wretched, but still breathing. No, 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 no. I have to live. I will survive. He's all ready. Let's do this. Face the nightmare from Samawar's depths. Okay. Classic whodunit, indeed.
Leave it to me. Wind rises.
DSS, yeah, 100%. Okay.
I sense your weakness. Swift and resolute.
Oh. There you go.
Pals. Unfettered by bounds. What's this one called?
Knuckle long fun.
All right. Who's next on the chopping block? They're taking a long time. Oh.
The wicked will face judgment.
Are you serious? Why did it miss?
Strike and shaft swift and resolute.
That's ridiculous.
The slap. That time. The wicked will face
Okay.
judgment. Annihilation. Now would be a good time to get hangry.
What'd he say?
My secret, Rover. I'm always hangry.
I love that voice line from Abby. That's my secret, Rover. I'm always angry.
The wicked will face wings rise. Judgment strikes.
Uh-huh. Hulk reference, yeah. Abby, I love Abby so much, man. Abby's the GOAT.
Abby.
Don't run. Keep the food coming.
The wicked will face judgment.
Alright. Be it life or civilization, none of it matters if you're dead. Only the living get a say. Why can't you see that? Leave something for the future? Keep hope alive? Empty words. And who's to say the next lot won't just tear down everything you've built? You're out of monologues. This film is about to end and it's time to you take your final bow, Mr. Murderer. Final bow? No! No! I won't leave the stage. I will exist. I must. No one can... This guy, he's gonna go for another attack. Every single time. The detective sighs slowly, leans back in her seat. She looks to the stage lights above, then raises her right hand, fingers poised to snap. No! No! Wait! Stop! I've almost got it! I'm halfway there! You said if we offered up... Snap. Now that line, you said if we offered up, I'm pretty sure that's the line that we heard at the very beginning, right? Is like, oh ghosts, offer up your something. Hungry and angry, lol. Yeah. This is the right one, but I'm still lost. I swear I found Kelpie in it. Interesting. Hey man, just from Cartethiya's VA and just wanted to say I appreciate your work on WUWA lore. Thank you so much, Soft Wet Bread. Hey, that is a name. Thank you so much, Soft Wet Bread. Very grateful. Very grateful. Yeah, we're going through it right now. It's getting crazy. It's honestly getting crazy. Like, so I'm gonna have some videos prepped to try to like summarize all the information, or as much as basically all the information that we can, because it is getting wild right now. But yeah, like I said, and thank you for coming to tell me that. You didn't have to do that, so I'm grateful. Go as usual, but choose final word when you get word prompted. Okay. You said if we offered up, snap. With a sharp snap of her fingers, the last light in the theater dies. Darkness swallows the room in the void. Her unblinking eyes find yours. Whoa, it's just got super dark all of a sudden. What's going on? The dead should stay dead, even if nothing more than a lingering frequency. He still clings to life. How pathetic. The dead should know their place. Sheesh. Tell that to Phrolova. Then a heavy thud, something solid hits the ground. Like flames being snuffed, the director now unmasks as the murderer. The stunned camera operator and the speechless film editor stop breathing. They fall unconscious, collapsing to the theater floor. Finally, some peace and quiet. Nice work, Yor. The truth's out in the open now. Congrats on catching the killer. Pretty impressive. She claps her hand, flashing you a satisfied smile. As the first person to see how this movie ends, got any questions? As her words fade, the carpet walls begin to melt, rippling like water brought to a boil, something unseen. Some invisible foundation is shattered. Deafening rumbles shake the air like grinding gears of the world. For a moment, you hear everything. A dying star plummets into the sea, its heat and light swallowed into ripples. Its blood snakes from west to east, scarring the land, etching its path into the bones of forgotten sacrifices. Or perhaps, as the final critic of this story, you've got something to say. Finally! We made it! Oh! The time has come! She was late at the beginning to suck the light ball and rubber. Oh, really, Rand? Interesting. Who are you really? Oh, so you've put the pieces together, huh? Yeah, no more games. What are you after, huh? Your questions don't seem to catch the detective off guard, not as you'd expect. Instead, she lets out a sigh and gestures for you to follow. This sonorosphere, taking the form of a grand cinema, is nearing its end. The outer theaters have already dissolved into the light. Yet she moves through the wreckage as if this was just another day. She steps over collapsed cabinets, kicks aside stray popcorn cartons, and strolls through the ruins like it's nothing out of the ordinary. Have you never wondered where all the films you've seen here truly come from? Aren't they generated by the Sun Noir? Putting together a dream that's clear, organized, and ready for an audience? Even those two cats couldn't pull off something like that. She leads you to an unremarkable iron door in the hull. Unlike the vast spaces you have seen before, this one looks more like a storage room for a staff. Following her inside, the darkness rises like an ocean tide. First, it laps at your ankles, then climbs to your knees, until it swallows your sight and breath whole. A flood of scattered thoughts and echoes rushes through your consciousness. Though you can't make out anything distinct, a strange warmth envelops you. Wrapping you in a quiet, almost soothing ease. It feels as if, with just a whisper of darkness, everything you've ever longed for, everything you've ever cherished, will merge with you, becoming one. Sounds like kind of just like being at peace. Like you are complete, you are satisfied, you are wanting nothing. But you don't need to. Someone in the darkness is holding your hand. Step by step, she leads the way. As long as you follow, you always find solid ground beneath your feet. Cheer up. You're the first person to ever see this. That's got to count for something. But it's so dark in here. How much longer do we have to keep it going? We're almost there. After a long descent down the winding stairs, you've almost grown accustomed to the darkness. But then a sudden flash of white light shatters your newly found comfort, searing your vision with its piercing glow. You now stand in a space enclosed by countless projection screens. The films they play are strange, disjointed, and varied. The film they play are strange, disjointed, and varied. Some feel familiar, echoes of what you've watched before. Others are alien, unlike anything you've ever seen. Some are echoes of what you watched before, some are alien, unlike anything you've ever seen. On one screen, human settlements cling to the edge of a glacier, igniting torches one by one until they form a rushing river of fire. On another, horsemen gallop through billowing dust, chasing a sun that sinks relentlessly beneath the horizon. A lonely planet appears on yet another, its inhabitants launching their creations skyward, machines that pierce the heavens on behalf of their makers, embracing drifting stardust and stone, carving out a grand silver satellite in the void of the universe. What was all this? Does it matter what I choose? Are these your stories? Are these your works? Okay, it seems like it's the same thing regardless. You need to some more though, yes. Nah, you're on rails now. Okay, got it. Are these your stories? Sorry, nope. These are just films stitched together from scraps. Some are memories, others are pure imagination. So I was right. You're the keeper of this place. Why was there an unrelated detective in the film crew? Why was there a lead actor that no one remembered? The answer to the puzzle was written in the puzzle itself. So you're the so-called, what's it called again? The cinema director? The detective girl pauses for a moment, then bursts into unrestrained, joyful laughter. What is this little ball even saying? Fine, fine. You got me. I'm the one in charge here. Perhaps the joke is too absurd. You can see tears welling up in her eyes as she laughs so hard. But you're a little off about one thing. This cinema is not the only thing I keep. This whole layer of somnoir you're standing in is mine. This so-called cinema is just another forgotten grave. And these films on display? Call them a way to pass the time. Or maybe a little welcome gift just for you. Anyway, dear visitor from the distant future. Dear visitor from the distant future, this is our gravestone. Welcome. Our gravestone. You're funny. Glad we got confirmation of horses. This sounds like the people who put the thing in the sky, right? They call the moon their gravestone. So what is this person talking about then? All right, I'm gonna keep going. Dear visitor from the distant future, this is our gravestone. Welcome. In this world of white light and darkness, her words resonate like a symphony of frequencies and energy, fleeting and blending into the cosmic microwave background radiation. All right then, like any good mastermind should, and as a proper greeting for our first formal meeting, I'll be your opponent this time. Wait, what? And as a proper greeting for our first, I'll be your opponent this time. Wait, what? Are we gonna fight? You're just get ready for a battle. Accept the regards of the Lord of the Somnoir.
Leave it to me. No hesitation.
A cursed nightmare.
Waves rise. Judgment strikes. Annihilation. The wicked.
Bro got his health back all the way.
What's this one called?
Knuckle long fun.
Kelpie.
Wind rises. The wicked will face. I am the tempest. I see your weakness.
You know, I kind of noticed that too. The moon here does look similar to the one in the Somnoir,
Leave it to me.
like in shape. I noticed that as well. It does look similar.
Bad timing. Annihilation. No hesitation. The winter will face judgment. Wind rises. I sense your weakness. Resolute. Annihilation.
Yeah, it does look kind of like a Starry Night.
The wicked will face judgment. Now would be a good time to get hangry.
That's my secret, Rover. I'm always hangry.
I guess the idea of Abby being hangry is that, you know,
The wicked. Wind howls. Unfettered
is
by
because
now.
Abby like eats the bad guys or whatever. So it's just like, yeah, now would be a good time. With a flash of sword light, you slice through another enemy from the film, scattering them back into dream fragments. She pauses her commands, waving her hand as if tired of this pointless game. I get it now. Seems like those earlier fights didn't really give you a chance to show your stuff. Alright, I quit. No more fighting. What are you up to? What am I up to? For a moment, she seems caught off guard by her question. Then, with a shrug that feels almost deflated, she casually drags a chair over and sprawls across it in an almost careless pose. Look, she points to where the sky should be in this space. You follow her finger and look up. A sprawling river of light, woven from countless movie screens, rises into the distance. It flickers with an endless array of stories, twisting and turning toward the unreachable end of the Somme Noir. Whoa, what's that? It's beautiful. Did you make all this? This is what I'm up to. If I have to put it simply, I just want to make movies until I get to create one that can rebuild our world. Our world, okay. Okay. Kill character Chisa. Yeah, I can see that. This is what I'm up to. If I have to put it simply, I just want to make movies until I can rebuild our world. Why movies? Because movies are the perfect way to tell these kind of stories. Back then, there was still time. I never tried to understand, but the time I wanted to, it was too late. I hid here studying what was left of everyone and finally figured out what life, imagination, and eras were all about. Back then, when there was still time, I never tried to understand. By the time I wanted to, it was too late. I hid here, studying what was left of everyone, and finally figured out what life, imagination, and eras were all about. Is that so? That's hard to believe. Is that so? If you don't buy it, then sure, it's all a lie. The detective girl drops her hopeful tone and goes back to her usual mysterious self. You guys are no fun. You're the ones who showed up at my door first. I've shown you so much and you still think I've got some sneaky plan up my sleeve. There's still something you're not telling me. It's not like I just met you yesterday. Still something you're not telling me. Alright, fine, I admit it. I do have something up my sleeve. But you're smart. If I just told you everything, wouldn't that ruin the game? The game? What game? Let me think. It's like in those detective stories where the genius detective always has an equally genius villain to match wits with, right? But if the detective catches the villain too soon, or if the villain takes out the hero before they can even start, well, those stories are just plain boring. So you want to play a detective game with me? Do you think this event story is canon? Technically, parts of it, yes. Parts of it, 100%. Exactly. It's far from the final case. You still have my beret, right? Keep it safe. From now on, it's your badge as a great detective. Take it with you, head back to your world, and gather more inspiration from my films. Gather more inspiration for my films. That way, when next time you come back to find me, my puzzles can be even more thrilling. There's a next time? Yep. What? Are you really ready to just give up on exploring the Somme Noir like that? You're a detective now. No matter how late you show up, you're a detective. Detectives are nothing like murderers. A murderer's logic is simple, like how it thought the dead couldn't talk, so it destroyed everything that took shape, believing the truth could be buried by resetting everything to zero. But a detective? That's different. What exists leaves traces. That's different. What exists but a detective, that's different. What exists leaves traces, so a detective never stops. As long as there's a truth to uncover, there'll always be evidence. A murderer's logic is simple, like how it thought the dead couldn't talk. So it destroyed everything that took shape, believing the truth could be buried by resetting everything to zero. But a detective, that's different. This is a little confusing, I'm not gonna lie. Well, I don't even know if you've got all that. Anyway, this film festival is officially over. If you want to watch more films, come back next time. As her words fade, the screens in the darkness sink one by one into the void. In the dimming light, you see her waving goodbye. Wait, I still have questions. It's time to go now. It's time to go. Now you should leave all the darkness and silence behind the curtain of the crew. To the crew. You feel your consciousness slipping away just before everything fades to black. A soft whisper brushes against your ear. Be sure to come back next time, okay? Completed Theater 5. Yeah, and this being Thrunodian trying to stop humanity from doing so, from leaving the planet, I mean. Yeah, okay, Popa thought Dee did say she hid in the Somme Noir. Yeah, she said she hid in the Somme Noir. Yes. Yeah, I get it. I do get it. But if... Okay. So this is what I'm getting. D is the girl that the two cats mentioned sealing deep in the Somme Noir back at 1.4. Dang, I actually need to check 1.4 because I forgot about that. I didn't know that. I need to check. I really do need to go do 1.4 again. I have another account for that purpose, but they said they sealed a girl. They specifically said a girl. Hey, what's the jump, Justin? Software, did they literally specifically use the term a girl? But yeah, so, okay. From what I'm gathering, it sounds like Detective Girl D is I guess a human representation of a Thrunodian? They didn't use a girl, they referred to the thing they sealed as it. Okay, there we go, that's different. That's different. But the thing that's weird to me is that Detective Girl D is also saying it. So is she referring to herself? Or something else? Third person, I guess? So because if it's third person, that's almost like saying, I destroyed everything thinking that it couldn't talk. Like, essentially it's like how I thought the dead couldn't talk, so I destroyed everything that took shape, believing the truth could be buried by resetting everything to zero. But a detective, that's different. It's almost like she wants somebody to discover her. Hey, what's up, Corones? I'd say you just on Discord. You can read it if you want. Yeah, I will. Because essentially it sounds like she's saying she's the bad guy and she wants Rover to figure it out. It sounds, because I guess what I'm trying to figure out is because there's a difference between, okay, there's something in the, right? There's a difference between the Thrunodian and the Lament as a whole, right? There's a big difference between the two. They also did say it started learning from the records of that pre-global Lament civilization. Mm-hmm. Didn't say it, Alfie? Because I saw her say, where is it? I saw her talk about herself that way. Movies are the perfect way. Back then, when there was still time, I never tried to understand. By the time I wanted to, it was too late. I hid here studying what was left from everyone and finally figured out what life, imagination, and eras were all about. What if this he, and that is who she is? Oh wait, what if she means by resetting the truth, she meant reviving her civilization? Since her civilization being destroyed is truth? Alfie, you said, what if this he? Do you mean what if this is he? We're talking about key. Yeah, you're saying what if this, okay, what if this is the head? So you're talking about Detective Girl D, basically. It's possible. Specifically the civilization that they're referring to, I mean, it makes sense. I think it's fair enough to just say it is. Because I guess you get to a point where it's just like, why do you need all these different civilizations? Well, she's from that civilization too. Yeah, because basically when it said D, this is why I said it doesn't seem like she's, like we saw earlier that there was this this writing about like something bad was happening. I forgot it because it was like a couple of minutes ago or a little bit ago, maybe an hour ago, but it was like there were writings and it was like timid girl D, like she was experiencing it as a little girl. You see what I'm saying? This is why it's kind of weird. Isn't this post-Lament civilization, or are we implying that Lament and Thronian destroyed them before the first Lament? This post-Lament civilization, or are we implying that Lament and Thronian destroyed them before the first Lament? No, I don't think this is a post-Lament civilization. This is, I mean, well, yeah, it's post-Lament. Yeah, it's a post-Lament civilization. Yes, correct. But I say they're dealing with the Thronian. All of this stuff was for the sake of the, stopping the Lament. Maybe she's the last survivor of the destroyed civilization and she's enforcing the seal of it in the deepest part of the Septimont. Now that is interesting. That checks out. She's either a creation of the Thronian like cartethiya / Mia, or she's from the head civilization and a member of Sun Noir Institute system, one of its admins. I'm leaning more toward the second one. Personally. Now, what's so special about her? I don't know. Why is she the only one? Like, I guess last survivor is the only thing that makes sense. Like, the only thing that makes sense is that she's the last survivor. And she just came here. She's also technically should be a comrade of Rover then. Honestly, she might be the one who created this place then. Maybe she's the, that doesn't, I don't know if that makes sense though. I don't know if that makes sense. So we know that the black and the white cat have a creator. If she is down here though, how did she create the black and the white? Because eventually they said there's a creator, right? There's a third person creator who created the black and the white cat. When they sealed all these layers down here, they sealed themselves as well. They essentially erased themselves and then they had to be like recreated. But layers cut it off from the rest. The cats appear before that pre-global Lament civilization though, so if she's a part of it, then she's not the creator. Yeah. They appear before the pre-global Lament. Yeah, which is why I was saying, yeah, I don't think she is the companion that helped create, because we know from 1.4, I need to do 1.4 again, but we know from 1.4 that whoever created the Somme Noir, now just for clarity, the Somme Noir is one thing. The dream world is its own thing. The Somme Noir is created within the dream world. Yeah, I need to start reading PTRs. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Somme Noir is a part of the dream world. So the dream world is like the overarching thing. Like, you have the dream world that existed, and the cats came from the dream world. The Somme Noir was created after everybody got essentially destroyed by the lament. So it's like, pre-lament, you have the cats, or the creator of the cats. Before the lament hits, you have dream world, you have creator of cats. Are you sure about this? I mean, yeah, we saw, they said that the dream world is a thing. Like, they explained, like, the cats came from the dream world. They took everybody, unless we're just trying to say that the Somme Noir and the dream world are the exact same thing. Pretty sure Somme Noir is the whole thing. Oh, okay. I mean, I guess. So essentially what you're just saying is that the Somme Noir existed, being the dream world, synonymous, and then it just existed on its own, whatever. Then it decided, hey, all these people, we're just gonna put it all in the dream world, or the Somme Noir, basically. But regardless, because that's not necessarily like the most integral point of the concept, but the truth just being that it exists. Okay, they put the things in there, but then when they put all the ruins of civilization in there, this other entity, which is likely a Thernodian from the first lament, slipped its way in there, and now it's in the depths. Not these people, but their memories. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, their memories. I said the ruins of the civilization. I think she's a Thernodian of dream or something, and she had no means. Let's say she acts like a regular in her past. She fled to the dream world after the civilization got destroyed. So basically a chill Thernodian. Maybe we can glimpse something from there. Okay. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay. You think it's something else? The one before we discovered the purpose of Somme Noir and teased about an existence that lurks in the deepest part of it. What is it and what does it want? To really summarize it, in the very depths of the Somme Noir lies a sealed Thernodian from a civilization that predates ours. Yes. On top of the dreams, the Somme Noir is also home to a recording of a civilization previously lost to the global lament. Initially, the decision was to either fade it to the Somme Noir to sustain its systems or to recreate it inside the Somme Noir. Right now, it's only being stored. Yes. And so, based on clues to the story, probably begin with two cats always at odds yet never apart. Like all stories, rise and fall of civilizations. Yep, we understand that. So bright no one could look away, but then one day it came, drawn to the brilliance. People fought desperately. Okay, cool. As the end draws near, two cats from the dreamscape world appeared. So we're just assuming that the dreamscape world is the Somme Noir that already existed. Okay. Who and what are in the Sun Noir? Yeah. Your world is ending. There's no stopping it. They told to the last survivors. You fought long enough. Now it's all over. You're done. Well, leave the rest to us. We preserved your story. We'll preserve your story in a dream, even if your home is lost, even if your people vanish, even if your words and history fade away. At the end of your time, dreams will still remain. That way, the Black Cat. That was the Black Cat's promise. Even if your home is lost, even if your people vanish, even if your words and history fade away, at the end, okay, will remain. That was the promise. The cats pleaded with him, but the people refused to surrender. All right. After that, the Black Cat and the White Cat stand amidst the ruins, found themselves divided. Should they? Okay. Yeah. I mean, okay. Yes. They couldn't agree, so they first decided to shelter. But even the faintest ember of light was enough to draw its attention. All within a dream. It hid within the wreckage of dreams and slipped into the world beyond the gateway. Okay, yeah, bound by their promise to their creator, the Black and the White Cat had no choice but to fragment the dreamscape realm into separate layers, severing them one by one, even erasing themselves along with the tainted dreams, all in effort to seal it within the deepest layers. So bound by their promise to their creator, the Black Cat and the White Cat had no choice but to fragment the dreamscape. Yeah, the promise to their creator, whoever that is, severing them one by one, even erasing them in an effort to seal it within the... Okay. Doing this... Okay, so let's see. So initially the decision was either to... Okay, yes. Unfortunately, doing this attracted the attention of the Therodian of that civilization. It left into the Sun Noir and Ivory Nebby had to expend a great deal of energy into making sure that the Therodian would never leave the deepest layers of the Somme Noir. Got it. So what was the Therodian of the past doing since its imprisonment? Well, it has all three stories from the old world, so it began to study them. There are many stories in the poster notes that feature the Therodian experiencing humanity through these memories. So even if they have forgotten their original forms, even if their memories are records, okay? Perhaps it would never understand this. Humanity's greatest. Wisdom is sharpest, okay? So I guess the jump to say that it is the... Okay, hold on. Because fiction was the first step out of caves, okay, through stories. And so even stories born from the shared dreams of whispered myths can spark flame anew. So first of all, sounds to me like it's saying that the people did this. Even if they had forgotten their original forms, even their memories, records, and beliefs lay scattered in fragments, they still waited in silent, lightless depths, slowly piecing those fragments together. So these are the people. That's what I was trying to say. The people did this. Like the fragments of the people's subconscious or whatever put these memories together. That's what this is saying. In the shadowed corridor of the seminar, movie poster snags here in the scene. Hunched humanoid figure sits on the ground, basking in the distant glow of the sunrise. Behind him, an organic abomination looms in its intricate assembly of gears and cogs interlocking with precision, ticking out of rhythmic mechanical heartbeat. From afar, humans spy on the figure, their silent observation of the desert. We actually haven't seen this one yet. A hunched humanoid figure sits on the ground, basking in the distant glow of the sunrise. Excuse me, behind him, an inorganic abomination looms. I have no desire to be caught in the tangle of your lives and conflict among your nations. Yet, even after I retreated here, humanity persists in perceiving me as a danger. Ever so vigilant, ever tracing the paths I take. Yeah, the reverberations, yeah. Ever so vigilant, ever tracing the paths I take. Post-human monster. A hunched humanoid figure sits on the ground, basking in the distant glow of the sunrise. Behind the hunched human figure, an inorganic abomination looms, its intricate assembly of gears and cogs. This kind of sounds like the thing in the Quarter Savanti lab. Interlocking with precision, ticking out a rhythmic mechanical heartbeat. From afar, humans spy on a figure that's silent. There are silent observation, testament to the supreme power. Like, am I tripping? I don't know who this humanoid figure is, but the inorganic abomination sounds like the mechanical abomination from the Court of Savante. I have no desire to be caught in your tangle of your lives. Okay, let's see. In the shadowed corridor of the cinema, a movie pastor get a scene of the desolate rundown street, discarded household items tangled. Okay, why do you even go to school? So, okay. Memories. Yet before you move, someone has stepped up to protect the man. I'll stop you. You know, this is what I was talking about. And who are you, a mere spectator, to dare stand against me? Witness now as I bring you your doom. Even if I fall, others will rise to take my place. And this is why I'm a little bit confused about the girl. Because timid girl, it says D. So it almost makes me wonder, I'm not so sure. Like, I don't see how we're taking timid girl D right here, right? Seeming as if she's fighting against whoever the Titan of Venom is. How are we translating that to also being, you know what I'm saying? We're translating timid girl D to being, whatchamacallit? The same creature that was sealed. That's why this right here is what doesn't make sense to me, which is also why I'm not so sure about this part right here. Will it all come to light? Nobody says it's the same. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if the girl is the Therodian. I don't think she is. This is why this place bears the name Som Noir without a soul. Okay. After undefined duration of self-study, this past Therodian gains a soul. I think the soul is D. Through learning about humanity, she creates few movies. This Therodian is no longer a mindless murderer, but a detective seeking more knowledge about humanity itself. Like, it's a cool concept, but I don't know if that's the actual... I don't know if that's actually what this is saying. You now stand in a space enclosed by countless projections. The film, okay. No one's screened. Humanity settlements cling to the edge of a glacier. Yang really would go this far for the sake of getting revenge on Rover for leaving her? What? This makes sense in PGR stuff? Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm all the way on board with that one. But you're a little off about one thing. The cinema is not the only thing I keep. This whole layer of Son Noir. The so-called cinema is just another forgotten grave, and these films on display call them a way to pass time. Yeah, because when she says this is our gravestone, it sounds like the statement of somebody from that civilization who said the exact same thing about the moon. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I don't know if that's who that is. In this world of white light and darkness. Okay, so side, of course, the murderous side. Okay, let's see. Where you really just give up on exploring the Som Noir like that. The murderer's logic. Okay, so of course the murderous side. Let's see. Be it life or civilization, none of it matters if you're dead. Only the thing the living get to say. Why can't you see that? Leave something for the future. Keep hope alive. Empty words, and who's to say the next lot won't just tear down everything you've built? You're out of monologues. The film is about to end, and it's time you take your final bow, Mr. Murderer. Final blow, no. Okay. So, of course, the murderer's side, I guess, still lives in the Son Noir. This also shows us what a Therodian's raw behavior is, and it's about as animalistic as expected. So, what does Dee want right now? She just wants to make movies to make civilization of her own. Like, I can see the parallels, right? Because you could say the Therodian saw civilization and was like, pay attention? What do you mean, pay attention? Therodian is from the civilization too. It would be included into the we, but of course it's all theories. Yeah, but so what you're telling me is the Therodian was took the form of a little girl, and also seems to have fought the Titan of Venom. Is that what we're getting at here? Were there two Thornodians? One that was fighting everything, destroying everything, or okay. Overclocking just to come beat the. Okay, so what does D want right now? She just wants to make movies. What I'm up to? No again, huh? For a moment, D is not the Thornodian. Yeah, that's what I said. So, because the thing is, yeah, that's why I said I don't think that she is. What I do find interesting is this idea of the it that was attracted to the light, right? It almost sounds like it's like, okay, it is attracted to the light. It wants, you know, like it follows that light, you know? And then the same it that was attracted to civilization, now maybe the girl is it, but it isn't the Thornodian. Does that make sense? Like maybe D is it, but it isn't the Thornodian. The old civilization exists in the Somme Noir. And the civilization being destroyed doesn't mean Thornodian being destroyed. What they said was, so long as we have a civilization, you can't destroy Thornodian. It is attracted to brilliance of civilizations. Yes. It is said to be the Thornodian, though. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So I guess then D isn't it. But that's why I was saying with Ancient's theory, I don't think that... Because Ancient thinks that D is the Thornodian. I'm pretty sure that's what I just read. I think the soul is D. Okay, so after an undefined duration of self-study, this past Thornodian gains a soul. I think the soul is D through learning. Because I guess I'm just like, are you saying that, where's the logic that a Thornodian soul is no longer a part of the Thornodian? Like, oh, it gained. Yeah, that's why I was like confused about that part. But yeah, of course the murderous side. Okay, so what does D want right now? Just wants to make movies. Clearly she has desires that she's not telling us. Yeah, there's definitely some things that she's not telling us. So they may have sealed something more dangerous in the Somme Noir. Yeah. D being it, a separate entity that happened to be a Thornodian resonator. Sorry, I'm trying to piece it up. Yeah, we're still working it out. Do we even know Thornodians don't have souls? Yeah, I think this might be some flowery language that Ancient might be using here. Because I'm not necessarily convinced of this part. Detective sighs slowly and leans back in her seat. She looks to the stage light above and raises her right hand, fingers poised to snap. No, wait, stop. I've almost got it. I'm halfway there. You said if we offered up, snap. Yeah, so let's see. Clearly she has desires that she's not telling us. She owns quite a lot of power in here, but she promises that this isn't the end and we'll be back. D even asked us to bring back more stories to her and give us her recap. Okay, there will be more. I remember there being a theory that states that a Thornodian is a sentinel that opposes humanity or something. A sentinel is an oracle that guides civilizations. D wants a civilization of her own. My correct theory is that D is halfway through the process of becoming one. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if I got anything out of that. I'm not gonna lie. The only thing that I really got out of this is just the fact that I see this. Where is it? The thing about the abomination. Because we haven't found this one yet. Let's see. Where's that thing about the abomination? Oh, I guess we get this. An old style detective's hat, often symbol of protagonist in classic miniseries. No matter how late you show up, you're a detective, and everything leaves a trace, and detectives must pursue us without end. The story is far from over. Somme Noir, deep within the Somme Noir, has trust this to you, awaiting the day the story receives its end. I'm about to say, Kuro saw Detective Life and was like, oh yeah, you're perfect. We got this. But yeah. In Twitch chat, how D equals Cardi situation is overreaching, but saying that the random survivor gets admin privileges on the whole level, isn't it? Excuse me. No one survived. I hope they stayed that. I didn't know. I think we are overreaching. D is just a survivor who got the power in the Somme Noir lair, since she's the last survivor. Let's see. So, let's see. The cats pleaded with them. They fought their last breath until the annihilation swallowed them whole. And you know what doesn't make sense to me? Why would the Thronodian get the privilege to be the Lord of the Somme Noir? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, D can't be a survivor. No one survived. The cats tried to get them to go to the dream world. They stated this. Yeah, the cats tried to get them to do it. They said no. But like I said, yeah, this is once again, yeah, I don't think D is the Thronodian at all, actually. Because why would the Thronodian all of a sudden be the Lord of the Somme Noir? That just, I don't think that makes sense. Not to mention throughout this whole story, it was cut off. If the Thronodian, right, theoretically, if the Thronodian that was sealed, that they did all this work to destroy even themselves, to separate the layers, right? If that was in fact the Thronodian, why is there a dark presence trying to invade the cinema? If the dark presence is already inside the cinema, that doesn't make any sense. So I think we can acknowledge that there is a Thronodian somewhere down there, sending nightmares and all that stuff. But I don't think we know what D is. D also fought against nightmares, no? Yeah, like the Titan of Venom or whatever. D, timid girl, did fight against, yeah. There is no dark presence. That was a fiction. D is the person who told the cat to seal the Thronodian. That was a fiction. Okay, I see what you're saying. So none of that was real. It was all a fiction. So I guess the question then becomes, okay, that's fair. There's no dark presence. It was all a fiction. And you're saying that because the whole story was fake. It was just like, snap. All right, time to, yeah, that's a given. Yeah, the whole cinema festival is a Sonoro she conjured. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Okay. Who is the Titan of Venom then? It's the White Tower. No, we are not sure. So some parts are. Okay. The thing that throws you off is that she said she hid in the Somme Noir. Yeah, you're right. You are correct. Let me read this again. A murderer's logic is simple, like how it thought dead couldn't talk, so it destroyed everything that took shape, believing the truth could be buried by resetting everything to zero. But a detective, that's different. What exists leaves traces, so a detective never stops. As long as there's truth to uncover, there's always be evidence. I didn't mean to do that. Darn it. Also, again, Titan of Venom might refer to Somme Noir itself, since Titan names are used akin to Tethys. I think the reality is we don't know. Is that fair to say? We just don't know? Like, there's just things we don't know? Obviously, the story's not over, but like... So, let me think about this. Yeah, we know she controls that layer, yeah. No, I'm not saying like that's the end all be all. That's not my point. I'm just saying it's one of those things where you have to figure out what we know and what we don't know. Let me see something. Crack 5 theories we don't know. Oh my gosh, you're over. I'm not saying. Yeah, I thought that was interesting too, the whole resetting. I was like, isn't that Rover's thing? But the global laments reset the world too. So technically, it's not like completely. Because when I heard that line, I was like, wait, are they talking about Rover here? Like the murderer reset? But the global lament reset too, but people still, you know, the spark of humanity still thrives. So I think it's more so just talking about like the lament and everything. I guess the question is like, why is the detective talking in third person? I guess we're assuming the detective is talking in third person. I wish there was a place where you could like look at all the things that we've read. That would have been nice. Like if it was in the game. Yeah, reset the world like waves, wuthering waves. Yeah. So I think that's what the reset is referring to. Okay. Now you should leave all the darkness and silence behind the curtains to the crew. All right, can we agree that the people, the crew? Gosh, okay. She said that the people who put the films together were the crew. I mean, we're essentially reverberations. The people who put those films together were reverberations, correct? In my Alfred Hitchcock voice. Good evening. Yeah. The crew are reverberations. All the people we met are reverberations. I still okay. So I guess is the theory here that is this the theory? Is the theory here that the Thronidian goes in? I guess my question is, did the Thronidian do something bad first? Right? Like, did the Thronidian do something bad first? You know what I'm saying? Like, is that what we're saying here? Like the Thronidian was just bad and killed everybody, and then after the fact? Because I don't know how compelling that is. So we're basically saying like, big bad creature comes to Solaris, kills everybody, and then at the same time after killing everybody decides, oh, maybe I want to go. Like, what was the point? What was the point? You kill everybody, and then after killing everybody, like you straight up fight them. Like you fight the entire group. Gets locked, slips in, gets locked, starts studying, but isn't able to get anything from human stories by its nature, so it creates D to do it for them to eventually get out. So it's a creation. That's the idea here. It's a creation. But do we know anything about her creation though? Like that would separate that? Yeah, that's what I was about to say. So I guess that's just, like I said, I guess that's a theory that it created her. Okay. It did say by instinct though, so I think that does make sense. It was operating based on instinct, and the instinct was to, maybe the instinct was like to snuff out the light. That's the idea here. It's like we have an instinct. Our instinct is to snuff out the light, and then by doing that, it got trapped. Because that's what I was trying to figure out. Like, what is the point? Why would it do that? It's like you came to Solaris just to not take over Solaris, but it was attracted by the light. Yeah, it simply just wants to. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. The instinct is to snuff the civilization by recreating in dreams they light a beacon for it. Yep. That makes sense. So it saw that beacon of light and then went there. I don't like the word usage of like it slips in. Like, bro, you didn't slip anything. You went in to get in there. I mean, I guess they didn't want it in, so it slipped in, sure, but okay, that makes more sense. I'm still not we don't know what D is. I think that's what this really comes down to. We know what D does, we don't know what D is. I need to let me see this one more time. So do I have Discord open? Yep, I do. All right, let me 1 second. Where's my thing? There we go. Here's to do about it. This is intact. If you don't buy my logic, okay? Okay. Give me 1 second. Hey, what's up, Ali? How you doing? Okay, let's see. She's a version, right? Publish the story. Okay. This is deep. This is getting kind of crazy. Couple on train. Okay. All right, let's go back here. Let me see something real quick. Oh, wrong one. Oop. Okay, so I have no desires to be caught up in the tangled lives and the conflicts among your nations, yet even after I retreated here, humanity persists in perceiving me as a danger, ever so vigilant, ever tracing the paths I take. Post-human monster. In the scene, a hunched humanoid figure sits on the ground, basking in the distant glow. Behind him, an inorganic abomination looms. Its intricate assembly of gears and cogs interlocking with precision taking out of a rhythmic mechanical heartbeat. From afar, humans spy on the figure, their silent observation a testament to his supreme power. No, I'm good. You said good, finally did my goal. What's the goal? Yeah, we're just trying to figure some stuff out. So in the scene it says a humanoid figure sits on the ground. So if the civilization is dead, then it could be a former Therodian, assuming the civilization needs to be alive for it to be considered one. That's a good point. Raiden. So what if it created its own layer of films or movie? Hope they make a patch that focuses on Sun Noir. Seems like this story is kind of important for world building. Oh, it's extremely important. Getting Phrolova's weapon and using my corals for S1. Hey, congrats. Yeah, no, this is extremely important. That's true, Alfie. Yeah. Or this is like the diet Therodian. This is like the diet Therodian, because like it's just feeding on the last little bits of reverberations that are in there or whatever. I mean, the thing that's interesting to me, but I doubt most people know about this, it's important. Yeah. These Dreaming Deep stories are non-canon events. No, some of it's canon. Some of it actually is truth. It's a mix. It's a mixed bag. Team Wuthering. No, seriously though, I think the reason why is because like it's just feeding on the last little remaining reverberations that are in here. Timu. Oh, without purpose, since this civilization's already gone. Yeah, what if the Nordians calm down without humanity to hunt? Well, so this is the thing that I was thinking about. Roshia, in Roshia's quest, we learned that tacit discords are not necessarily bad by nature. If you all remember that, Roshia tells us that Thermodians are not bad. I mean, not Thermodians, that tacit discords are not inherently bad. They kind of like, or was she talking about echoes? Was it tacit discords or echoes? Basically saying like they take on, so what's tacit discords she was talking about? I mean, that flashing light had level 30 language information. If the Thermodian is created by civilization as a weapon, it makes sense that it's only attracted to civilizations, and it will die with that civilization after fulfilling its purpose. This civilization lives, it will pursue it until civilization dies. It's a purpose-built weapon to extinct civilizations. Yeah. I mean, I agree with, I think, the second part of that. If it's created by civilizations as a weapon, it makes sense as it's only attracted to. Yeah, I don't know if it's created by civilizations. I mean, it is created by civilizations, but it's not like the civilization intentionally tried to create it. It's a result. It's less of a creation and more of a result. But yeah, she said that they're not like inherently evil, the tacit discords, and that they can be controlled. The Thermodian are the final boss for TD. So D could be a resonator for its power, less powerful than an actual Thermodian like Leviathan or Overthax, but powerful enough to manipulate a portion of the Sandoir. I mean, I guess the problem with that theory is not so much that it's a problem, but the question then becomes, how did D become created? How did the Thermodian create its own resonator? From what? You know what I'm saying? Like, was this a human that resonated? There were no humans left. So how did it create, you know? Yeah. You know, what I will say is this, though. If Thermodians operate the same way that tacit discords operate, their instinct is very similar to the way tacit discords operate. Because tacit discords, the way that they do things is they are instinctually drawn to frequencies. The whole goal, you know, from a tacit discord is to become whole. And so they devour frequencies in attempts to become whole. So if the Thermodian is trying to do something like that, then it could be a similar situation, you know? It could be a similar situation. Like a hollow for Bleach? One important thing, what's that? So yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking right now. I'm thinking that, let's see. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking if the Thermodians operate on similar logic to tacit discords, then one, the instinct to essentially devour civilizations is because, like, I guess you could say, like I said, they maybe want to become whole because it's like, oh, they're attracted to that frequency. And so they are instinctually drawn to like consume it or whatever. Not so much that they're trying, like maybe, you get where I'm coming from? The cats are unaware of this layer. Why? Just want to point out one important thing. Why are the cats not aware of this layer? They said it's too deep for them. And it's because it seems like it's a part of their memory in a way, because they got destroyed here. Like part of them is to be honest, part of the cats is in this layer. So like they were down here and then they erased themselves to secure it. It kind of reminds me of what happened with Cartethiya when she sealed the Thermodian. She had to lose her memories in order to do so. Which is interesting, actually. Yeah. Sheesh. Yeah, even after retreated. Well, yes, we don't have the full capacity of D's power, so she very well could be stronger than Cartethiya. All right. I'm still kind of stuck on this though, what this could potentially mean. But look, I'm going to have to take a little bit of time to think about this. I do want to see that movie, Sam Noir. I want to see that. Somebody said it's on YouTube. Well, the cats didn't reform themselves. Their master did, it said. It didn't say the cats did it. It said the master did. Like their creator reformed them. But what are you trying to get at, Eden's Garden? Anyway, dear visitor from the distant future, this is our gravestone. Welcome. And then the fact that D is saying that the Sam Noir is their gravestone, our gravestone, it's as if like, so do Threnodians feel like they're a part of civilization? If D is a result of the Threnodian, right? Or if D is a Threnodian, does that mean that D is like considering itself a part of, you see what I'm saying? Sam Noir created by the Correspondent. We don't actually know who created the Sam Noir, not yet. I think the cat revived themselves. The creator part was about their goal. I have to go and check that line again, because I don't think that's the case. Let me go back. See if it's in here. Let's see. From just will appear. Your world is ending. There's no stopping it. You fought long enough. That was the Black Cat's promise. Okay. The cats pleaded with them. After that, the Black Cat and the White Cat, standing amidst the ruins, found themselves divided. Should they? Okay. Even if they have forgotten their original forms. Okay. Perhaps. Wait. No. That's not it then. He doesn't have that in here. That scene isn't in here. Have conscience. Even Leviathan actually wants to unite their people. Yes, that's correct. I'm not rewatching Solaris. That thing is depressing in a short manner. Yeah. I mean, I agree. It seems like I said. It seems like the Threnodians want to be human in a way. Like they want to mimic humanity, which is, like I said, kind of like I said, it's very similar to how Tacit Discords act. They mimic things. I don't think it's written here though. I have to go back and check. What if in the end this is about accepting both? Yeah, see, the Black Cat and the White Cat, bound by their promise to the Creator, the Black and White Cat had no choice but to fragment the dreamscape realm into separate layers, severing them one by one, even erasing themselves along with the tainted dream, all in the effort to seal it within the deepest layers. But then he doesn't have the next one here. He skips to a different part. So we don't see that part. So yeah. I don't know actually where it is here. Let's see. Hear me now. From the terminal comes the anxious. Okay, yeah, there's that part. Okay. Hmm. What are you talking about, Marston? I'm trying to see if I can find the part with the cats, but I don't see it. I do not see it right now. So I have to go back and see if I can check through the recording. You found it? D is the Theronian? Where'd you find it? Alright, let's see. Because movies are perfect? What do you mean? Okay, let's see. Ebony Gatekeeper. There's another quest that you get in Septimont that also talks about the link to Som Noir in the real world. I'm sure you still have memories of that invitation you received in the Som Noir Film Festival. Yes, I do. Ebony Gatekeeper. Well, then that'll make explaining all this easier. It has been troubling since we first learned of the invitation's existence. After all, the deep water zone has been a realm we've yet to peer into its secrets. Data samples collected from Septimont reveal a similar frequency. We reckon that this is how the invitation made its way to you after traversing the deep water zone through utilizing the frequency's unique signature. Not only nightmare echoes are linked to Som Noir, but those fighting challenges with Dream in its name too. Yeah, y'all were talking about that. I need to do that real quick. You could say that. Okay, so who created those? Firm nightmare monsters come from the depths of Som Noir. You could say, okay, yeah, so I need to do this, right? This event. Back then, there was still time. I never tried to understand. By the time I wanted to, it was too late. Yeah, we have that. I found this from the quest. Let's see. Sorry if this question is a bit out of nowhere. Maybe I've missed something. But is Imperator supposed to have wings or not? In all footage, I can only find Imperator. They do not seem to have any wings. Yeah. No, Imperator doesn't have wings. Let me respond. Nope. Normal Imperator. I just say no. In the cinematic on YouTube, we see the wings come after the Renodian fuses with Imperator. All right. So I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to say. It's about a CVT, so next slide.
尝试访问重启程序，允许访问。
What you posted, Runa?
连接中，正在进行资质加热。满足重启资质。
Oh, CVT footage. Is this WUWA? This is what WUWA used to be. Hey, what's up, Kuma? Don't start. Don't start. Oh man, this is the canon, but nothing contradicts it. So basically, this is something that I think we will probably see in the future. They changed the story, but 10% of its core is still the same. So the reality is, I do think that eventually we will see this or something similar to it. We just haven't gotten there yet. Wait. Is it tripping? That was weird. Dang, what happened to the source? What happened to the source? That was weird. Classic Discord. I've never seen that happen before. Discord tripping? Yeah, I guess so. As a reply, here's some translations. Okay, access sequence cache. Granted, verified, conscious, in progress, file command, cross the freezing winter, untranslated line, I am fine. What is that? The United Navigation Hub is under identified attack, hazard level unknown. The ground defense has completely failed. We must head back to them to back them up as soon as possible. Come with me, behold the turnabout that shall bring ship to the balance. Everything else we've lost for our future fight with all we have based on Dreaming Deep. This may or may not be canon with minor changes. Yes, I feel you. I don't know why that happened. The heads of the original universe, while researching entropy to solve the problem of heat death, discovered a vortex that transformed fundamental particles into frequencies. Life begins on the planet Soul in the new universe. The heads of brings advanced technology to this planet, but a threat level little bit emerged to deal with it and develop a plan called the Farm Plan and create sentinels. Got it. Now, when was this? Okay, check this out. Oh, okay, yeah, this. All right. BillyBilly.com video. Okay. Slash video.
摧毁了世界，但
一代代的人们终究会从
破局之道。漫长的时光中，他们不知道前方为何路，也不懂得频率之海。漫长的时光让他们快速地抵达了高速发达的时代。
Okay, got it. So this is the video, and then okay, got it. All right. On YouTube, got it with English subtitles. Not sure if it's correct though. Hey, what's up, late? So well, if you're talking about the other thing before, then it looks like we got it. All right, so translation. Unauthorized reproduction is prohibited without the author's permission. If you feel anything is inappropriate, you can bombard me fiercely in the comments section or via private messages. Since this is my own speculation, also, I hope those who are interested can join discussion. First, let me say my claim. The original poster is amazing. I strongly agree with this kind of Wuthering Waves worldview. And based on the CG's leaked during the beta test, I feel it's pretty close to the mark. As a live service game for Wuthering Waves to thrive long term and evoke emotions in players, storytelling is essential. And the worldview becomes particularly important at this moment. According to speculation, the head civilization of the original universe conducted research on entropy to avoid heat death, the outcome of an entropy increasing universe, but unexpectedly discovered a vortex that could absorb fundamental universe particles. The particles entering the vortex transformed into frequencies. Frequencies, in a sense, are also a type of wave. The universe underwent a transformation, shifting from being composed of fundamental particles to being composed of frequencies. Okay, so before we even get to this, it seems like what this is saying is like they were doing an experiment because they were trying to avoid heat death. like essentially like trying to avoid the concept of like heat death. I think it's just like, you know, eventually the sun, if somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't heat death basically just like, oh yeah, eventually the universe will end because like the sun will explode or something? Heat death is entropy, kills the universe over time, I believe. Oh, okay. Let me see something. Entropy, a thermodynamic quantity representing the unavailability of a system's thermal energy for conversion into mechanical work, often interpreted as the degree of disorder or randomness in the system. Got it. There's a freezing end calculated. There's a freezing end calculated by Tethys too. Yeah. But the Dreaming Deep event has space collapsing on itself, which is complete opposite of heat death. Basically means the universe ran out of usable energy. Interesting. Okay, I think that's all right. That works. So, the particles entering the vortex transformed into frequencies. Frequencies, in a sense, are also a type of wave. The universe underwent a transformation, shifting from being composed of fundamental particles to being composed of frequencies. The head civilization entered the new universe to explore new physical laws, and one planet, Solaris, gave birth to life, the planet we're playing on in the game. Shortly after the head civilization brought in advanced technology there, they encountered the lament. The head civilization tried many methods but failed to resist the lament, leading to what up called the farm plan. By using the frequencies of the original planet's organisms, they created sentinels to guide civilizations and evade the lament's inspection. While researching the lament, what follows are the events that take place on Stellaris. The grand story contains smaller stories, and the storytelling ability is quite good. I wonder if there will be chapters about other planets in the future. This would also align with a long-term service game. Yes, I think that checks out. Below are some images that align with the speculation. Figure 1 and 2 are what came to mind when I read the speculations, though I'm not sure if they're related. Figure 3 and 4 are settings for echoes, referencing Gion's plot in version 1.0, Yao's plot in version 1.2. Figure 5 is a Phrolova ideas from the version of 2.5 plot. I'm not sure if they'll have more plot developments later. Collapse. On the PGR inside, the highly advanced civilization has been seeking ways to overcome heat death. Perhaps this is the connection Kuro mentioned in their copywriting. Okay, so in PGR, they're trying to avoid heat death. Phrolova, yeah, Fulolo. Yeah, not exactly. One civilization was mentioned. So what is that? Is the idea here that like PGR, Wuthering Waves is based, like the head civilization is essentially the civilization that is like one of the civilizations, essentially? No. Post PGR civilization, maybe? In PGR, they have great civilization tests that wipe them out if they don't pass. Okay. Hey. All right. That lore and Dreaming Deep match all of PGR lore, even the avoid heat death part. Yeah, not gonna lie, this reminds me of Punishing Virus and how in previous timelines, different civilizations got their own type of death, their own challenges. Then we got D, which is like Cradle. All right, so anybody want to explain to me who Cradle is? Because everybody, y'all keep talking about Cradle. Lament is baby self. Yeah, I mean, if this is true, that would make the lament like, that would mean that the lament is really just some random thing. I don't think I understand the way that they're trying to describe it though, because it sounds like what they dealt with was the lament. Like the head civilization ended up discovering the lament, and it just followed them to Soul 3. She's a bi. Oh, hey now. What are those theories doing in my Gathering Wise game? Oh my gosh. Yeah, but to say I don't know if I'm imagining me someone who is the embodiment of the dark type. Cradle is as if all the merged souls in the dark type became its own being instead of being controlled by Leviathan. Wait, why do y'all think D is Cradle then? In Zero, imagine the final boss of Lament taking form. Okay, so why do y'all think D is like Cradle? I'm confused about that part. Because that's how we met Cradle before knowing who she was. Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, got you. Shoot. Well, I mean, I feel like that's even more reason to think that D might not be the Thernodian from the past. I don't know, man. I think the Cursed Waves in PTR is the Cradle story. It's basically very similar to Cursed Waves. Sheesh. Ah, okay. Wow, this is a lot. It's cool, but it's a lot. I'm just here listening to Loisa as if I understand. Wait, look, I'm gonna do some research. I'm gonna talk with some people. I'm gonna put some things together, and I'm gonna try to make it easy for everybody to understand. Okay. Wow. We still gotta watch the movie. I'll message Kid to just roll over the PGR. y'all go look. I hear you. All right, so listen. What I will say is, I think that they discovered the lament when they were doing their research to avoid entropy. Based on what that person is saying, they come to Solaris 3, and after coming to Solaris 3, they the lament just follows them, it seems. I haven't been lost for quite a while. I've been lost for quite a while. Looks really interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think that we're gonna get into the CBT stuff after Renacita, personally. I think we're gonna get into CBT stuff after Renacita. I think Renacita is going to be the stepping stone that will launch us into the future. But I think that they were trying to essentially take their time to explain to people while also giving them like a fun story. New Fed seems perfect for it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because in the moon event, they also found a resonance somewhere in space, so maybe it followed them. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Alfie. Exactly. The original spot was there. So, yeah. Flashback was too much information from the start. I think so too, Runa, in a way. Which is why they maybe decided, maybe that's why the story, the pacing for the story was weird. So they changed it. Because yeah, that is a lot of information at the very beginning of a game. Especially if you're trying to like make it last and then move on from there. It's like you're practically giving people the end at the beginning almost. I think that's a good point. Yeah, and the CT footage, something is coming off from Earth, covering the Earth, also destroying the moon, and not coming from space, it came from Earth itself. But yeah, that's my thought. So look, everybody, thank you all so much. This was a lot of fun. It is late, and Miss Life, I need to see what she's up to, because she's probably, wondering when I'm gonna finish. So, thank you all so much. I want some of that cosmic stuff back. We will get it. We'll get it, Alfie. But yeah, Alfie, I'll hit you up. I might hit you up tomorrow to clarify some stuff. If it's 100% canon, the rover was some kind of super soldier or higher ranking one. That's my thought process, yeah. Okay, sounds good. No, Moto. Huh? I'm gonna say, so tomorrow, I need to tomorrow I need to do the nightmare thing. Wait, how long does it take to do the nightmare thing in septimont? Does anybody know? Like how long it takes to do this? I will, Alfie. I will. Like 2 hours? Are you joking? Why does it take that long? Why does it take that long to do this? Dream Patrol Nightmare? Less than 30 minutes? Wait, I'm so confused. What am I doing? I thought we just fight a monster and call it a day. Let me see something. It learns that intricate network energy. Like, is that, like, what more do we have to do? Don't we just fight the monster? I'm confused. No. I'm just talking about this Nightmare Patrol thing.
Prelude to arrival.
Is there a place where we can go, like, to just, like, TLDR it? The lore for PGR? Because that would be helpful. I still need to do that. Are we not going to talk about the fact that we're, like, walking on water?
Will the approach
Carefree dot. Two things about Goro.
Cadence, halt. It is ready. Life or death. No alternative. Symphony of life.
First time challenge complete. Okay. Cool. Nice. Dream Contagion? Do I have to, is that what I have to do? Dream Contagion or something? How can we TLDR a 20+ chapter game? Well, I mean, I'm not saying it's gonna be quick, but I'm just wondering if there's like a place, cause like, I don't have that much time. Carefree YouTube channel has summarized PGRs. Okay.
Preparatory beats begin. The soul never.
I don't even know what I'm supposed to be doing here. All right, let's see.
By seas venom.
Guide my way. Judgment. Strike. Oblivion. Absolute
Okay.
futility.
Complete 2 counterattacks. Yeah, I've done this one before. I know about the 2 counterattack thing, but
Music to my ears.
it's like $400 worth of reading story. Yeah, Kelby effect. What if we get info in 3x on Alto knowing what we will recognize the goddess? That we will recognize the goddess and about Rover's multiple wake ups? Yeah, I mean, Alto is clearly very knowledgeable. Right? Like, clearly. Ouch. Okay. 2 counterattacks. Ah, gosh. You know what? Don Jin would actually be perfect for this. Beautiful. Next. You mad. You mad. Come on, I believe. All right. Okay. Come on, how did that, bruh? But I say intro skill might do it too, though. All right. You'd have to learn about constructs, ascendants, Babylonia, and what the heck is happening to Kung Long and Ishmael observed punching virus red types of characters that we have. Well, I mean, yeah, isn't that what the videos would do?
Life or death, no alternative.
550k is crazy. Phrolova, why are you so strong?
What significance will you grant them?
Why is Phrolova so strong? For real, 238. Let us know if you need help in PGR. Got you. I mean, you can use the WASHU website to see the story. Okay, if you want the chapter that you can explain. I mean, well, I would just say just message to me. She's T1. Oh, she's T1. Now, to be fair, I have to be honest with y'all, because I'm pretty sure I have S2, don't I? I do have S2. Wait, what is this? So, I am not the normal Phrolova owner. I don't like Pride when LOL. This is S0 or S6. This is S2. Yeah. I got S6 R5 Phrolova. You do, Runa? We have WUWA lore video problem. Do you really think there's one for PGR? LOL. I figured that was the problem, Alfie, just so you know. I thought about that. I actually did think about that. Phrolova's Forte Heavy does so much damage. It could be a liberation itself. 100%. 100%. Okay, so Dream Contagion over here. Fast travel. Apparently, I don't buy that. No, yeah. I mean,
Reapproaching sounds.
Most of the time, those metrics aren't like, you know. The way that things work in this game anyway, it's kind of like you can't really. You don't always get the whole picture based off of that information alone.
Engulfed by seas venom.
Pour me dodges. Here we go. Beautiful. A big drive as a judge for the first time using her. She does so much damage in a single rotation. Yeah. We've confirmed we gathered all Dreamscape samples. Yor, well done. What did you find? Hate to break it to you, Yor. Things are more complicated than we thought. Meow. We even found that cinema from last time in these samples. Do not interrupt. I am the one in charge of reporting. Meow. I'll keep it brief. Nightmare Tacit Discords of Septimont carry a unique frequency which can restore a connection with the deep water zone, similar to the moment when the invitation was sent. One thing is certain, that the severed connection of Renacida Somme Noire has something to do with it. The severed connection of Renacida Somme Noire has something to do with it. Yet so far we are unable to identify the frequency's origin. Our theory is that the dark tide might be the reason behind it. The nightmare samples we collected has signs of dark tide all over it. How many times do I have to tell you I'm the one making the report? Keep those unreasonable imaginations to yourself. Well then, the situation within the deep remains unclear, but there is no doubt that the Somme Noire and Renacida will continue to fall victim under this frequency's influence. Be sure to keep an eye out for the Nightmare Tacit Discords you came across during the travels to other regions of Renacida, Yor. Okay.
These will last a while.
Alright. Why do I feel like there's more to it than that, though? Is that really it? Or did I just am I missing some of the stuff they were saying earlier? I was able to get 100 item 280 build within 4 days. Sheesh. I have 87 over 290. Do I get crit rate if I do something? Holding 0 energy increases crit rate and grants echo skill damage. Wait. Okay. Crit rate by 20% and grants 35. So yeah, that means I get 20. Yeah, I get like over 100% apparently. So I technically, I guess, could lower my crit rate by a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it's fine. Every character will be easy to build if they let us use the darn echoes we don't need as experience material. I know. Or at least let me turn it into shell credits or something. I don't know. You have 77 without the echo set. What's the nightmare thing I didn't hear? Basically, the nightmare echoes in Septimont carry frequencies that are similar, if I'm remembering it correctly, similar to those that of the Somme Noir, like the deep water in the Somme Noir. They're connected. I'm looking at the announcement of the characters and I'm like, wait, half of the roster is already released. Yeah, subject. I think similar to Contarella. You know, Contarella wasn't announced. She just kind of showed up. So similar to her, we'll probably end up getting another character that that's a not announced character. Every character will be easy to build if they just let us use. Okay, yeah. She would be easier to build if her echoes could be farmed in the overworld. Yeah, I guess the thing is you only need to get 3. So maybe that's why they did it the way they did. Another 20% is already counted when on field. If she is off team, they are subtracted. Oh, really? So that means that this is just what I have? Wait. 87 over 265. So do I need to get into a fight then to see it? Do Tethys really track human reverberations in a time loop for simulation? I didn't even think about it that way. Shoot. I guess so. Wait. Is that true? I don't even think I thought about it that way. Tethys uses human frequencies. Okay, 87 over 290. Okay, yeah. Okay, so that's what I have right now. So I guess technically I could have a better crit rate ratio. Truth be told, yeah, I could be similar to you and just lose 10% on my crit damage to get 280 and then gain 10% to get 97. Kind of the lady from the quest was begging for us to let them free, if I recall. You talk about the Necrostar thing, right? Shoot, yeah. Reverberations are so weird. Oh my gosh, yeah, shoot. The Tethys system said, screw morality. We're trying to stop the lament. Yeah, Shorekeeper, fair. That's fair, but since this is my team, this is just what I'm working with. Oh, how'd you survive, bro? Alright. I think her heavy attack does like 300 to 400k for me. Yeah, I don't know how much it does for me. I guess since I have more crit damage, if it does crit, it might do something similar or a little bit more, but yeah. Alright, well like I said, we're gonna call it. This lasted. We learned a lot, and I have to digest now. So, okay, hitting that basically calls Hecate back. Interesting. Thanks for the stream. Go to bed now. We can touch on the Midnight Podcast in the future. Yes, we do need to do that. Yeah, there's a lot. Friendship ended with the Tethys system. Tahiti system is my new friend. Oh my gosh. So does reverberations similar to souls? Kind of, Emperor. Reverberations are kind of like souls, correct. They are kind of like souls. Yeah. Essentially, it's about the closest equivalent you can get to a soul. New YouTube competitor just dropped at my site, odyssey.com. Interesting. Incomplete ones right now, maybe, because there's leftovers or something. Yeah, it's not like a complete soul. It's more so just like what's like lingering fragments or what have you. But yeah. Well, all right, like I said, guys, what if Tethys is evil? I mean, I guess it kind of depends on how you feel about Tethys. I don't think Tethys is evil. I think Tethys is a machine. And the machine is doing things the best way that it feels they need to do it. And the machine doesn't really operate based on like morality. I think that's the best way you can really describe it. But yeah, all right. Merry Christmas. Be blessed. Drink some water. May God be with you and also with you and all that fun stuff. All right, we out. Peace. I'll maybe stream tomorrow, perhaps. We'll see. There's a lot happening, man. There's a lot. So all I can say is I got some videos to make. So we'll see. That's all I can really say right now. We will see. If you're on YouTube, please like the stream. I'll just say, make sure you're subbed or whatever, so you get the bell notification, or following on Twitch, so you can get the little bell notification so you'll know when I go live. All right, it's been a pleasure. Peace.